Coming up on the show today, hundreds dead in Gaza hospital airstrike.
Palestinian officials are blaming Israel for the attack and say hundreds of people have been killed. Israel blames the Islamic Jihad group, saying one of its outbound rockets from Gaza misfired and hit the hospital.
Plus, following the Gaza hospital blast, U.S. President Joe Biden's trip to the Middle East got a lot more difficult.
Our Jordanian brothers said that we cannot have a summit with these conditions.
And later, as Israel is facing off against Hamas in the south, another battle is looming in the north. We'll take a look at Hezbollah's latest activity in Lebanon. Today is Wednesday, October 18th, and this is VOA's International Edition. From VOA headquarters in Washington, I'm Steve Karish. In a few minutes, we'll meet some Palestinian men who were trapped in Israel when hostilities started, unable to get back home to Gaza past the Israeli blockade. We begin today, though, with the latest from Gaza and the horrific news of a hospital hit by an apparent airstrike. More from VOA's chief national correspondent, Steve Herman, in Washington.
U.S. officials say they do not have any confirmation about who is responsible for the airstrike on a hospital in Gaza filled with patients and those trying to shelter from Israeli retaliatory attacks on Hamas. Palestinian officials are blaming Israel for the attack and say hundreds of people have been killed. Israel blames the Islamic Jihad group, saying one of its outbound rockets from Gaza misfired and hit the hospital. At the Pentagon on Tuesday, spokesperson Sabrina Singh, responding to reporters, said the top brass there has repeatedly reiterated to their Israeli counterparts they expect the rule of war to be upheld and that civilians will not be targeted.
We are in constant communication with the Israelis. We have seen them, I think, be very deliberate about where they are striking, continuing to target Hamas locations and away from civilians.
Singh added no preconditions have been placed by the Pentagon on U.S. military aid to Israel, which is waging war on Hamas in Gaza. The Palestinian group, considered a terrorist organization by the United States and other countries, carried out an attack in Israel, killing hundreds of civilians and abducting about 200 people. Steve Herman, VOA News, Washington.
President Biden will be in the Middle East on Wednesday, his trip having been upended even before he left Washington. AP Washington correspondent Sagar Meghani reports that the blast at the Gaza hospital has caused an important summit meeting to be canceled.
President Biden's trip to the Middle East has already faced a bloody setback after an explosion at a Gaza hospital killed hundreds. Aiming to tamp down tensions in the growing war between Israel and Hamas, the president will first go to Israel and then Jordan, where he was to meet with, among others, Palestinian leader Mahmoud Abbas. But a Palestinian official says Abbas has canceled in protest of the hospital blast. Hamas is blaming it on an Israeli airstrike, while Israel says it was not involved and blames it on a Palestinian rocket. It all adds up to a volatile situation that'll test the limits of U.S. influence in the region, even as the president heavily invests himself in another big foreign conflict with no clear endgame. Sagar Meghani, Washington.
President Biden heads to Tel Aviv to show solidarity with Israel, to secure the safe passage of Americans trapped in Gaza, and ease the plight of Palestinians under Israeli siege since the brazen attack by the militant group Hamas on October 7th. The trip, though, is overshadowed by Tuesday night's attack on a hospital in Gaza, which led to the cancellation of Biden's summit with regional leaders. White House Bureau Chief Patsy Widakuswara has the story.
Hundreds were killed in an explosion Tuesday at Ahli Arab Hospital in Gaza City. Palestinian authorities blamed an Israeli airstrike, while Israel said it was a rocket from the militant group Islamic Jihad that misfired. That group denied responsibility. The attack happened hours before President Joe Biden departed for Tel Aviv to meet Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to show U.S. commitment to Israel's security and push for humanitarian aid for Gazans, following days of shuttle diplomacy by Secretary of State Antony Blinken.
It is critical that aid begin flowing into Gaza as soon as possible.
Biden was scheduled to continue to Amman, Jordan, but after the Gaza hospital attack, that part of the trip was canceled. He will not be meeting leaders of neighboring countries, King Abdullah of Jordan and President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi of Egypt, or Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas, who returned to Ramallah where thousands of Palestinians protested the hospital attack. Palestinian envoy to the UN, Riyad Mansour.
Our Jordanian brothers said that we cannot have a summit with these conditions. We don't know what the other President Biden is still going there or not. The only thing that would make sense if he made ceasefire immediately, and I'm coming to force the implementation of ceasefire.
Since the militant group Hamas launched its brazen incursion on October 7th, Israel has launched strikes on Gaza, in one case killing 6 people at a United Nations school where 4,000 Palestinians had taken refuge, the UN said. 2 million Gazans are under siege. President of the European Council, Charles Michel.
A total siege when you cut the basic infrastructure, when you cut access to water, when you cut electricity, if you don't allow food to be delivered. This is not in line with the international law.
2 U.S. carrier strike groups have been deployed to show support for Israel and deter other actors in the region. Jonathan Lord is a senior fellow at the Center for New American Security.
This is a massive amount of force, and it affords President Biden many options to respond should Hezbollah or other proxies of Iran decide to opportunistically either attack U.S. forces or to attack Israel.
In Tel Aviv, Biden will ask Israel how it plans to minimize civilian casualties. He will push for a humanitarian corridor to allow aid into Gaza and for the release of hostages held by Hamas. Patsy Widakuswara, VOA News.
When the Israel-Hamas war began more than a week ago, the only entrance to Gaza was destroyed, and Palestinian workers in Israel couldn't get home. Now, thousands of men are trapped on the outside, while their parents, siblings, wives, and children try to survive the bombings in Gaza. VOA's Heather Murdoch reports from Ramallah in the West Bank.
In this municipal building in Ramallah, a city in the occupied West Bank, hundreds of men spend their days despairing as the war between Israel and Hamas takes an increasing toll on civilians in Gaza. Many say they would rather risk death and go home than hear about their family's suffering on the phone or by text message. Selah Hassan has a wife and 3 teenage daughters, all trapped inside Gaza. He says his family was living a normal life with dreams and hopes for the future. His daughter was in university studying English and wanted to graduate, but now their hopes are shattered and their lives are destroyed. Gaza is home to 2 million people, and the only border crossing that was open before the war was destroyed on the first day of fighting, when Hamas conducted a massive surprise attack. Since then, Israel has conducted a near-constant bombing campaign on Gaza. Families have been told to evacuate some areas of Gaza, which is roughly 40 kilometers long and 10 kilometers wide, but there is no way to escape. But Hassan says his family wouldn't go, even if they could. His wife, he says, tells him they want to stay in their home until they are hit by bombs and die. Aid workers say they are providing food and housing for the men, who are among thousands of workers from Gaza whose Israeli work permits were revoked after the start of the war. Isra Ghanem is a volunteer who helps provide food and support for the displaced men. She says up to 800 men stay in the building, and they try to provide support while the men hear stories of death and destruction from their families by phone. But supplies are already running low, she says, and there is limited support coming in. Israel has vowed to utterly defeat Hamas in this war, and Hamas has declared it has a plan to defend itself. Many men here say they have given up hope for a happy outcome and believe that they may never see their families again. Heather Murdoch, VOA News, Ramallah, West Bank.
And here are some other stories we're following from around the world. Still no Speaker of the House. Despite efforts to consolidate Republican support, hardline conservative Representative Jim Jordan has fallen short of the majority needed to become Speaker. Jordan received 200 votes but needs 217. The lower house of the Russian parliament on Tuesday gave preliminary approval to a bill revoking ratification of a global nuclear test ban in what Moscow has described as a move to put itself on par with the United States, which has signed but not ratified the nuclear test ban treaty. All 31 U.S.-made M1A1 Abrams tanks promised to Kyiv by the Biden administration have arrived in Ukraine. This, according to U.S. military Colonel Martin O'Donnell, a spokesman for the U.S. Army Europe and Africa. He told VOA that all of the Ukrainians who trained on the tanks with U.S. forces in Germany have also returned to Ukraine, along with ammunition and spare parts. Ukraine has also acknowledged using U.S.-provided long-range ATACMS missiles. Also on Tuesday, India's Supreme Court rejected a plea to legalize same-sex marriage, saying that it was up to the parliament to legislate the issue. However, it said the LGBTQ community must be protected from discrimination. In another possible front line in the Israel-Hamas conflict, tensions are also rising on Israel's northern border. We'll have that story in a few minutes. Now, though, the Israel Defense Forces, or IDF, is balancing the targeting of Hamas militants in Gaza and protecting civilians there. In an interview recorded before the strike on the hospital, Payam Yazdian of VOA's Persian service speaks with Ari Shahruz Shalikar, spokesperson for the IDF.
At this stage, we are concentrating on the situation vis-a-vis Hamas and Islamic Jihad in the Gaza Strip. We have called in troops, many different troops, different units, to make sure that we are prepared for any development for our next stage and next part of the plan. We have started already around 11 days. But we don't rush it. As you can see, we are today in 11th day. We don't rush it. And the reason for it is first and foremost because there are many civilians living in this densely populated area in the narrow Gaza Strip. And we are aware that Hamas is using them as human shields, since inside the Gaza Strip, there's not one military base. All these around 6,500 rockets Hamas has launched on Israel throughout the last 11 days. Not one of them was launched from a military base. All of them were launched from civilian objects where people live, where people pray, and where people are being treated. So that's the situation we face. We are aware of it, and we want to make sure that this time Hamas, not only because of the rocket fire, but also because of that situation of October 7, where they have entered Israel with about 2,000 terrorists and have butchered even children and babies, and have abducted around 200 Israelis, amongst them many girls, young girls, children, and even babies. We want to make sure that this time we don't let it go. They won't rule the Gaza Strip after this war is over.
Can you comment on whether Hamas has been able to maintain their military strength throughout the conflict?
Well, Hamas and Islamic Jihad, especially Hamas, who the organization has taken power of the Gaza Strip in 2007, which is 17 years ago. The only thing they have done in these 17 years is to develop all kind of terror infrastructure inside this narrow Gaza Strip. What I'm talking about is especially digging tunnels, hundreds and thousands of terror tunnels, then all kind of rocket development, drone development, weapon depots, all kind of stuff which has absolutely only to do with terror. They haven't invested $1 into the people and the well-being of the people of the Gaza Strip. And we are aware of this. So we know that Hamas has been working on kind of changing the face of the Gaza Strip into a terror hub, which is controlled by Hamas, especially Gaza City in the northern part, from where their headquarters, if you want to, is located, from where most of the operations take part. We know that they have been working on this for many, many years. And what they did on October 7, you could call it, is maybe kind of a climax of all their efforts throughout the last 17 years. And that's why we are determined this time to definitely finish this situation and destroy Hamas.
That was IDF spokesperson Ari Shahruz Shalikar speaking with VOA's Payam Yazdian. From Washington, it's VOA's International Edition. I'm Steve Karish. Tensions have been rising on the Lebanese-Israeli border since Israel began military action against Hamas in the Gaza Strip. The Lebanese militant political group Hezbollah has warned that an Israeli ground invasion of Gaza would bring them into the conflict as well. It's a promise that would inevitably drag Lebanon into a costly and especially complicated war. Jacob Russell has this report from Beirut.
As Israel appears to be preparing for an invasion of the Gaza Strip, the Lebanese militant political group Hezbollah has said that this would provoke their entry into the war. The border between Israel and Lebanon has been tense for years, with Israeli defense forces and Hezbollah periodically exchanging fire. Until now, both sides have respected rules of engagement designed to avoid triggering a full-scale war. But already in the first few days of the Israel-Hamas conflict, the violence along Lebanon's border with Israel has escalated considerably, causing casualties on both sides of the border. Mohammed Haj Ali is Deputy Director of Research at the Carnegie Middle East Center.
Compared to the previous rules of engagements and the attacks that happened in the past 2 days were an escalation of what we've had in the past. And I think what comes next is also going to be, within the same frame, and a kind of an upgrade in terms of violence that we've previously seen. But the question is, are both sides interested in keeping it within this confined space?
Inside Lebanon, Hezbollah enjoys support from those who see it as defending a just cause. Among them is Ahmed, whose full name is withheld.
It's not okay to listen to hurt Palestinian people, children, and civilians. It should be military against military.
However, many also remember the last time the two sides went to war in 2006 and do not want to be dragged into another one. Tony, a barber, was asked if he fears another confrontation with Lebanon's southern neighbors.
Of course we're afraid. It will destroy our homes. It will destroy our country. We've had enough. We don't want it.
The likely destruction that Lebanon would experience in another war with Israel would have serious consequences for the country's fragile internal order, says the Carnegie Middle East Center's Mohammed Haj Ali.
If there's a massive Israeli bombing campaign out of 2006, leading to a great destruction within Lebanon, that would reshuffle the cards internally.
Hezbollah appears to have little interest in assuaging the concerns of other Lebanese. Speaking anonymously, a senior commander recently told VOA News that the party has units in Beirut at full readiness to defend its supporters from other Lebanese factions. He said, quote, "If necessary, we can take over this country in 24 hours." Lebanon is still reeling from a profound socio-economic crisis and could ill afford to rebuild after a war. Internally, the long-term consequences of war would depend heavily on Hezbollah's ability to secure funding for reconstruction. Jacob Russell for VOA News, Beirut, Lebanon.
More now on the situation up north. Lebanon's Hezbollah has been exchanging fire with Israel across the border for days, threatening to expand the conflict between Israel and the Palestinian group Hamas. Alice Rizzo explains.
Lebanon's militant group Hezbollah has been exchanging fire with Israel across the border for days, threatening to expand a conflict between Israel and Palestinian group Hamas. But what is Hezbollah? Iran's Revolutionary Guards founded Hezbollah in 1982 in the middle of Lebanon's civil war. It was part of Iran's effort to export its Islamic revolution around the region and fight Israeli forces after their invasion of Lebanon in 1982. Hezbollah shares Tehran's Shiite Islamist ideology and went on to recruit Lebanese Shiite Muslims. The group has risen from a shadowy faction to a heavily armed force with major sway over the Lebanese state. It has ministers in government and lawmakers in parliament. Western countries, including the United States, designate Hezbollah as a terrorist organization. The US holds the group responsible for a suicide bombing that destroyed US Marine headquarters in Beirut in 1983, killing 241 servicemen. And Lebanese security officials and Western intelligence have said groups linked to Hezbollah carried out suicide attacks on Western embassies and kidnapped Westerners in the 1980s. Hezbollah leaders said those attacks were carried out by small groups not linked to Hezbollah. In 2021, Hezbollah leader Saeed Hassan Nasrallah said the group had 100,000 fighters. Iran gives Hezbollah weapons and money. The US estimates Iran has allocated it hundreds of millions of dollars annually in recent years. Hezbollah boasts weapons including precision rockets and drones. It demonstrated its military advances in 2006 during a 5-week war with Israel. It fired thousands of rockets into Israel during the conflict. 1,200 people were killed in Lebanon, mostly civilians, and more than 150 Israeli were killed, most of them soldiers. Many Lebanese Shiites support Hezbollah, saying the group defends Lebanon from Israel. However, Lebanese parties opposed to Hezbollah say the group unilaterally drags Lebanon into armed conflict. Hezbollah has deep ties to Hamas, another Palestinian faction backed by Iran. On October 7th, the day Hamas militants carried out an unprecedented assault into Israel, Hezbollah said it was in direct contact with the leadership of the Palestinian resistance. Since then, Hezbollah has exchanged cross-border fire with Israel numerous times.
That's Reuters' Alice Rizzo. And that's going to do it for us today. This has been International Edition on the Voice of America. On behalf of everyone at VOA, thanks for joining us. For pictures, stories, videos, and more, follow VOA News on your favorite social media platform and online at voanews.com. Until next time, I'm Steve Karish in Washington. Stay safe and have a great day.
Next, an editorial reflecting the views of the United States government.
At a recent event hosted by the United States, over 40 UN member states looked at a display of components and debris from lethal Iranian-made drones that were recovered from Ukraine and other locations. These are the real thing, said U.S. Ambassador to the UN Linda Thomas-Greenfield. These are the weapons of war that Iran has transferred to malign actors in violation of Resolution 2231 that are being used to decimate civilians and critical infrastructures. As an example, the ambassador pointed to the launch on October 6th of a murderous drone attack against Odessa that killed a civilian and damaged critical agricultural and port infrastructure. There were 33 air weapons fired by the Russians. 25 of them were Iranian-made Shahed drones. The devastation of Iranian drones cannot be overstated, she said. This devastation has ripple effects that disproportionately impact the global south, because Iran's proliferation of these drones affects the world's markets and food supply. Ambassador Thomas Greenfield pointed out that the Iranian regime's proliferation of drones is not limited to Ukraine. Iran has sent attack drones to non-state actors in the Middle East for years, causing deep destabilization in the region. Now the chaos they cause has spread beyond the Middle East. Iranian officials have made no secret of their ambition to expand the sale of these attack drones, she said. Now they are in Russian hands, being used against civilians in Europe. Soon they could spread further. Ambassador Thomas Greenfield urged the UN member states to work together to hold Iran accountable for the murderous effects of its proliferation. We need your voices, she declared. Iran's transfer of these drones is a grave threat to international peace and security, and it's going to take all of us working together to ensure the international community does the right thing and continues to hold Iran to account.
That was an editorial reflecting the views of the United States government.
Another weekend of deadly Russian bombings, one at a mail depot that killed a number of postal workers.
Workers were working on the packages, particularly what was reported by Nova Pošta, that those packages mostly were medical aid and humanitarian aid for civilians from the pre-frontline areas.
And silencing the truth tellers. Russia extends its detention of an American journalist.
A lot of media outlets started revising their policies and asking themselves a question whether they should pull out their correspondence from Russia.
And later in the program, how DNA is helping the arduous work of bringing answers to the families of tens of thousands of Ukrainians missing since the start of Russia's invasion. Today is Monday, October 23rd. From the Voice of America, this is Flashpoint Ukraine. Good evening, I'm Lori London in Washington. Russian attacks on Ukraine continued to ramp up over the weekend, including a deadly missile strike on a mail depot in the eastern city of Kharkiv. I spoke with Anna Chernikova for an update as Ukrainian officials reported a record number of bomb attacks in the Kherson region.
Very unfortunate Saturday for Ukraine and particularly for the Kharkiv region. Russia launched a missile attack and on one of the Nova Pošta terminals. Nova Pošta is one of the main Ukrainian post service and it's considered one of the best. And in Kharkiv region, this particular terminal was one of the biggest in the region and was basically a central one for humanitarian aid transfer within the country and particularly to the frontline areas. The shelling was carried out by two S-300 missiles and was carried out from the territory of Russia from Belgorod region, which is bordering Kharkiv region. This was confirmed by the Ukrainian authorities. We have confirmation about 6 people killed and 16 wounded. 2 of those wounded are in extremely serious condition. 6 are in serious condition. All victims are the workers of this terminal, so they are civilians. And Nova Pošta has already posted a couple of videos from just seconds before the attack. From these videos, we can see that basically the work was ongoing and all the workers were working on the packages, particularly what was reported by Nova Pošta, that those packages mostly were medical aid and humanitarian aid for civilians from the pre-frontline areas. I just ordered a certain package from one of the local companies based in Kharkiv, and I was waiting for this package to arrive on Sunday. And just in the application of the post service, I just saw that the package was stuck in Kharkiv, and then the information about these attacks happened. So at this point, I, as many of other people, have no idea what's happening with their packages. But for Ukrainians, as a lot have already commented on this tragedy on the social media, a lot do not care really about the package, but about the lives of those who remain wounded in serious condition, especially.
Anna Chernikova reporting for VOA from Kyiv. We thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says Turkey plans to join a conversation on peace process this week aimed at bringing an end to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. It follows a week in which Russia's top diplomat traveled to North Korea and visited Iran's capital of Tehran on Monday. VOA's Arash Arabasadi has more on that and further details on Russia's attacks over the weekend.
The operator of the facility said an air raid siren sounded moments before the attack, leaving those inside with nowhere to run and no time to seek shelter. By daybreak, drone video captured the damage as released by the National Police. The attack followed a recorded message from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky in which he said he had spoken with his Turkish counterpart, President Recep Tayyip Erdogan, saying the two leaders discussed an upcoming peace summit next week in Malta to bring an end to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. But days ago, Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov visited an ally in the war, the supreme leader of North Korea, Kim Jong-un. Kim supports Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and the U.S. has accused him of supplying Russia with weapons. U.S. President Joe Biden welcomed European leaders to the White House on Friday, where he and his Western counterparts pledged support for Israel in its war with Hamas and assured Ukraine the bloc's support in its war would not waver. Meanwhile, Ukraine's armed forces continue their push to recapture land. Here, Ukrainian Marines move along the left bank of the Dnipro River to help pave the way for reinforcements to push across the Kherson region. For civilians in Ukraine who've already endured a winter of war, preparations are underway to keep warm and cook food should fighting again disrupt energy supplies as it did last year while the temperature dropped. All this comes in a week in which Ukrainian officials say they recovered some 14 artifacts allegedly stolen by a Russian man stopped at a U.S. airport for illegally importing them. Ukrainian officials say the destruction and pillaging of historical sites since Russia's invasion began amount to hundreds of millions of dollars of losses. Arash Arabasadi, VOA News.
A Russian court on Monday ordered a Russian-American journalist detained last week to remain in custody until early December. Alsu Kurmasheva, an editor for the U.S. government-funded Radio Free Europe Radio Liberty, is the second U.S. journalist detained in Russia this year. Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich was arrested on espionage charges in March and remains in custody. Joining me to discuss the escalating risk for American journalists in Russia is Golnoza Saeed, Europe and Central Asia Program Coordinator with the Committee to Protect Journalists. First off, just your reaction to this latest American journalist arrest.
CPJ condemned the detention and called on the Russian authorities to release Alsu Kurmasheva immediately and drop all the charges against her. And we do the same today as we learned about the extension of her detention. Kurmasheva's arrest is the most egregious instance to date of the abusive use of Russia's foreign agent legislation against journalists.
Why is this in particular so egregious?
Because this is detention arrest of an American-Russian journalist, and she is facing up to 5 years in prison. The Russian foreign agent law has been used against journalists for a long time as a tool to silence independent reporting, and it has become one of the main tools of censorship Russian authorities have been using, especially since Russia started its full-scale invasion of Ukraine in February 2022. And we have seen many instances when this legislation has been used against journalists. But the fact that Kurmasheva is an American journalist is similar to the case of Evan Gershkovich, another American journalist who has been in Russian detention since March on even more serious charges, espionage charges, as you know.
Would you say they're using these journalists as political pawns or trying to silence them? Because it sounds like Alsu was only there not working but visiting family.
Exactly. First of all, the Russian authorities have been trying to silence any reporting, particularly by RFRL. And RFRL was one of the very first media outlets, along with its sister organization, Voice of America, to be labeled as media foreign agents in Russia by the Russian Ministry of Justice years ago. And different projects of RFRL and VOA, including Ideal Reali, for which Alsu Kurmasheva has been an editor, were also included in the Russian Ministry of Justice's registry of foreign agents, media outlets labeled as foreign agents. So this is definitely censorship. On the other hand, Russia has been trying to use Evan Gershkovich and now Alsu Kurmasheva as hostages in order to increase its leverage, its bargaining in its negotiations with the United States. So answering your question, it is both.
The Biden administration has really urged all Americans to leave Russia, to not go to Russia due to their safety in this sort of situation. Would you say that, this is just one more way of silencing whatever is going to be reported because it's going to deter more journalists from taking a risk of going into Russia?
Well, I think it's pretty safe to say that if you're a journalist with an American media outlet or with a media outlet from any country where governments have been supportive of Ukraine, a media outlet that has been reporting on Russia's war against against Ukraine independently from the Kremlin set narrative when you are at risk of being detained and charged with very serious charges in Russia. And as we see with Alsu Kurmasheva, it's not safe even to visit Russia on a family visit. So after the detention of Evan Gershkovich in March, a lot of media outlets started revising their policies and asking themselves a question whether they should pull out their correspondence from Russia. Some have done so. Some foreign correspondents in Russia decided to leave Russia on their own will. But I wanted to reiterate that the work of independent journalists, both Russian and foreign, is extremely important because Russia has been becoming that terra incognita for the rest of the world, just like during the Cold War, when there have been very few reports coming from inside Russia. Journalists are the window, people who provide us with a window into Russia, where we can see how ordinary people live, what they are worried about, what they think about, how they think about the war and other issues. That's why the detention of Alsu Kurmasheva is so important for the future of independent reporting in Russia. And I again wanted to reiterate that Russian authorities should immediately release Alsu Kurmasheva, Evan Gershkovich, and all other detained journalists, both foreign and local. And the U.S. authorities should use everything in their power to ensure the release of Alsu and Evan.
Golnozo Saeed, Europe and Central Asia Program Coordinator with the Committee to Protect Journalists. You're listening to VOA's Flashpoint Ukraine. I'm Lori London. A price cap on Russian oil was focused on starving Russia's President Vladimir Putin of cash, but it's largely been untested. Until now, we hear more from Associated Press correspondent Karen Chamis.
The Russian oil price cap was set at $60. The price of oil has traded above the price cap since July, pumping millions of dollars into the Kremlin's war chest. The current Israel-Hamas war has pushed up the price of oil further, and there's evidence that some traders and shippers are evading the cap. However, the first signs of enforcement are appearing 10 months after the price limit was imposed in December. The aim to keep the Kremlin from pocketing extra profits to fund its war in Ukraine. I'm Karen Chamas.
Along with the thousands killed since the start of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, tens of thousands more are still missing, leaving families in further despair, not knowing the fate of their loved ones. The Ukrainian government enlisted the help of the International Commission on Missing Persons in The Hague to assist in finding and identifying those missing persons. I spoke with Catherine Bomberger, Director General of the organization, about their use of DNA and the immense challenges the work entails.
It is regrettable that people don't think about this because this has a direct impact on hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians. The numbers are high. We don't know exactly what they are, but they are certainly in the tens of thousands. The reason we don't have an exact number is because the government itself doesn't have an exact number. There are also cases of fallen and disappeared soldiers, and of course there's a need to keep that information confidential by the government, so that would be included in the overall number. There are, of course, the cases of children that have been illegally abducted and deported, of which, we don't know exactly what the number is. There are people that have been executed. Clearly, we've seen cases of that, and in many cases, not only executed, but their bodies hidden in mass graves. There have been towns wiped out. What we do know is it's huge. We know the number is big, and we know that the number is growing every day, and we are in touch with families of the missing who are trying to find information regarding their missing loved ones every day. And this is complicated and difficult because on the one hand, the Ukrainian authorities are fighting a war, and on the other hand, they've invited organizations such as ICMP or the ICC and many others to help them with an active investigation into war crimes and other atrocities, which include cases of missing and disappeared persons while there's an ongoing war. So this is really a complicated process that involves the state itself working to conduct these investigations in thousands of cases to a level where evidence can be provided to an international court, such as the ICC, or courts operating under universal jurisdiction, or courts in Ukraine, and also meeting the needs of a growing number of families of the missing to know what happened to their missing loved ones.
I understand you're working at the invitation of the government of Ukraine to assist.
Yeah.
Some of the work that you're doing involves actually using DNA.
We were initially invited to the prosecutor's office in 2014, following the discovery of mass graves in Slavyansk. Since then, we've been trying to get financial support to be able to carry out a program in Ukraine. That support arrived after the invasion took place in 2022, February 24th. So we're a bit behind the game. I think there's a lot we could have done already, but here we are. In line with what we've done in many other countries and what we're seeing in Ukraine, and this is why what you said earlier rings so true. A lot of people don't think about missing persons and having large numbers of missing persons being a consequence of conflict, and in fact, they are. So in order to find such a high number of missing persons and provide evidence regarding atrocities linked to their disappearance, this requires conducting investigations, as I said earlier, to a level where that evidence can be provided to a court. But that means doing this in tens of thousands of cases almost at the same time. So in order to do this, you need to ensure, number one, that the institutions that carry out this work, be it the prosecutor's office or the police or the SBU, the security services, that they harmonize their work. And that's not happening at the moment. And that's not a criticism. That's just simply because this is how things would have happened before February 24th, 2022. But the world has changed now, and Ukraine is dealing with a hugely abnormal set of circumstances, which requires this type of harmonization or unity of purpose between the various institutions. So to answer your question, yes, and these things have to happen simultaneously. We would help harmonize these institutions to help them, facilitate that process. They know this has to happen so that they work together. This could entail also creating a specific institution in Ukraine that would be responsible for coordinating the work of the various institutions. That institution also has to house data. And data in today's world, when you're dealing with massive crimes like this that are spread across the country, and which also necessitates working with families of the missing who are both in Ukraine and outside of Ukraine, needs to be coordinated and centralized in a specific record. So that institution should hold that record. That's number two. And there needs to be legislation created to secure the rights of families of the missing. Then to address your question about DNA, it is extremely important to use advanced technologies to locate and identify missing persons. So that means using data mining to have data regarding where the possible locations could be, aerial imagery to try to get closer to ascertain where these sites might be, properly documenting sites using advanced techniques in forensic archaeology and anthropology, documenting those sites, using DNA to lead the identification, to be the lead identifier, let's say, in identifying missing persons, so that you only have scientific means applied to these identifications, thereby providing irrefutable evidence of a person's identity that with proper chain of evidence can be linked back to the crime scene. So this is going to be very important when you have thousands and thousands, and bear in mind, we did this in the Western Balkans, when you have thousands and thousands of people missing due to criminal activity, war crimes, and other atrocities. This has to be a meticulous process led by science so that when the body is identified, and this can sometimes be challenging, the forensic pathologist or medical examiner can then, once we have the identity, look at cause and manner of death and link all of this information back to the crime scene and to other information that witnesses may have, including Ukrainian civil society, others that are human rights activists that are collecting information on human rights abuses and other atrocities. All of that data can be used to provide evidence of what happened to that missing person. This is also important, I should add, Lori, for families of the missing who are primarily women and children to secure justice, including custody of children, including inheritance rights, and a whole host of other rights that go with this.
Have you had any success so far?
Right now, we have been working with Ukrainian authorities, the prosecutor's office, the police, and the security services on a case-by-case basis to identify persons who have gone missing. So yes, we've had, if you want to call it that, successes in being able to achieve an identification. However, if we work at this pace together with the Ukrainian authorities, authorities, this will take many, many years. So what we want to see is a different approach whereby data is collected from all families who claim to have missing person. That would mean their DNA. But to give you an analogous situation, in the former Yugoslavia, ICMP collected, with the permission of families, data from 100,000 families of the missing, both in the region and outside of the region. And that quantity of data will need to be collected at a minimum to help Ukraine. So that, to me, once we embark on that outreach process inside Ukraine and outside of Ukraine, that will tackle one of the issues, which means working very closely with survivor groups, with families of the missing, so that they understand the process. Because understanding DNA, I mean, I'm not a scientist, you're not a scientist, so getting them to see the labs, explaining how this works, explaining that it will take time to do this, but that providing data puts them in a better situation than if they don't. Then you have the investigations into missing persons cases. And if we're just looking at it from a data matching point of view, you will have collected on the one hand sufficient data from families of the missing, while the pace of identifying missing persons or reuniting families will depend on the investigations, not the ability to obtain data from families of the missing. Whereas if you go case by case, this will take forever.
And I'm seeing the number 90,000 families. Mm-hmm. Is that your goal, to collect data from up to 90,000 families?
It's a working assumption of a number, that's all. If we were calculating that at the moment, and again, that's not a statement on how many people are actually missing, but if we calculate that the numbers are approximately 30,000 right now, to use advanced DNA methods to identify missing persons, which means kinship matching, by the way, Lori, that means that families that are alive, the immediate hereditary family, nuclear family, have to provide genetic reference samples to match that to the person that is missing, whether that person is a child that has been deported or a person found in a mass grave site. So the number 90,000 means that we need to collect a minimum of 2 to 3 reference samples per missing person. So if the working assumption is 30,000, then that means we need to collect data from about 90,000 families of the missing.
We talked about there have been numerous occasions where mass graves have been discovered. Are you getting into that part of it where you're actually going to these places? And that's an extraordinary task. On a personal level, how difficult is that for the people who are tasked with actually having to do that?
Well, as an organization, we probably have been to close to 5,000, if not more, clandestine grave sites as an organization over the last, let's say, 27 years since ICMP began working in the former Yugoslavia. So that work is normally carried out on a local level by national police, and others, prosecutors that are tasked with doing this work. What Ukraine doesn't have, and most countries don't have, are PhD level forensic anthropologists, archaeologists, whose work is also necessary to carrying out this type of task, so that mass grave sites can be properly documented, properly excavated. I mean, this is a whole new world, which really started in earnest with Argentina, Guatemala, the former Yugoslavia, where this expertise is growing. So they would be the ones assisting, and have been assisting already, Ukrainian institutions in being able to carry out this work. Then there is the mortuary, of course, cause and manner of death, making sure that DNA is properly taken. It's a long and very meticulous process that involves quite a number of experts that ICMP has, from forensic archaeologists to anthropologists to genetic scientists.
You're in The Hague, close to the International Criminal Court. Are you specifically going to be working with them?
We are an intergovernmental organization based on a treaty. So our primary cooperation will be with the government of Ukraine, and our mandate is to ensure the cooperation of governments and others. This means that we want to help Ukraine locate and identify missing persons in an impartial manner based on the rule of law. So that means every single missing person case, whether they're Ukrainian or non-Ukrainian. With regard to the ICC, we maintain cooperation agreements with all of the courts here in The Hague, including the ICC. We signed a cooperation agreement with the Office of the Prosecutor in 2016. The way I see it, that cooperation with the ICC could be similar to the cooperation we had with the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia, where we provided evidence in over 35 criminal cases, including most famously the Karadzic and Mladic cases.
Catherine Bomberger, Director General of the International Commission on Missing Persons in The Hague. And that'll do it for us today. Stay up to date with continuing coverage on Ukraine and news from around the world 24 hours a day at voanews.com. And on social media, just follow VOA News. On behalf of all of us here at VOA, we thank you so much for listening. Until next time, I'm VOA's Lori London.
Coming up on the show today, the latest from Gaza.
Humanitarian aid continued to trickle into the Gaza Strip as 20 more aid trucks entered. But a lack of fuel for deliveries is threatening to halt the operation.
Plus, U.S. troops in Syria under attack again.
On Saturday, the Pentagon announced it's bolstering its forces in the Middle East, sending a second carrier strike group to the region, along with a THAAD anti-ballistic missile defense system and multiple Patriot missile defense systems.
And later, still no Speaker of the House for the U.S. Congress, and Turkey looks to negotiate an end to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Today is Tuesday, October 24th, and this is VOA's International Edition. From VOA headquarters in Washington, I'm Steve Karish. An American base in the Middle East is attacked. We'll have that story in a moment. We begin with a related story. Concerns of a wider war in the Middle East are growing as the United States is dispatching more military assets and warning of significant threats to Americans and U.S. facilities in the region. VOA's senior diplomatic correspondent Cindy Sain reports from the State Department.
Israel's military has increased its airstrikes on Gaza, destroying entire neighborhoods, amid expectations of an Israeli ground offensive. Amid fears of a wider war erupting, White House National Security Council Coordinator John Kirby said attacks on U.S. interests in the region have increased.
We know Iran continues to support Hamas and Hezbollah. And we know that Iran is closely monitoring these events and in some cases actively facilitating these attacks and spurring on others who may want to exploit the conflict for their own good or for that of Iran. We know Iran's goal is to maintain some level of deniability here, but we're not going to allow them to do that. We also are not going to allow any threat to our interest in the region to go unchallenged.
On Sunday, U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin spoke to ABC This Week, saying the United States is boosting its military presence in the Middle East.
And as you know, recently we've seen rocket and UAV attacks against bases housing our troops in Iraq and Syria. We're concerned about potential escalation. In fact, what we're seeing is the prospect of a significant escalation of attacks on our troops and our people throughout the region. And because of that, we're going to do what's necessary to make sure that our troops are in the right, good position. They're protected.
Since the October 7th attack on southern Israel by the Palestinian militant group Hamas, killing more than 1,400 Israelis, Israel's strikes on Gaza have killed at least 5,000 Palestinians. The United Nations and humanitarian groups are calling for a humanitarian pause in the fighting. State Department spokesperson Matthew Miller had this to say on Monday.
Any ceasefire would give Hamas the ability to rest, to refit, and to get ready to continue launching terrorist attacks against Israel.
European Union Foreign Policy Chief Josep Borrell said Monday he believed the group's leaders would back a call for a humanitarian pause to allow aid to enter Gaza. Humanitarian aid continued to trickle into the Gaza Strip as 20 more aid trucks entered. But a lack of fuel for deliveries is threatening to halt the operation, with more than 2 million besieged Palestinians awaiting help. Cindy Sain, VOA News, the State Department.
An Israeli military helicopter landed in Tel Aviv in the early hours of Tuesday, carrying 2 elderly Israeli women who were freed by Hamas on Monday evening. The Israeli Prime Minister's office issued a statement confirming that the women, 79-year-old Nurit Cooper and 85-year-old Yohevet Lifshitz, were handed over to the Israeli military. The 2 were kidnapped from kibbutz Nir Oz, near the Gaza border, along with their husbands, who are still being held captive in Gaza. Hamas freed them after releasing an American woman and her daughter on Friday. The United States is pressuring Israel to delay an expected ground invasion into Gaza to allow more time for hostages to be released. Israel believes that delaying any military action would only serve to help Hamas by giving it time to recover and reorganize. U.S. troops in Syria fended off another drone attack targeting American bases and facilities in the Middle East. Defense officials say they are holding Iran responsible. VOA's national security correspondent Jeff Selden has more from the Pentagon.
The latest incident targeted the Entente garrison in southern Syria.
2 one-way attack drones taking down, no injuries to U.S. forces.
Pentagon spokesman Brigadier General Patrick Ryder says all signs point to Tehran.
We know that these groups are groups that are backed by Iran.
The U.S. says it has not seen intelligence to suggest Iran issued any direct orders, but that it will hold Tehran responsible.
We're going to continue to do what we need to do to protect and safeguard our forces.
This is the second time in as many weeks that Entente has been targeted. A drone attack last week caused minor injuries. On Saturday, the Pentagon announced it's bolstering its forces in the Middle East, sending a second carrier strike group to the region, along with a THAAD anti-ballistic missile defense system and multiple Patriot missile defense systems. Jeff Selden, VOA News, the Pentagon.
And here are some other stories we're following from around the world. Tuesday will mark the 21st day the United States has been without a Speaker of the House of Representatives, and Republicans find themselves no closer to electing one. Until a Speaker is elected, Congress is effectively shut down with no way to approve aid for Israel or Ukraine, and no way to keep the U.S. government funded past next month's deadline. The United States on Monday renewed a warning that it would defend the Philippines in case of an armed attack, as stated under a 1951 treaty. This after Chinese ships blocked and collided with 2 Filipino vessels off a contested shoal in the South China Sea. And security in Haiti, where violent gangs control large swaths of the country, has collapsed even further. With the number of major crimes hitting record highs, the UN representative to the impoverished Caribbean nation warned on Monday. A report on Haiti from the UN Secretary General published on Monday cited an increase in the number of indiscriminate killings, kidnappings, rapes, and other attacks. The October 7th attack by Hamas on Israel was devastating, unexpected, and also multifaceted. One of the now famous targets of Hamas that day was a music festival in southern Israel, where hundreds were killed and many taken hostage. And many, in fact, the majority, survived. But what is survival like after such a traumatic event? How does one cope? Some who were at the festival that day have made their way to Ronit Farm, located in central Israel, where a wide range of therapy sessions have been coordinated to help them. Linda Gradstein visited the farm on Monday and shared her experience with my colleague, VOA's Steve Miller.
So it was actually pretty emotional. You know, there were thousands of young people in their early 20s at this party. And from everything that they told us, you know, the sun had just come up. They had been dancing all night and just having a good time. And it was kind of this hippie atmosphere. And then all of a sudden, Hamas just like came into the party and started shooting, and there was complete chaos. And so this is kind of, it's a farm. It's usually a place that's used for weddings. It's a beautiful place with an artificial lake and big grass and whatever. And there's all kinds, it was set up very quickly by volunteers. There's all kinds of therapists there. There's yoga, there's sound healing, there's massage. And some of these young people that I spoke to said that for the past 2 weeks, they haven't been able to talk about what happened. Some of them were afraid to leave the house. They're all having trauma. And the idea being that if you deal with trauma sooner rather than later, you can stop post-trauma from happening. And I saw, you know, a bunch of people sitting around and playing a guitar, and a bunch of people and a lot of therapy sessions one-on-one. And there was just this sense, some of the people told me that they felt that only somebody else who had been there could really understand what they had gone through. And one young man told me, 22 years old, tall, handsome, that, he'd kept it all inside him. And then he came yesterday to this place and today. And just from being there for 2 days, he already feels much better.
Linda, how many people are we talking about? And are they staying there? Is this around the clock treatment?
So they don't sleep there. It's just, they come, it's open every day. And they say that there are sometimes, between hundreds of people every day. There were at least 2,000 survivors of this music festival. They're not clear on numbers. 260 people were killed. And I spoke, for example, to this young couple who were just friends, and they went together. And this pretty young woman said to me, "I'm alive because of him." I mean, it's very emotional. Right now, it's mostly therapy and a place for them to hang out, and it's all volunteers. The therapists are all volunteers. There's food there, all volunteers. It's so, eventually, I assume that they will get some support. Although, a lot of them have actually gone back to their jobs, back to their lives. But some of them, everybody's in a different situation. And they say that just by being together, so they have this place until the end of the month. And they're looking to kind of spread this model not only to survivors of the music festival, but to Israeli soldiers and anybody else who might have been, who's traumatized from this war, which, is more or less the whole country.
VOA's Steve Miller speaking with Linda Gradstein in Jerusalem. From Washington, it's VOA's International Edition. I'm Steve Karish. Still to come on today's show, Australia flexes its diplomatic muscle with the U.S. to counter China's growing influence in the South Pacific. And Muslim and Jewish communities in the U.S. are bracing for an increase in tension and hate crimes amid the Israel-Hamas war. But now to Ukraine, where Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says that Turkey plans to join a peace process this week aimed at bringing an end to Russia's invasion. The announcement came as a missile strike on a Ukrainian post office killed a handful of people and injured several more. It also follows a week in which Russia's top diplomat traveled to North Korea. VOA's Arash Arabasadi has more.
Nighttime in Kharkiv, Ukraine. The Reuters news agency says a missile strike Saturday wrecked a post office, killing 6 and injuring 17. On social media, the governor presiding over Ukraine's second-largest city blamed Russian weapons for the blast. The operator of the facility said an air raid siren sounded moments before the attack, leaving those inside with nowhere to run and no time to seek shelter. By daybreak, drone video captured the damage as released by the National Police. The attack followed a recorded message from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky in which he said he had spoken with his Turkish counterpart, President Recep Tayyip Erdogan, saying the two leaders discussed an upcoming peace summit next week in Malta to bring an end to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. But days ago, Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov visited an ally in the war, the supreme leader of North Korea, Kim Jong-un. Kim supports Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and the U.S. has accused him of supplying Russia with weapons. U.S. President Joe Biden welcomed European leaders to the White House on Friday, where he and his Western counterparts pledged support for Israel in its war with Hamas and assured Ukraine the bloc's support in its war would not waver. Meanwhile, Ukraine's armed forces continue their push to recapture land. For civilians in Ukraine who've already endured a winter of war, preparations are underway to keep warm and cook food should fighting again disrupt energy supplies as it did last year while the temperature dropped. All this comes in a week in which Ukrainian officials say they recovered some 14 artifacts allegedly stolen by a Russian man stopped at a U.S. airport for illegally importing them. Ukrainian officials say the destruction and pillaging of historical sites since Russia's invasion began amount to hundreds of millions of dollars of losses. Arash Arabasadi, VOA News.
On Monday, Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese travels to the United States for a 4-day visit. He's hoping to make progress on the AUKUS nuclear submarine deal. From Sydney, Phil Mercer has the story.
Australia's formal security ties with the United States date to the early 1950s. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese told reporters in Canberra Monday that the alliance between Australia and the United States is central to Australia's foreign policy. His official visit to the US will include Albanese's 9th meeting with President Joe Biden in the past 16 months. The Australian Prime Minister said he will hold talks with members of the US Congress about the legislation that's needed to ensure the progress of the AUKUS alliance. Australian media have reported that some US lawmakers have significant concerns about the pact. AUKUS is a trilateral accord announced in September 2021 with the United States and Britain that would give Australia access for the first time to nuclear-powered submarines. It's estimated the agreement could cost Australia up to $244 billion and is widely seen as a counter to China's growing influence in the Indo-Pacific region. Kevin Rudd is Australia's ambassador to the United States and a former Prime Minister. He told the Australian Broadcasting Corporation Monday that the AUKUS partnership would be a key part of Albanese's visit to Washington, along with talks on clean energy.
Ensuring that all the relevant AUKUS legislation finds its way successfully through the US Congress, to broadening the economic relationship in information technology, defence technology, as well as clean energy technology. And beyond that, again, to enhance our clean energy compact and new work together on critical minerals.
China has previously criticised the AUKUS Accords, accusing the United States, Britain and Australia of going down a dangerous road for their own selfish political gains, in complete disregard of the concerns of the international community. Sunday, Albanese confirmed he would visit Beijing in early November to meet President Xi Jinping. A dispute over Australian wine exports at the World Trade Organization has been suspended as both countries try to diffuse long-running trade and diplomatic tensions. China has agreed to review controversial tariffs on imports of Australian wine. In return, the government in Canberra is suspending its action in the WTO. The tariffs were imposed in 2020 as bilateral relations rapidly deteriorated over various geopolitical disputes. Restrictions on other Australian commodities, including barley, have already been lifted. Albanese has taken a less confrontational approach to China than the previous Conservative government he defeated in an election last year. In Washington this week, Albanese will attend a state dinner and an Oval Office meeting with President Biden. Phil Mercer, VOA News, Sydney.
And finally today, Muslim and Jewish communities in the U.S. are on alert, fearing a rise in harassment and hostilities related to the Israel-Hamas war. VOA's Veronica Balderas Iglesias has the perspectives of those affected and others who are calling to defuse the situations.
Since the start of the Israel-Hamas war, Muslim and Jewish communities in the U.S. have been on high alert, fearing being the target of hostilities. One of the most recent victims of an alleged hate crime was a 6-year-old Muslim boy who was found stabbed to death in Illinois on Saturday. President Joe Biden strongly condemned the killing of the child and instructed his government to prioritize the prevention and disruption of any emerging threats. Fadwa Hassan was born in the U.S. and has Palestinian relatives in the West Bank. She's concerned not only about them, but also about increasing tensions at home.
Any woman who wears a hijab or even when you come to our institution to pray, we have to worry now we've always had to worry about violence.
Linda Shapiro says that fear and anxiety are rising among members of her Jewish community and that her synagogue in Northern Virginia has tightened security measures.
We shouldn't be engaging in blame or hateful speech. We have to keep reminding ourselves and everyone else that this is all on Hamas.
The latest FBI statistics show that anti-Jewish hate crimes in the U.S. have surged in recent years, increasing by 36% last year alone. Anti-Muslim incidents have remained largely steady, fewer than 200 a year. But analysts warn that numbers usually go up when foreign conflicts erupt. Brian Levin is a criminologist.
One of the things that we know from past events is that when we have American casualties related to some kind of foreign conflict, or if we have conflicts between Israelis and Palestinians, both anti-Muslim hate crimes go up significantly and anti-Jewish hate crimes go up significantly.
The Council on American Islamic Relations, or CAIR, told VOA that since the start of the war, it has been overwhelmed with concerns from individuals who've been targeted. But beyond condemning the violence, the root causes of the Middle East conflict should be addressed by the concerned parties, said CAIR's Research and Advocacy Director, Corey Saylor.
For decades, we have been talking about dialogue. We have been advancing the idea that negotiations will get us to a peaceful settlement.
Meanwhile, the Anti-Defamation League, a U.S.-based Jewish anti-hate organization, pointed out that the Jewish community in the U.S. isn't a monolith and that ongoing acts of harassment against it aren't warranted. Rachel Sass is ADL's anti-Semitic incident specialist.
These conflicts that are happening abroad are sometimes very raw and emotional for communities here. But we have to understand that the actions of a government, a war that is happening overseas, should not be put onto an entire religious or an entire ethnic community.
When hate crimes or violent incidents do happen, authorities encourage victims to promptly report them to their local police stations or non-governmental organizations. Verónica Valderas Iglesias, VOA News, Alexandria, Virginia.
And that's going to wrap it up for us today. This has been International Edition on the Voice of America. On behalf of everyone at VOA, thanks for joining us. For pictures, stories, videos, and more, follow VOA News on your favorite social media platform and online at voanews.com. Until next time, I'm Steve Karish in Washington. Stay safe and have a great day.
Next, an editorial reflecting the views of the United States government.
The October resumption of fighting in the eastern provinces of the Democratic Republic of the Congo shattered a fragile 6-month-long calm, 6 months of relative tranquility that, according to the United Nations, has not improved at all. On the contrary, on the security or humanitarian levels. Indeed, the risk of a direct confrontation between the DRC and Rwanda, who continue to accuse each other of supporting armed groups, is very real. The resumption of fighting is a continuation of last October's second uprising of the M23 group, consisting mainly of Tutsis from neighboring Rwanda and other armed groups. They are mostly interested in illegally extracting Congo's mineral resources, although M23 also claims to be defending Tutsis living in the DRC. The security situation in the Great Lakes region remains dire and continues to deteriorate as tensions between the DRC and Rwanda grow, said U.S. Representative to the United Nations Linda Thomas-Greenfield.
Once again, I repeat our call for Rwanda to immediately end its support for the UN-sanctioned M23 and withdraw from DRC territory. We also call for the FARC to cut ties with the UN-sanctioned FDLR.
As well, we call on regional troops deployed to eastern DRC, whether bilaterally or through the East African Community, to coordinate with each other and United Nations Organization Stabilization Mission in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, said Ambassador Thomas Greenfield, and they must avoid human rights violations and abuses and illicit activities, including illicit mineral extraction.
Because of the region's instability, the humanitarian situation has deteriorated to alarming levels. Conflict has displaced more than 500,000 people in 2023 alone, many of whom are being forced to live without access to adequate food, water, or medical care in camps filled far beyond capacity.
Ongoing political instability has devastated food production and distribution, resulting in widespread food shortages, said Ambassador Thomas Greenfield.
1.5 million people are facing emergency levels of food insecurity, and this is simply unacceptable in the 21st century. A man-made political crisis has become a man-made humanitarian crisis, and it must end.
I call on regional leaders to maintain an open dialogue, especially as the DRC's national elections approach, said Ambassador Thomas Greenfield. These elections must be free and fair for everyone, including women and minority communities. All Congolese civilians deserve the right to live in peace and to have their voice heard at the polls.
That was an editorial reflecting the views of the United States.
More than 1,200 missiles and drones attacked energy infrastructure last year.
Plus, why Russia sees the crisis in the Middle East as a gift for a continued war on Ukraine.
That certainly plays to Putin's geopolitical advantage, but I think it's also imperative for the United States not to be distracted and to be a superpower that can walk and chew gum at the same time.
And later in the program, a former employee of the U.S. National Security Agency pleads guilty to trying to sell classified information to Russia. Today is Tuesday, October 24th. From the Voice of America, this is Flashpoint Ukraine. Good evening, I'm Lori London in Washington. Last winter, Russian strikes on Ukrainian power plants impacted almost half the country's energy capacity. Many Ukrainians are expecting the same or even worse this winter and have spent months preparing. Associated Press correspondent Lawrence Brooks has the story.
In the humble backyard of a destroyed house, a 13-year-old boy chops firewood to get ready for winter. His mother, Tetiana, has been preparing for months as she remembers last winter's Russian strikes on energy infrastructure that plunged Ukraine into darkness. For her family, like other Ukrainians, winter is a particularly challenging time. Last year, millions across Ukraine had to learn to work, live, and cover their basic needs without relying on electricity. But this time, they say, they're better prepared. Sales of generators have exploded, and some who can afford it have invested in solar panels. Others have been buying candles, flashlights, and stocking up on compact gas canisters. I'm Lawrence Brooks.
And I spoke with energy expert Olena Pavlenko, president and co-founder of the Ukrainian think tank Dixie Group, on how leaders and the government is preparing for another winter without heat, lights, or electricity for homes and other vital services like hospitals. It's my understanding that Russian airstrikes on power plants in the Ukraine war impacted almost half the country's energy capacity last winter. Is that about accurate?
Yes, this is correct. As a result of Russian attacks on energy infrastructure, Ukraine had more than 50% of energy infrastructure damaged. The most damages were in generation, especially coal-fired generation, and also on the networks. Russians hit particularly transformers and the elements which actually allows electricity to flow between different regions. That is why we had a lot of blackouts and shortages of electricity. Average Ukrainian has spent more than 30 days without the electricity, almost a month, not almost, more than a month, without the electricity last winter. So yes, the infrastructure, the energy system was damaged quite heavily last year, and it took quite a lot of efforts and time, and we have to speak frankly, a lot of money to prepare for this winter season. According to the reports of our energy companies, we could not come back to the, let's say, level of generation and capacity which we had before the last winter. So we still cannot, let's say, we are not so strong as we were last winter. That is why we have to prepare very well for potential attacks and be sure that the new attacks from Russia will not hit more our thermal power plants or our transformers or electricity networks.
Despite being more sort of prepared, knowing that that's what Russia will likely do, is to go after energy infrastructure, which it's already doing, it sounds like many Ukrainians are still expecting at least the same or even worse this coming winter. So being better prepared, last year just set the system back so far that even being more prepared doesn't necessarily mean that it won't be just as bad or worse?
Well, everybody here is prepared to different scenarios. Again, as I said, our companies are trying to find solutions to hide some types of infrastructure, to protect it from potential drones attacks, for example. But at the same time, every consumer, I would say, is thinking how to survive in case there are electricity shortages or blackouts again. Almost everybody, I think, has this batteries or possibilities to have some lamps which they can charge beforehand. And those who live in suburbs, they usually buy generators and possibility to use generators on diesel or petroleum. Yes, and this solutions like accumulators where you can connect, let's say, fridge or some basic stuff and survive for 5-6 hours. Again, is very popular. People are trying to buy it and prepare for winter. In terms of the heating, a huge question, still no clarity what will happen with the heating if Russia will continue its attacks and if it's damaged some heating infrastructure. Some of the cities, they have found backup options, but I'm pretty sure not so many of them. We'll see what will happen.
It's the worst time to possibly be without electricity in the dead of winter when it's cold, and I would imagine particularly that would be not just impacting elderly, but also just being in the dark and in the cold has to just sort of impact people's emotional state too, just to be able to sort of mentally get through it.
It is hard. Psychologically, especially, I think it's for old people who, you cannot leave your house, especially when you live in multi-flat building and your elevator doesn't work. The same goes with the families with small children. You cannot walk quite a lot up and down with the children if you need to go somewhere with them. So psychologically, it is not easy, I have to say, and even physically, it is sometimes creates a lot of problems. It might create additional problems with the heating. Again, the question with hospitals and with other social infrastructure, how to prepare for possible electricity outages and be able to provide the necessary services. All this, of course, is very high on the agenda. Again, everybody is trying to prepare as much as possible. I have to say additionally that we had more than 1,200 missiles and drones attacked energy infrastructure last year. I don't know how much Russia is going to target with how many missiles and drones Russia is going to target Ukrainian energy infrastructure this winter. But we do hope that the number of missiles decreased. They will not be so frequent. Although I think Russia will try to exchange frequency into, being very precise and targeting very particular energy objects.
That's a difficult time, and certainly for Ukrainians, and particularly with this situation of winter coming. And I know the world is very focused on what's happening in the Middle East. Is there anything you want to say about the world not forgetting about what's happening in Ukraine?
Well, maybe I will start from saying thank you for all the support which was already provided, because we still do have partners, donors who are supporting Ukraine, especially before the winter. There are international companies who provide equipment to Ukrainian energy companies to be able to have some backup equipment. I just want to repeat again and again that you probably can hide transformers, but you cannot hide thermal power plant. For thermal power plants and big infrastructure objects, you need more strong air defense system. This is what Ukraine still needs and would be thankful for. And again, yes, we still need a lot of additional equipment, something to store near Ukraine to be able to quickly use it as a backup option in case of damages. So please don't forget Ukraine. We still are in the middle of the war. We still will have not easy winter, and we still will need a lot of support, not only to survive, but to win the war.
Olena Pavlenko, president and co-founder of the Ukrainian think tank Dixie Group. We thank you so much. Ukraine's prime minister said Tuesday Kyiv will need some $44 billion from international partners to cover its wartime budget deficit next year, just as it did this year. President Joe Biden has requested funding for military aid for both Ukraine and Israel, but Congress can't vote to approve funding for either until the Republican majority elects a Speaker of the House of Representatives. Jillian Kitcher with Reuters produced this report.
A speaker has not been elected.
It's back to the drawing board for House Republicans, who are struggling to elect a new speaker amid party infighting that has paralyzed the chamber for 3 weeks. After former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy's historic ouster, two would-be successors, Steve Scalise and Jim Jordan, have been cast aside. Now, a new slate of candidates are going after the gavel as the battle between right-wing hardliners and more mainstream Republicans rages on. If the conference can settle on its next nominee, the race again moves to the House floor.
The House will come to order.
Where 217 votes are needed. Since Republicans have a narrow 9-seat majority, there's not a lot of wiggle room. In the meantime, the chamber's to-do list continues to grow. Congress faces a November 17th deadline to avoid a government shutdown and a request from President Joe Biden to approve military aid for both Israel and Ukraine.
That report produced by Jillian Kitcher with Reuters. With a dangerous and escalating conflict brewing in the Middle East, Russia's ongoing invasion and daily attacks continue out of the spotlight. I spoke with Max Boot, historian, Washington Post columnist, and senior fellow in national security studies at the Council on Foreign Relations about the implications of these competing conflicts. Russia's war on Ukraine, at least in the media, seems to have taken a backseat, being overshadowed, obviously, by what's happening in Israel with Hamas, by the Israeli crisis. Obviously, President Zelensky's been taking a very principled stand, but of course he and the Ukrainian people are concerned that this new war could be an obstacle to their efforts push back against Russia. How could this be to Russia's advantage? It would appear that Russia's already boasting that it's a gift to Putin. Do you agree?
Well, there's no question that the outbreak of this new war between Israel and Hamas helps Russia and hurts Ukraine because it diverts the attention of the world. There's even some evidence that it's diverting U.S. military supplies with air defense systems going into the Middle East rather than to Ukraine, some artillery ammunition going to Israel rather than to Ukraine, and generally taking the focus off of all the evil that Russian forces are committing in Ukraine and turning the focus towards the casualties in Israel and the Gaza Strip. So that certainly plays to Putin's geopolitical advantage. But I think it's also imperative for the United States not to be distracted and to be a superpower that can walk and chew gum at the same time.
Do you foresee the potential for military aid from the U.S. going down as more money is sent to Israel? Of course, we already know we have a Congress that's paralyzed right now without a House Speaker. That means they can't even vote, but it sounds like Ukraine is going to be another sticking point again.
Yeah, I think the real sticking point for Ukraine is our own political paralysis more than the crisis between Israel and Hamas. You know, when the House is like a house on fire, they can't get their act together, they can't elect a speaker, they can't move any legislation, and it's imperative that Congress approve more aid for Ukraine because what's originally already been approved is going to run out pretty soon. So, and there's obviously also growing opposition among Republican ranks for aid to Ukraine. And it's pretty incoherent because Republicans are demanding that we do everything possible to aid Israel, but a lot of them don't want to aid Ukraine, which doesn't make any sense to me because to my mind, these are both embattled democracies facing evil adversaries who kill civilians without compunction, and they are both deserving and worthy of our aid. But that's certainly not the view of perhaps half of the Republican Party. And so, yeah, I'm certainly worried that our political dysfunction will redound to Putin's benefit and wind up hurting Ukraine. But at the same time, I am cognizant of the fact that 2/3 of both houses, both the House and the Senate, still support Ukraine aid. So it's just the question of getting a floor vote on the House, hopefully sooner rather than later, for the legislation to be approved.
What's the cost to both Ukraine and Russia in the wider world if it doesn't get aid from the United States?
If Ukraine does not get aid from the United States, I think that will make much more likely a Russian victory. I think Putin is licking his chops at that very prospect. And it's not to say that Europe is not stepping up. They are. Europe is actually pledging more aid than the United States. They're doing a lot, but there are just limits on arms production in both the U.S. and Europe. And in both places, what we've seen is that our defense industrial bases have atrophied over the course of many years. And so neither Europe nor the United States by itself has the capability to supply Ukraine with what it needs. Even combined, both Europe and the United States, they're barely keeping up with Ukraine's demands and needs for ammunition and other supplies. So if the United States suddenly pulls out, that would be a catastrophic event.
But can the U.S. afford? Does it even have the funding and the supplies to support two wars?
Yes, absolutely. The U.S. can afford it. Again, like I said, we have to be a superpower that can walk and chew gum at the same time. And we certainly were for more than 70 plus years. I mean, remember in World War II, we fought both Germany and Japan throughout the Cold War. We kept the peace in both Northeast Asia as well as in Europe and in the Middle East. And so we certainly have the capability to do that today. I mean, keep in mind that all of the aid that we're giving to Ukraine is still 0.6% of the federal budget. And, aid to Israel is even less than that. So this is certainly something that is affordable. It is something that money that we have and that we need to spend, and it's in our own national security interest to spend it. These are not acts of charity because, to my mind, both Israel and Ukraine are fighting America's enemies, the enemies of the West, the enemies of democracy, freedom, and decency. They are fighting our battles for us, and so we have a massive stake in supporting them.
So if the U.S. doesn't continue to support Ukraine, what do the American people need to understand about the cost to the U.S. and the wider world?
If we don't support Ukraine, it would be a geopolitical catastrophe. Our support for Ukraine already has been arguably the most successful foreign policy we've pursued since the end of the Cold War, because for a very small U.S. investment of money and no U.S. troops in harm's way, we are supporting the Ukrainians in decimating the Russian military. And Russia is one of our two major geopolitical adversaries, along with China. So, by supporting Ukraine, we are having somebody else fight our battles for us. If we stop supporting Ukraine, that will be a victory for Russia. Russia will become more dangerous, and it's not going to stop in Ukraine. They're going to be looking to commit aggression against other countries on their borders that were once part of the Russian Empire. And some of those countries are members of NATO, so that could very easily draw the United States into a direct war with Russia. And even if it doesn't happen, it's going to force us to spend more on defense. It's going to embolden not just Putin, but Xi Jinping and China in their quest to take over Taiwan. It's going to make the world a much more dangerous place, and the United States much less secure in that world. And I think it will also leave the United States just feeling very shabby, because we will have abandoned a brave democratic ally that was fighting for its freedom. The country that I know and love, the United States, is not a country that abandons democratic allies like that.
Putin seems to be actively developing ties with Hamas, certainly now Iran, North Korea. It's got these blooming alliances with American arch rivals. How significant of an impact could that have on what's happening in Ukraine and the rest of the world?
Well, you're clearly seeing an alignment of anti-democratic, anti-Western nations and groups that includes China, Russia, North Korea, Iran, and and some of Iran's proxy forces like Hezbollah and Hamas. That is a grouping of countries and terrorist organizations that are increasingly cooperating with one another. And for example, you see Iran now being an increasingly important supplier of drones for the Russian war of aggression in Ukraine. You see North Korea supplying artillery ammunition for Russia. You see growing links between Russia and not just Iran, but also Hamas and these other organizations. So there is an alignment against the West that we need to be very cognizant of. We shouldn't exaggerate it. We shouldn't say, Russia is behind the attack that Hamas carried out. It almost certainly is not, but it is not condemning it either. It is not standing with Israel. And I think it is making clear that these anti-Western, anti-democratic forces have some rough degree of alignment, and we should be very concerned about that. And we need to show comparable unity on the democratic Western side of the geopolitical ledger to combat these threats that we are seeing.
If America continues funding Ukraine, as the president certainly hopes, would that be enough to counter the support that Russia is now getting from places like Iran and North Korea?
I certainly think that if the U.S. and Europe remain staunch in their support for Ukraine, they can provide more for Ukraine than Iran or North Korea are providing for Russia. I think the real question mark is to what extent is Russia able to produce its own munitions? And there have been some alarming signs that Russia, despite sanctions, has been able to ramp up weapons production and to keep its forces supplied. So it's very hard to say from the outside to what extent or how long Russia can keep fighting with it, given its current munitions production, given its loss rates in Ukraine, and given what it's getting from outside sources like North Korea and Iran. But there's no question that we can at least allow Ukraine to fight on an equal footing. I mean, keep in mind, Russia basically has two small countries, Iran and North Korea, supplying it. Ukraine has something like 50 countries, including some of the most wealthy countries in the world. We can certainly match what Russia is doing if we have the will to do so. And we have shown that will so far, and I think we need to maintain that will.
I think that Americans are just weary that it's going on, no end in sight.
I get really tired of hearing that Americans are weary. How do you think Ukrainians feel about this? Okay, they are dying every day. They are dying. They're being slaughtered. They are not giving up because they are fighting for their homes, their soil, and their families. So I don't want to hear that Americans are tired because we're paying 0.6% of federal spending to support Ukraine. The Ukrainians are paying with their lives to fight the Russian onslaught.
Max Boot, historian, Washington Post columnist, and senior fellow in national security studies at the Council on Foreign Relations. You're listening to VOA's Flashpoint Ukraine. I'm Lori London. Russian forces are continuing to intensify their attacks in the Kherson region of Ukraine, and as a result, Ukrainian officials are evacuating all children from the onslaught. I spoke with Anna Chernikova in Kyiv for details. It sounds like there are some preparations underway to at least make sure the children in the region are safe. What can you tell us?
The situation in the Kherson region is extremely difficult, extremely tough. The shelling is happening every day, and we're hearing about damages, about victims every day, unfortunately. And today, the Ministry of Reintegration announced that the decision was taken to evacuate more than 800 children from the region, particularly from 23 settlements that affected by the Russian shelling the most. At this point, we know that those children will be evacuated to the western and southern part of the country, particularly to Khmelnytsky, Lviv, and Ivano-Frankivsk regions in the west part of the country, and to Mykolaiv and Odessa region in the south. This evacuation is mandatory.
And do you know where they're going to house them?
At least 100 children are planned to be settled in one of the sanatoriums in Ivano-Frankivsk region, which is in the western part of the country. So it's a touristic recreation center. And others, there is no specific details on their location, but it will be somewhere big amount of people could be allocated.
Anna Chernikova reporting for VOA from Kyiv. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sweden has moved a step closer to joining the NATO alliance after Turkish President Tayyip Erdogan submitted a bill Monday approving the Nordic country's membership bid to Turkey's parliament for ratification. NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg on the bill finally moving forward.
Sweden is fully ready to join NATO. The time has come. And following the submission of the ratification documents, agreements, I now count on speedy ratification by the Turkish parliament.
Meanwhile, the European Union's executive is reportedly set to present an assessment of progress made by Ukraine on its EU membership bid on November 8th. It's a key stepping stone in the bloc's decision on whether to start accession talks with Kyiv. And finally today, a former employee of the U.S. National Security Agency has pleaded guilty to trying to sell classified information to Russia. We hear the story from Associated Press correspondent Jackie Quinn.
31-year-old Army veteran Jared Dahlke was arrested last fall in Denver when he arrived at a train station with a laptop, ready to transfer classified documents. But he was dealing with an undercover FBI agent who was posing as a Russian official. Dahlke worked as an information systems security designer for the NSA. Dahlke admitted to mental health issues and being in debt. Under the plea deal, prosecutors say they will recommend less than 22 years in prison. His lawyer says Dahlke had only worked for the Government Intelligence Agency for less than a month. I'm Jackie Quinn.
And that'll do it for us today. On behalf of all of us here at VOA, we thank you so much for listening. Until next time, I'm VOA's Lori London. But uncertainty looms over congressional approval for future support.
There has not been any further approval of Ukrainian military aid or Ukrainian aid. So once that $5 billion runs out, the administration is going to have to find some different ways to fund Ukraine if they can.
Plus, an overnight Russian drone attack comes dangerously close to one of Ukraine's nuclear plants.
Damage of the administrative building at the plant and to the household building. Also, as a result of this attack, over 1,800 people have no electricity.
And later in the program, a new report suggests a top Russian military official came close to being assassinated in a Ukrainian attack. Today is Wednesday, October 25th. From the Voice of America, this is Flashpoint Ukraine. Good evening. I'm Lori London in Washington. 3 U.S. military officials tell VOA the United States is providing up to $150 million more in additional military aid for Ukraine. I spoke with VOA Pentagon correspondent Carla Babb for details. What are you hearing, Carla?
So this package is going to be the latest from the Presidential Drawdown Authority. This would be the 49th of these packages that the U.S. has made available for Ukraine. This package is going to include more rockets for their HIMARS, that high mobility artillery rocket system, not the ATACMS that they've recently had, not the long range rockets, but the shorter range rockets that they've been having for a while now. It's also going to include some munitions for the National Advanced Surface to Air Missile System, the NASAMS, another air defense system that they have. It's going to have anti-tank missiles, Sidewinder missiles. And one thing that's interesting to note, it's also going to include 155 millimeter rounds. Those are the rounds for the howitzers, the artillery rounds, and those have been causing some concern recently because both Ukraine and Israel need that 155 millimeter rounds in their fights, in their wars. Ukraine, their war against Russia, and then Israel, its war against Hamas militants.
It's interesting because we're coming at a time when Congress is at a standstill without Republicans in the House of Representatives yet to elect a speaker in order to even have any voting on the president's requested funding for Ukraine. How long can the Pentagon continue to provide this sort of aid to Ukraine without congressional approval?
Well, the U.S. has provided about $44 billion in security assistance to Ukraine since the beginning of Russia's war in February 2022. They still have about $5 billion of congressionally approved funding for Ukraine military aid. But as you said, there is not a Speaker of the House right now. And as the law stands, there has not been any further approval of Ukrainian military aid or Ukrainian aid. So once that $5 billion runs out, the administration is going to have to find some different ways to fund Ukraine if they can. can. We are going to see a potential vote in the House as well. The speaker that is up has said that he does not support further funding Ukraine. That could be a cause for concern for moderate Republicans. We'll just have to see how this plays out.
The most recent ATACMS that the U.S. provided seem to be having a pretty strong impact in success for Ukraine's efforts.
That's right. Ukraine has been asking for the ATACMS for more than a year. Let's be clear. This is something Ukraine has wanted for a long time because it is such a critical weapon. And the Pentagon will tell you that there's no silver bullet that's going to win this war. Well, I've been talking to former military officers who have been saying for months and months, like, yeah, there's no silver bullet, but this could really help them out because ATACMS provide Ukraine the ability to hit further into Russian-controlled territory. Not only that, it allows them to keep their weapons and their people further back from the front lines to strike major targets. You don't have to go all the way up to the front where Russia can target you in order to try to hit them. I hesitate to say a game changer, but it definitely provides an advantage to Ukraine that they have needed for months and months. Will it be enough to push through the defenses and break the land bridge that they want to break between Crimea and Russia before the winter sets in? That's to be seen. That might be asking too much for Ukraine at that point, but they have taken the small number of ATACMS that they were given secretly, and Ukraine said that when it used them last week, they destroyed at least 9 Russian helicopters, an anti-aircraft launcher, ammunition depots, all the way out in Luhansk in eastern Ukraine. So it's definitely showing its effects.
VOA Pentagon correspondent Carla Babb, thank you so much for taking the time to fill us in. Ukraine endured another night of close to a dozen Russian drone attacks. Despite being intercepted, drone debris damaged critical infrastructure near a nuclear power plant in western Ukraine. I got an update from Anna Chernikova in Kyiv. Anna, it sounds like there were some pretty serious drone attacks, and I know Ukraine was able to subvert many of them, but that didn't stop the debris and these attacks to having a pretty huge impact. What can you tell us about it?
Yeah, well, actually, over the night, Russian military launched 11 drones, Shahed drones, over Ukraine. This was reported by the Ukrainian Air Defense. There is confirmation that Ukrainian Air Forces destroyed all of those drones. However, the result of debris are quite significant. So at this point, we understand that air defense was working in the Cherkasy, Kherson, Poltava, Zhytomyr, Khmelnytsky, and Mykolaiv regions. So basically, we can see that almost every area of Ukraine, every region in terms of east, south, west, and north were affected. And particularly, the main effect was over the Khmelnytsky region. At this point, we have confirmation from the Ministry of Energy of Ukraine that this over-the-night attack caused heats near the Khmelnytsky nuclear power plant, and particularly the damage of the administrative building at the plant and also the household building. Also, as a result of this attack, over 1,800 people currently have no electricity because there were some also damages of the electricity lines in the Khmelnytsky region.
That sounds pretty serious. And I know with winter coming, there are a lot of concerns. We've been talking about electricity and attacks on energy infrastructure and how Ukrainians are preparing. I understand President Zelensky is also reaching out to citizens about this very issue.
Well, yes, exactly. As President Zelensky had a response to this latest attack, he warned Ukrainians that there are going to be more of such attacks by Russian forces, and Ukraine should get ready to this. At the same time, he also responded to Russia, saying that Ukraine will also respond. However, of course, he did not provide any additional details, but he just mentioned that Ukraine already had success in Crimea and that Ukraine will continue their defense and their fight.
Anna Chernikova reporting for VOA from Kyiv. We thank you so much, as always.
Thank you.
And while Russia's war on Ukraine continues, much of the world has been turning its attention to the growing unrest in the Middle East following brutal attacks in Israel by Hamas militants. VOA Eastern Europe Bureau Chief Miroslava Gongadze spoke with Ivana Klimpush-Sinsadze, chair of the Parliamentary Committee on Integration of Ukraine to the EU, to find out how Ukrainians are reacting to this new world crisis.
Well, definitely majority of Ukrainians, and that is important to underline, are seeing it as part of the same war that we are fighting at this particular moment, because we understand that, unfortunately, the terrorist Hamas attack on Israel is part of the axis of evil that Russia and Tehran, Iran, are part of. And they are, that's part of the whole war on the truth, so to say, when some people do see abroad the real terrorists as freedom fighters. And it's important that Ukrainians do understand what really is going on, and we are hoping that that also is going to sober up our colleagues in Israel in understanding also who is the real foe and who is the real friend, in terms of understanding that Russia is actually not necessarily the partner that they should rely on.
So you're basically agreeing with President Biden, who said that it's a similar conflict, and this, as you said, the evil axis. Yeah. However, do you agree that Ukrainian and Israeli support would be in the same package as President Biden asked for Congress?
As far as I understand, considering all the nuances of the American politics right now, internal politics, this is a very smart approach in explaining to American public what the American people should stand up against in supporting both Israel and Ukraine. And therefore, I do hope that this will find the understanding also in the Congress, and that this package won't be somehow divided. Even though we heard yesterday former President, or was it today, President Trump saying, actually like calling on separation of this package and insisting that these are totally different wars, and one should be, one ally, one partner like Israel should be supported and not necessarily Ukraine. So I hope that that will not find seed in the Republican Party, among the Republican members of the party, at least among the majority of those who understand the geopolitics and who understand the real intentions of the Russian Federation in this war against Ukraine and the free world. It's not Ukraine. Ukraine is just only on the front line of this war, but not necessarily the final target of it.
Are you and your colleague concerned about maybe diversion and tension from Ukrainian war at this time?
Definitely we understand that when there are several priorities, that is deviating a lot of attention, some resources as well, and also some accents in what this or that government is paying attention to. And so for that matter, we do worry, and we do hope that Ukraine will not be forgotten, that this war that we are brutal, absolutely bloody defensive war that we have to fight today on our own territory, that it won't be forgotten by American leadership and American people. And we see that President Biden is making this particular case not to forget and to respond cohesively in a comprehensive manner. So hopefully this approach won't allow for this shift of priorities, and we also hear positive responses from our partners in the EU on the European continent that are trying to assure Ukraine and Ukrainians that they are keeping very, very high, or highest on their agenda, the priority of continuation of supporting Ukraine.
You're going to Brussels. Right now in Europe, this issue of the conflict in the Middle East is dividing societies, specifically in Europe, where we have a lot of Palestinians, immigrants. We see the protest movement and so on. What is the Ukrainian legislative body position on this issue, and how would you planning to kind of attract new attention from European partners?
Well, we do see this protests, and we also understand that some people are actually misled by the propaganda machinery that is working to ensure that people think that terrorists are freedom fighters, where we started. And that is something that is unfortunately just misleading the good intentions of some people, that they are being used for those demonstrations. And that is a very painful part of it. But that is how the propaganda machinery works, how the information type of war machinery machinery, of hybrid war machinery is also working. So for us, it's important to talk to not only to politicians, we are going right now to European Parliament, to our colleagues in the European Parliament, but definitely also through media, with the support of media, also to reach out to societies in the European countries in order to continue explaining what is happening on the ground. Well, it's difficult to find a kind of to organize or whatever the new wave of support, but the priority is to ensure that we are not stuck in this level of support that we have as of now, that we don't get the decreased support, but we actually all together ensure by the explanation, by the real people's story, human stories that we are going through, we ensure the increase of this support from European partners and also from the American colleagues.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ivana Klimpush-Tsintsadze, chair of the Parliamentary Committee on Integration of Ukraine to the EU, speaking with VOA Eastern Europe Bureau Chief Miroslava Gongadze. Turkey will take part in peace talks next week aimed at finding ways to end Russia's invasion of Ukraine. President Volodymyr Zelensky made the announcement last week after speaking on the phone with his Turkish counterpart Recep Tayyip Erdogan, noting that Turkey's participation will add an authoritative voice and stance to the talks. Russia is not expected to take part in the talks, which Zelensky hopes will rally support for his own peace plan. Meanwhile, there are fears of a new conflict growing as Turkey and Azerbaijan demands a corridor through American territory after last month's forced exodus of ethnic Armenians from the disputed Nagorno-Karabakh region. As Dorian Jones reports from Istanbul, Russia also supports this plan.
Turkish and Azerbaijani military on Monday started 3 days of drills across Azerbaijan, including its autonomous region of Nakhchivan on the border with Turkey. The drills took place after the two countries' leaders called for a 40-kilometer-long corridor through Armenian territory to connect the Azerbaijani territories. Known as the Zangezur Corridor, is of critical importance to the two allies. Hussein Baja is the head of the Foreign Policy Institute, a research organization in Ankara.
Armenia has to make a decision, peace for land or land for peace. Also for Turkey, very important to have this Zangezur corridor open, not only to connect with Azerbaijan, but also with all the Central Asian countries through the Caspian Sea and also through the main roads that the goods of Turkey will be transported to Central Asia.
Turkish-backed Azerbaijani forces last month captured a disputed region of Nagorno-Karabakh from ethnic Armenians who emptied out of the territory. Observers say the Armenian government, still reeling from taking more than 100,000 refugees, strongly opposes giving up any Armenian territory. Eric Hachopian is a political consultant in Armenia.
This is the red line of red lines. It will never be accepted. What they say is that let's open up all roads. It's our sovereign territory. You drive through our sovereign territory. We drive through your sovereign territory, but the roads will be controlled by us. There'll be no extra corridor. There'll be no legal corridor.
Russia backs the idea of a land corridor outside Armenian control and proposes that Russian troops administer it. Armenia's government has increasingly aligned itself with Western powers as it seeks to break away from Russia's sphere of influence. Observers say Moscow sees a corridor outside Armenia's control as part of a broader strategy of circumventing international sanctions by setting up new trade routes through friendly countries, explains Russia specialist Tatiana Matrova, a visiting professor at the Paris School of International Affairs.
Russia is basically rebuilding its whole logistical network, and this corridor is potentially important part of this new network from north to south.
But Tehran strongly opposes the corridor. Iran has close links with its Armenian neighbor and is a rival of Azerbaijan. Last year, Iranian forces conducted drills on Azerbaijan's border. Analysts say the proposed corridor will raise Tehran's suspicions of Azerbaijan as the Azerbaijanis threaten to cut a route used by Iran to circumvent sanctions. Galia Lindenstrauss is an analyst with the Institute for National Security Studies in Tel Aviv.
If Azerbaijan gets what it wants, it will get a corridor that will be in its complete control without any of Armenia's sovereignty on it, which means it basically does cut between Armenia and Iran. And we know that all sorts of things have been moved through the border between Iran and Armenia, and some of these things are very critical to Iran.
As Turkish-Azerbaijani military exercises started, Tehran hosted peace talks between Armenia and Azerbaijan Monday, with Russian and Turkish foreign ministers also attending. They gathered but apparently made little progress, and tensions continue to simmer in the region. Dorian Jones, VOA News, Istanbul.
You're listening to VOA's Flashpoint Ukraine. I'm Lori London. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says Russian naval assets are no longer safe in the Black Sea near Crimea. He noted recent Ukrainian attacks have denied the Russian fleet safe bases and secure maritime corridors in the western part of the Black Sea. Associated Press correspondent Karen Shamus has this report.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said that recent Ukrainian attacks have stopped Russian ships from accessing safe bases in the sea near Crimea. Denying Russia secure maritime corridors is part of the Ukrainian military's aim to squeeze Russian forces out of the Crimean Peninsula. Russian-annexed Crimea provides support for Moscow's battlefield efforts further west in Ukraine. I'm Karen Shamas.
A top Russian military official came close to being assassinated in a Ukrainian attack, according to a recent report in the Washington Post. I spoke with Thibault Spillet, a news fellow with Business Insider, who's been following this report and others like it.
You just published a story referencing some reports that you've gathered together about Ukraine coming close to potentially assassinating the leader of Russia's entire military when he visited the front lines. What can you tell us about this story?
Sure. Well, what is interesting about the story is that this individual, so the Russian officer, is Valery Gerasimov. He is the chief of the general staff of Russia's military. So in other words, he's the leader of all of Russia's military. And so Gerasimov was on the list of several top commanders that Ukraine security services were trying to kill, according to the Washington Post. And so Ukraine ordered and launched strikes against him and other military commanders. And almost all of them were killed in the attack, except for Gerasimov. That's pretty much everything we know about this particular case so far. We don't know when and where the attack took place. However, what we do know is that this wasn't the first time Ukraine targeted Russian military commanders or even officials.
What do you know about some of the other potential operations that Ukraine security services took on?
Well, there have been a number of reported attacks over the last 2 years that were all aimed at Russian war supporters. And so obviously the suspicion here is that those operations were directed by Ukrainian security services. And this was confirmed by the Washington Post. So for instance, there was a car bomb explosion on the outskirts of Moscow in August of last year. And so the victim here was Daria Dugina. She was a prominent war supporter and the daughter of Alexander Dugin, who is a Russian nationalist thinker who's believed to be a close ally of Vladimir Putin. Right after this particular attack, U.S. officials even told the New York Times that they believe the attack might have been directed by Ukrainian government officials. And Ukraine has consistently denied involvement in those attacks. The closest Ukraine has ever got to admitting to those covert operations was in May of last year. It was Kirill Budanov, who's the chief of Ukraine's military intelligence service. He told the Times of London that his agents were targeting and executing Russian propagandists who have supported Russia's invasion. He even said that his agents had already successfully targeted quite a few people, but we don't know the exact number of targets or even killings. The most recent attack we know about was a missile strike on Russia's Black Sea Fleet headquarters in the occupied Crimean Peninsula. So that was in September. And Ukrainian fighters said that they had obtained sensitive information on senior Russian commanders from Russian officers who were upset about Moscow's delay in paying their salaries. And just like that, they knew the location of those top military commanders and they targeted them with a missile strike. And Ukraine claimed that more than 30 of them were killed in the attack. So basically, it's just a succession of attacks what we've seen over the last 2 years since Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine.
Obviously, Ukraine is gathering intelligence, whether it's its own intelligence or it may be getting help from one of its allies. But obviously, it would be gaining some insights to where these people are located from intelligence.
Right. We don't have a lot of information about this so far. It hasn't been reported yet. What we do know is that the CIA has been involved also in those efforts to collect security intelligence information about the location of those individuals. However, they've always said that they're not involved in those attacks. That is what has been reported by the Washington Post. But this is as far as it gets, basically.
As you gathered all of these reports, what's your overall view of the significance of all of this, and if Ukraine is potentially going to continue these efforts?
Well, it says that it looks like Ukraine is going to keep conducting those attacks against Russian officials and commanders inside Russia or on the front lines, wherever they are. And one of the concerns is that basically those attacks could continue even outside of Russia or even Ukraine. These attacks on Russian officials or even top military commanders have been ongoing since even 2014, when actually Russia invaded Ukraine for the very first time. So it looks very likely that those attacks will continue, whether that is inside Ukraine or inside Russia. They will definitely continue.
Thibault Spillet, a news fellow with Business Insider, thank you so much for being with us. And that'll do it for us today, but stay up to date with continuing coverage of Ukraine and news from around the world, 24 hours a day at voanews.com. And on social media, just follow VOA News. On behalf of all of us here at VOA, we thank you very much for listening. Until next time, I'm VOA's Lori London.
The United States finally has a Speaker of the House.
He hasn't yet been a chairman of any influential House committees, and he's only been in Congress for 3 terms. So this is certainly an unusual rise to power.
Plus, what will Iran's support of Hamas and other anti-Israel groups mean for its nuclear program?
There was room for direct negotiations towards the end of October between Iran and the U.S. in Oman. But that, I think, is now completely off the books, and there is probably no political space left for direct engagement between the two countries.
And later, the Prime Minister of Australia is visiting Washington. We'll have an update from the White House. Today is Thursday, October 26th, and this is VOA's International Edition. From VOA headquarters in Washington, I'm Steve Karish. An update on Israel and Hamas coming up in a moment. But first, an update on events in Washington. After 3 weeks of negotiations and voting, Republicans in the U.S. House of Representatives have finally elected a Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson of Louisiana. But what do we know about Mike Johnson, and what can we expect from him as House Speaker? To find out, I spoke with VOA's congressional correspondent, Catherine Gibson.
So Mike Johnson was one of the lower-level members of House Republican leadership. He ranked below Steve Scalise, who you may remember was also a candidate for Speaker of the House 2 weeks ago. He hasn't yet been a chairman of any influential House committees, and he's only been in Congress for 3 terms. So this is certainly an unusual rise to power in terms of the speakership. We haven't seen somebody really come from the back benches and come to this position that's second in line for the presidential succession and really will now be part of intelligence briefings. We'll have nuclear codes. We'll have a lot of responsibility very quickly. So it'll be interesting to see how he deals with that.
Is there a sense among Republicans that they had to do something right away?
I think after the turnover on Tuesday, when Tom Emmer was designated as Speaker by the House Republican Conference, and then within a matter of hours, largely because of former President Donald Trump criticizing him, had to withdraw that candidacy. I think there was a sense that there was fatigue over all of this and that they really needed to get back to work, get back to figuring out aid to Israel, aid to Ukraine. You know, of course, we also have the short-term government funding bill expiring on November 17th. If they don't figure that out, then the government will close. So, yes, I think after the rapid turnover of Tuesday, there was definitely a sense that this needed to get done.
So, in a sense, it was more important to fill the seat than it was to fill the seat with the absolute right person.
Well, I think it also, in the minds of many more conservative Republican members of the House, this is a great choice for them. Johnson has a very strong record of being anti-abortion, anti-gay marriage. He's a strong evangelical Christian. A lot of other members were saying that this hails the rise of the MAGA right, that we're finally seeing a real Donald Trump supporter rise to a position of power within the U.S. House of Representatives. So I think it was a mix of the two factors.
Well, that sort of brings up my next question is, what can we expect from his speakership? What kind of bills will he put forward? What kind of policies does he endorse?
Well, one of the first things he did as Speaker was bring up a resolution condemning Hamas's attack on Israel and expressing the U.S. Congress's need to get behind Israel and support them. We know that he has proposed another short-term government funding deal that would push the issue out into early next year so that they can actually get to work on the actual appropriations bills and figure out real spending levels, which is always a priority for Republicans, to make those spending cuts and try to be fiscally responsible. They want to buy more time to make those negotiations with a Democrat majority Senate and, of course, Biden in the White House. So that's going to be the first order of business for a Mike Johnson speakership.
My last question for you, Catherine. The House of Representatives is just under 50% Democrat as well. What's their sense of Johnson, and what's their sense of moving forward and getting stuff done in a bipartisan way?
Well, President Biden, in his statement on the election of Johnson, said that he was willing to work with anyone to get the work of the American people done. Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries said something much along the same lines. But really, they're very interested in how this is going to play out for the 2024 midterm elections. They are saying that Johnson is an extreme member of the right, that he is a Donald Trump supporter through and through, and that his extremist policies are not going to appeal to the American people at large. They're already saying that this is going to be a key campaign issue, arguing that he tried to overturn the results of the 2020 election, and that is something that doesn't sit well with the majority of American people. So it's going to be tough for them to work with somebody whose underlying values they simply do not agree with.
Catherine Gibson is VOA's congressional correspondent. Catherine, thanks for your time. Thanks for your reporting on this.
So good to be with you.
Israel is preparing a ground invasion of Gaza, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said in a televised statement on Wednesday, though he declined to provide any details. He said the decision on when forces would go into the Palestinian enclave controlled by Hamas would be taken by the government's special war cabinet, which includes the leader of one of the centrist opposition parties.
We are raining hellfire on Hamas. We've already killed thousands of terrorists, and this is only the beginning. Simultaneously, we are preparing for a ground invasion. I will not elaborate on when, how, or how many. I will also not elaborate on the various calculations we're making, which the public is mostly unaware of, and that is how things should be.
Israel has carried out days of intense bombing of the densely populated Gaza Strip following the October 7th Hamas attack on Israeli communities that killed some 1,400 people. More than 6,500 Palestinians have been killed in the bombardments, this according to Gaza's health ministry. Earlier, citing U.S. and Israeli officials, the Wall Street Journal reported that Israel has agreed to delay the invasion of Gaza so that the United States could rush missile defenses to the region. All this as the UN warned on Wednesday that the Gaza Strip is on the verge of running out of fuel, forcing the UN to sharply curtail relief efforts. Meanwhile, the leader of Lebanon's Hezbollah group held talks on Wednesday in Beirut with senior Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad leaders in a meeting of 3 of the top anti-Israel militant groups amid the war raging in Gaza. Their goal, according to a statement carried on Hezbollah-run and Lebanese state media, was to achieve a real victory for the resistance in Gaza and Palestine and halt Israel's treacherous and brutal aggression against our oppressed and steadfast people in Gaza and the West Bank. As tensions in the Middle East escalate following the Hamas attack on Israel and Israel's subsequent bombing of Hamas targets in Gaza, the future of Iran's nuclear program remains unresolved. As Henry Ridgewell reports, the West sees Tehran as the major backer of Hamas, and the group's attack on Israel has set back efforts to de-escalate tensions with Iran.
Western leaders see Iran as the major supporter of Hamas militants, but have not accused Tehran of direct involvement in the group's October 7th cross-border attack on Israel. Prior to the attack, relations between the West and Iran had been cautiously improving. In September, the United States struck a prisoner swap deal with Tehran and released $6 billion of frozen Iranian assets. That money has since been refrozen. Ali Vaez is an Iran analyst at the International Crisis Group in Washington.
There was room for direct negotiations towards the end of October between Iran and the US in Oman. But that, I think, is now completely off the books, and there is probably no political space left for direct engagement between the two countries.
Talks in Vienna to revive the 2015 Iran nuclear deal, the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, or JCPOA, stalled last year, though neither side has said it is officially finished. The United States pulled out of the JCPOA in 2018, and Iran stopped complying with its commitments soon after. The UN's nuclear watchdog, the International Atomic Energy Agency, said in its August report that Iran was continuing to enrich uranium up to 60% purity, short of 90% weapons-grade fuel. Iran has removed IAEA monitoring equipment and has blocked some inspectors from visiting the country. Again, analyst Ali Vaez.
As part of the de-escalatory understanding between Iran and the US, Iran stopped accumulating additional 60% enriched uranium. Well, that might now change given the rising tensions between the two sides. It would take Iran less than a week to enrich enough uranium for a single nuclear weapon. And that's why this is literally a ticking bomb. And there needs to be a solution one way or another to curb Iran's nuclear activities.
IAEA chief Rafael Grossi said he saw no correlation between the Israel-Hamas war and Iran's nuclear program. Peter Jenkins is a former British ambassador to the IAEA.
There's still no evidence that Iran is contemplating a move away from compliance with its essential nuclear non-proliferation treaty commitment, which is to refrain from manufacturing nuclear weapons.
Could Tehran seek to use its nuclear program as leverage against the West as tensions increase in the region? Again, Peter Jenkins.
I can imagine them looking for ways of increasing concern and an anxiety in the West about their nuclear program, but stopping short of actually, shall we say, crossing the line and ceasing to be in compliance with the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty.
Meanwhile, Israel has repeatedly said it would not allow Iran to develop a nuclear weapon. Israel itself is widely believed to have atomic weapons, though it does not allow IAEA inspections of its nuclear sites. Henry Ridgwell, VOA News, London.
And here are some more stories we're following from around the world. Weather forecasters say Hurricane Otis made landfall Wednesday morning on Mexico's southern Pacific coast as a potentially catastrophic Category 5 storm. Mexico's Army and Navy deployed thousands of troops to the area with specialized equipment to aid in rescues. The Guerrero state government said it was preparing nearly 400 shelters in anticipation of families being driven from their homes by wind or surging waters. Donald Trump was called to the witness stand and fined $10,000 on Wednesday. This after the judge concluded that the former president had violated a limited gag order by commenting publicly on court personnel in his civil fraud trial. It was the second time in less than a week that Trump was penalized for his out-of-court comments. And in Nairobi, the Chief Justice of Kenya has sent a proposal to Parliament that calls for removing the death penalty for the crimes of murder, violent theft, and treason, saying the proposed changes aim to put the country's laws more in line with international human rights standards. Much of the world's attention has been on the situation between Israel and Hamas in the Gaza Strip. However, the broader conflict between Israelis and Palestinians also includes the West Bank and the roughly 3 million Palestinians who call it home. What has life been like there in the days after Hamas launched a deadly incursion into southern Israel? VOA's Rick Pantaleo spoke with correspondent Jan Boychat, who is reporting from the West Bank and has this update.
Jan, you told me that you spent days in the West Bank and you attended a funeral today. You also mentioned that there's a lot of rage and frustration over there and a lot of criticism about the way the Palestinian Authority have been dealing with all of this, trying to avoid a confrontational approach to Israel. Can you share some of what you're experiencing or what you're seeing on the West Bank?
Yes, I was today in this funeral, a 16-year-old boy. He was killed by the Israeli forces. So far, more than 100 Palestinians have been killed in the West Bank by the Israeli forces and by Jewish settlers that live there. Talking to people there, most of them, they say, it's time to change the approach towards Israel. They've been criticizing Mahmoud Abbas, the Palestinian Authority president, because he's been trying for the last 30 years to find a solution through negotiation, trying to convince the international community that they have to step in this situation to find a solution for the Palestinian issue. But in the last 30 years, things are getting worse and worse for the Palestinians. They're losing land in the West Bank. Gaza is under a very strong blockade for the last 15 years. So a lot of people in the West Bank are just saying, we need to change. We need to find another way. And for a lot of people, another way means violence, means confrontation. So there's a very tense feeling and a fearful feeling as well for the people there. They do believe the war will reach them the same way it's reaching the Gaza people right now.
And from what I've read, Palestinian officials are saying that Israel launched drone strike on the West Bank, killing 3 people and injured more than 20 others. They're saying that the attack came after Israeli forces conducting a raid in the territory came under fire near the Jenin refugee camp.
Exactly. It's been happening for the last days. As I said, since the war between Israel and Hamas started, more than 100 Palestinians have been killed. A lot of them in operations like the Israeli forces entering refugee camps, entering some Palestinian cities to try to arrest people they say are connected to Hamas. This morning, in this place that I was, in the Kalandia refugee camp, that what happened. Like the Israeli forces entered this refugee camp to arrest some people they say they were connected to Hamas, and people there, they start fighting back, throwing stones, but some people probably with guns as well. And this young boy was killed. So this is something that is happening in the last 2 weeks, and it's fueling the anger in the West Bank.
And finally, I've read that hundreds of demonstrators, including members of various Palestinian unions and federations, marched on Wednesday in Ramallah, located within the West Bank, to protest against the Israeli military strikes in Gaza. What do you know about that?
Oh, that's been happening in the last 2 weeks. There are protests all the time in Ramallah. Some of them are very violent, especially the young people are confronting the Israeli forces that are around. Last Friday, for example, I was in one of those protests, and there was a lot of violence. I saw at least 6 guys were shot with live ammunition by the Israeli forces. And the fear is that this violence can escalate there after all this violence that is going on everywhere around here.
If you don't mind me asking, Jan, how are you coping with all this going around you?
It's very sad to see what's going on. Here, I think it's easier. I have good friends working in Gaza now, Palestinian people who live there that I met at the time. And I think the situation there is catastrophic. I have the chance to leave. I can go when I feel I can go, but a lot of people, they can't. Mm-hmm. So I have to cope with this in a good way, because I have the chance to leave whenever I want to leave. So it's very different.
Jan, thank you very much for joining us. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much for having me.
From Washington, it's VOA's International Edition. I'm Steve Carish. Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese visited the White House for a state visit on Wednesday. The pageantry-filled day offered a chance for the two nations, who are already close, to deepen their cooperation around nuclear-powered attack submarines and their joint military presence in the Pacific Islands. Both moves seen as critical to countering China's increased ambitions. VOA's Anita Powell reports from the White House.
President Joe Biden warmly welcomed Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese to the White House on Wednesday, acknowledging that the state visit was overshadowed by gruesome events on the other side of the globe.
Together, we're standing with Israel against Hamas terrorism. We're standing with Ukraine against Putin's tyranny. And we're providing and proving that democracy can deliver on the challenges that matter most to people's lives, from climate change to cancer.
Albanese highlighted those conflicts to emphasize that the two English-speaking liberal democracies hold shared ideals.
In today's uncertain world, the alliance between Australia and the United States and the way that we stand steadfast against aggression, whether it be Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine or whether it be Hamas's terrorist attack on Israel, is something that can be relied upon for us to stand up for our common values.
Biden said the visit offered the two a chance to double down on their country's cooperation, which includes technological, scientific, and military endeavors. The two also cited their efforts to counter a shared adversary, China, with Biden warning Beijing about its recent harassment of Philippine vessels in the South China Sea. Any attacks, he said, would invoke the U.S.'s Mutual Defense Treaty with the Southeast Asian archipelago. Earlier in his term, Biden forged a trilateral security partnership with Australia and Britain called AUKUS, which calls for enhanced military interoperability and assistance for Australia to acquire conventionally armed, nuclear-powered submarines. Analysts say all of this is being closely watched not only by Beijing, Canberra, and Washington, but also by the region being courted by all three, the many diffuse island nations that dot the Pacific Ocean. Biden hosted many of those leaders at a forum last month. Gordon Peake is a senior advisor for the Pacific Islands at the U.S. Institute of Peace.
It's also be interesting to see how it plays out in the Pacific, which has got some leaders are lukewarmly for AUKUS, others are kind of ambivalent towards AUKUS. There's an awful lot of opposition to AUKUS within the region as well, particularly there's the nuclear submarines, the fact that they are nuclear powered but conventionally armed.
Albanese soon embarks on another high-profile visit. He recently announced he'll visit Beijing and Shanghai in early November to meet with President Xi Jinping. Anita Powell, VOA News, the White House.
And that's going to wrap it up for us today. This has been International Edition on the Voice of America. On behalf of everyone at VOA, thanks for joining us. For pictures, stories, videos, and more, follow VOA News on your favorite social media platform or on voanews.com. Until next time, I'm Steve Karish in Washington.
Soldiers who don't follow orders.
We also have information that Russian commanders are threatening to execute entire units if they seek to retreat from Ukrainian artillery fire.
Plus, while the future of U.S. congressional approval of aid for Ukraine remains in limbo, EU leaders express broad support.
If we don't help Ukraine, then what is the alternative? Really, I mean, Russia wins, and so what happens next? Why do you think that you're safe then when we give away Ukraine and don't support them right now?
And later in the program, concerns grow by the day for a Ukrainian journalist who has been missing for 3 months now. Today is Friday, October 27th. From the Voice of America, this is Flashpoint Ukraine. Good evening. I'm Lori London in Washington. The White House says Russia isn't just killing Ukrainian civilians and soldiers, but it's also killing its own troops who don't comply. National Security Spokesman John Kirby.
Some of them on the orders of their own leaders. We have information that the Russian military has been actually executing soldiers who refuse to follow orders. We also have information that Russian commanders are threatening to execute entire units if they seek to retreat from Ukrainian artillery fire.
During a news conference Thursday, Kirby called the actions barbaric.
But I think it's a symptom of how poorly Russia's military leaders know they're doing and how bad they have handled this from a military perspective.
He said it appears the Russian military is using what he described as human wave tactics.
Just throwing masses of these poorly trained soldiers right into the fight, no proper equipment, no leadership, no resourcing.
And while Kirby didn't provide any details on how many Russian soldiers have been executed, VOA White House Bureau Chief Patsy Widakuswara followed up with Kirby on the reports and asked about Ukraine's upcoming peace talks.
You said that Russia is executing soldiers who refuse to follow orders. What is the basis of this information and why are you sharing it now?
It is based on information that we have received and we believe that as they try to continue to conduct offensive operations, it was important to make that public, to showcase for the world how desperate they're becoming.
And next week, Malta will be hosting the third Ukraine Peace Formula Summit. Who is representing the U.S. and does the administration believe that President Zelensky's peace plan is gaining more support?
We believe his peace formula is important, and we're doing everything we can to help actualize it and operationalize it. I don't have an agenda or participation list to speak to right now about the meeting in Malta, but we fully support the efforts of Ukraine to continue to work with the international community to again, move that peace formula forward. It is vitally important to us that whatever peace looks like in Ukraine, that it's acceptable to President Zelensky and the Ukrainian people, and that has to start with his peace formula.
The release of the U.S. intelligence on Russia's actions towards its non-compliant soldiers comes as President Biden is pressing the Republican-led House for more funding for Ukraine. Newly elected House Speaker Mike Johnson is against sending money to Ukraine without conditions, while noting Israel as a priority.
The first bill that I'm going to bring to this floor in just a little while will be in support of our dear friend Israel, and we're overdue in getting that done.
Biden met with Johnson and Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries at the White House Thursday to discuss his request for nearly $106 billion for Israel, Ukraine, and other national security needs. Johnson, a staunch conservative allied with Donald Trump, has shown little interest in providing additional money from Congress to support Ukraine in its war against Russia. But later, he did insist Congress is not going to abandon Ukraine, while asserting it needs more information about the Biden administration's Ukraine strategy. At the EU summit this week in Brussels, leaders expressed their broad support on a plan for $50 billion in aid for Ukraine over the next 4 years. Estonian Prime Minister Kaja Kallas.
If we don't help Ukraine, then what is the alternative? Russia wins, and so what happens next? Why do you think that you're safe then when we give away Ukraine and don't support them right now? So that is a question that is actually unanswered by them. So I think we have to, talk further.
While neither rejected the proposal outright, Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban on Thursday said he wanted the proposal for the $53 billion to be better justified before he could agree to it, and his Slovakian counterpart cited corruption in Ukraine while also expressing his reservations. Irish Prime Minister Leo Varadkar pushed back on those concerns.
I expect we will disagree on this matter. We have a very strong view that Ukraine has a right to defend its sovereignty, its independence, its democracy. It's by no means a perfect country, and there are and have been issues and problems around corruption, for example. But this is a war of aggression. Russia has invaded, an unprovoked invasion, is trying to take over all or part of that country. If we don't stop Putin in Ukraine, he won't stop there. So it is a threat to all of us.
The EU's overall support for Ukraine totals almost $85 billion since Russia invaded in February of 2022. President Volodymyr Zelensky this week claimed that recent Ukrainian attacks have denied the Russian fleet safe bases and secure maritime corridors in the western part of the Black Sea, as Kyiv's troops look to squeeze the Kremlin's occupying forces out of the Crimean Peninsula. For insights on this strong statement, I spoke with Taya Dunleavy, senior analyst with the Center for Maritime Strategy.
President Zelensky has recently, just this past week, said that Russian naval fleets are no longer safe in the Black Sea near Crimea. That is a bold statement. What do you see the reasoning for him saying that? Are they really a threat now to the Russian fleet?
It is definitely a bold statement. And he also mentioned that there is this illusion of the Black Sea fleet that's been shattered by Ukraine's recent naval developments. And Ukraine's recent naval developments can be considered successes within the broader counteroffensive of Ukraine that's been ongoing, but now is extended to the maritime domain. This is important because early in the war, honestly, the maritime domain was not a large part of the conversation. It was mostly discounted. We pretty much assumed that Russia and its Black Sea fleet maintained de facto control of the Black Sea and was able to shape the region according to Russia's interest because of its military and naval strength and presence in the Black Sea. It effectively blockaded the Ukrainian coastline, bombarded Ukrainian coastal cities, and effectively had the upper hand for the better part of a year.
Right.
Now we're seeing tides are turning exactly as Zelensky said. And I think what he's saying is very accurate. We can see that by the measurement that Russia is moving its Black Sea fleet from Sevastopol on Crimea, now putting it into a quote-unquote safer place in Novorossiysk, on the eastern side of the Black Sea. We also see that the Russian Navy and the Black Sea Fleet is looking to consolidate more power there rather than put more forces closer to Ukraine in Crimea and Sevastopol. So there's been recent announcements that the Russian Navy plans to establish a naval base in Abkhazia in Georgia, which is really significant as well because Abkhazia's disputed territory back to the 2008 Russian invasion of Georgia. Georgia's upset about this establishment, but that's kind of a side point. All to say that Russia is putting it's investing long-term in the eastern part of the Black Sea rather than consolidating more forces in the western part of the Black Sea, which is all to say that Ukraine is gaining more and more control over its own waters.
How was it able to do that?
There were many different tactics that Ukraine was able to use. And Ukraine is not the only factor here. We also can look at the role of Western supplied weapons, for example, anti-ship missiles like Harpoons, Neptunes, which were important for the sinking of the Russian Black Sea flagship ship, the Moskva. Those played an important role. But we also see the role of rapidly developing Ukrainian naval technology, especially when it comes to drones. So, for example, the kamikaze drone within the past couple of months that was able to attack Russian ships docked at Novorossiysk demonstrates the longer range capabilities of the Ukrainian Navy through these new unmanned and technologically advanced systems. So it's not necessarily a classic naval battle in the Black Sea, where it's surface vessel against a surface vessel. It's these unmanned, small kamikaze drones that are able to inflict significant damage to Russia's Black Sea fleet. So those are a couple of the important factors that have led to Ukraine's success.
And of course, we know since the Russian blockade, there has been an alternative Black Sea export corridor. We've been hearing some conflicting reports this past week. A non-Ukrainian source, I believe it was a shipping company, was saying that that alternative corridor was closed now, that it wasn't safe. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is disputing that, saying it is still functioning and open for business. What are you hearing about all that?
So what I'm able to see just from open source reporting is that the Ukrainian government is adamantly stating that the humanitarian corridor is up and running. Even if that is true, that doesn't mean that there's not substantial threats to the humanitarian corridor. It may be true that the Ukrainian Navy is still able to maintain the sea lanes that have been protected by the corridor. But at the same time, we know that Russia has threatened to lay down more mines closer to the corridor. We know that Russia has harassed commercial vessels, landed several Russian military officers on a commercial vessel just a couple months ago in order to intimidate vessels transporting to Ukraine. So those threats are persistent. But in this most recent case, what I saw is that there was some explosive ordnance and concerns about that, particularly close to the sea lanes. And this also involved Russian air power, as far as I understand. So this kind of demonstrates that, although we can say Ukraine is shattering the illusion of the Black Sea fleet, Russia's not giving up yet. We know that Crimea is extremely important to Russia for historical reasons, symbolic reasons, military reasons, geopolitical. The list goes on and on and on. And although they may be withdrawing vessels from Sevastopol, that doesn't mean that, Crimea is still not what's often called the floating Russian aircraft carrier. It doesn't mean that it's still not going to be a base or contribute to other operations that threaten shipping from Ukraine, and also just provide other types of military threats to Ukraine as well.
But are shipping companies going to feel safe enough to actually want to move through there? Are companies going to be willing to risk that?
It's a really important question that changes hour by hour and day by day. We know that insurance premiums for shipping, they change every few days and they evolve as the situation develops in the Black Sea. So Russia's ongoing threats to shipping, few of the examples we just talked about, for example, harassing commercial vessels going to and from Ukraine, threatening to lay mines, threatening to sail warships or sail naval vessels closer to this shipping corridor. Those are all intimidating and bullying tactics that Russia is using in hopes to deter commercial shipping. But what I'd say is despite these threats, as pervasive as they are, we've still seen over 50 ships that have been able to navigate through Ukraine's humanitarian corridor, which is not backed by the United Nations. It's not backed by Turkey. It's not backed by these other powers that protected the UN Grain Initiative pathway, for example. This is just Ukraine that's been able to provide enough assurance in order to facilitate exports from Ukraine. And so that's a developing story. I'm sure we'll see that Russia will continue to try and intimidate the commercial shipping industry through these threats in the Black Sea. Yet we're also seeing Ukraine do some really impressive maneuvering to allow for commercial exports.
Taya Dunleavy, senior analyst with the Center for Maritime Strategy, thank you so much. About 700,000 metric tons of grain have been exported through Ukraine's new Black Sea export corridor since it began operating in August, according to the Ukrainian agriculture minister. You're listening to VOA's Flashpoint Ukraine. I'm Lori London. For many Ukrainians, the Israel-Hamas conflict is similar to the war Ukraine is fighting. Jewish community representatives and politicians in Ukraine hope the U.S. will continue to support both Israel and Ukraine as the world's attention turns away from Russia's full-scale invasion of their country to the escalating war in the Middle East. VOA Eastern Europe Bureau Chief Miroslava Gungadze reports from Kyiv.
In this one of the oldest synagogues in the center of Kyiv, military chaplains from different faiths came together for supper. At the dinner table, they discussed the challenges of war. Having been on the front line of the Russian-Ukrainian war since the beginning of the full-scale invasion, they see many parallels between their fight and the recent attack on Israel by Hamas militants. Rabbi David Millman explains the origin of the Israeli-Hamas conflict to his colleagues. He says he was shocked by the attack. First, Millman says he was horrified. His children are in Israel, his grandchildren are also there. He couldn't understand how this was possible. He and others didn't expect anything like this. They were expecting such attack from Hezbollah or Iran, but not Hamas. Compared to Hezbollah and Iran, he says, Hamas are pocket bandits or minor threats. Israeli intelligence did not pay enough attention to Hamas. As Millman sees it, the Russian assault on Ukraine and the Hamas attack on Israel followed the same playbook. He said Hamas could not have carried out this attack without serious help and planning from outside. He suspects Russia, although he says he has no evidence. Rabbi Millman shows us President Volodymyr Zelensky's chair together with the Israeli ambassador's chair in the front row of this synagogue. Millman has two homelands, Ukraine and Israel, and he feels both countries need support to combat aggression. Igor Samyvolos, executive director at Ukraine's Association of Middle East Studies, says both wars involve the same enemies of democracy. Samyvolos says that on a strategic level, there is no doubt that Russia and Iran are involved. And since both are enemies of democracies like that of Ukraine and Israel, it can only affect the conflict in Ukraine. He says the fight is becoming more global, and like U.S. President Joseph Biden says, it's part of the world confrontation between democracies and autocracies. He says that Ukrainians are feeling its effect. Ivana Klimpush-Sensadze, the chair of the Parliamentary Committee on Integration of Ukraine to the EU, says many Ukrainians see the attack on Israel as part of the same war that Ukraine is fighting. She supports President Biden's approach of combining an aid package for Ukraine and Israel.
As far as I understand, considering all the nuances of the American politics right now, internal politics, this is a very smart approach in explaining to American public what the American people should stand up against in supporting both Israel and Ukraine.
Ukraine has significance for many Jewish people. Past Israeli leaders Golda Meir and Ariel Sharon had roots in the country, and Millman says many Jewish religious figures are buried here. He says he prays daily for both lands to be supported in their fight for survival. Miroslava Gongadze, VOA News, Kyiv, Ukraine.
Well, despite bleak outlooks on their emotional and financial well-being, Ukrainians remain optimistic about their future, according to a Gallup poll released this week. The pressures of war have been weighing heavily on Ukrainian citizens since Russia's full-scale invasion. While many say they've been unable to afford necessities such as food and water, many others report experiencing difficult feelings, with worry high on the list. Russian forces have lost at least a brigade worth of troops trying to advance on Ukraine's eastern town of Avdiivka. Russia has been renewing its push to encircle the embattled town, trying to overwhelm Ukrainian positions with constant barrages of artillery and waves of troops and fighting vehicles. I got details from Anna Chernikova in Kyiv.
So as we discussed already, situation in Avdiivka is kind of a central in terms of discussion right now of the Ukrainian front line. And President Zelensky just recently had a conversation with the Prime Minister of UK, Rishi Sunak, where he was also talking about Avdiivka and confirming that Ukrainian soldiers basically managed to stop the assault by Russian soldiers at this point at least. And also he confirmed that Russian forces have significant losses in that area. Particularly, he said that at least a brigade of personnel was killed by Ukrainian soldiers, Russian personnel. So we understand that situation remains extremely tough, but there is certain success by the Ukrainian forces as well.
And what about the Kharkiv region?
Well, Kharkiv region, we see again the reports about intensifying of the shelling, and as we also discussed already about Kupiansk region, that it will be evacuation of families with children. Also, Izum region was under fire in these recent days, and in total we can say that unfortunately Kharkiv region again is suffering from more shelling and more victims of this shelling, and it looks like that at least 10 settlements in the Kharkiv region will be obliged to evacuate families with children.
And turning to something more technical, Anna, it sounds like Ukraine will start to increase production of ammunition. Tell us more about what you're hearing about that.
The Ukrainian Secretary of the National Security and Defense Council, Alexei Danilov, in his recent speech at the Ukrainian television marathon, he mentioned that basically Ukraine is soon to increase the production of ammunition at the expense of state and private enterprises, and that the equipment has already been installed, at least certain equipment, as he said. He mentioned that this is the way for Ukraine because, of course, Ukraine needs more, and as the war is ongoing and in some areas of the frontline fightings are intensifying, it's absolutely priority for Ukraine to not only get equipment as a support by the allies, but also to produce more CEFR of its own. And he said that, of course, the state cannot basically cover all of those, but private companies, Ukrainian private companies can help. And this is exactly what's happening. So more details might be coming sometime soon, but he said that this is what's basically happening right now. And it's already something special that he can tell, because definitely this is a top secret information and it will remain. So we will be waiting for possibly more updates on that.
Anna Chernikova reporting for VOA from Kyiv. Thank you so much for the update.
Thank you.
Fears are growing for a Ukrainian journalist who has not been seen or heard from in months. Carmela Caruso has the story narrated by VOA's Jessica Jarit.
It's been almost 3 months since Ukrainian journalist Victoria Rashina went missing. The award-winning reporter had been travelling to Ukraine's southeast in August. She sent a message saying she had passed the checkpoint, then silence. Ukrainian security services later told Rashina's family she was captured by the Russians, says her friend Anna Nemetova, who works for the Daily Beast.
Your parents are heartbroken. Your father, your mother, your sister, they're all very, very worried about her. And they regret that she wouldn't stop covering the most dangerous regions. But nobody could stop Victoria.
Rashina made a name for herself with fearless coverage when Russian forces invaded her home country. The freelance journalist pivoted from covering court cases to reporting on the front lines. In her first weeks, soldiers shot at her car and Russia's Federal Security Service detained the journalist for 10 days. She later described the experience for the Ukrainian news website Hromadska, saying, "I didn't feel fear. There was only despair over the unknown and wasted time, the inability to do my job." The journalist's coverage last year was recognised with a Courage Award from the International Women's Media Foundation, or IWMF. Here's Executive Director Elisa Liz Munez.
The fact that she was detained by Russian soldiers and lived through that experience and went back and kept reporting as if that never happened certainly shows an incredible amount of courage and tenacity, and a journalist who's willing to risk everything to report the news.
1 year later, Munez and others are advocating for Rashina's release. This time, though, it's been nearly 3 months since anyone has received word. As friends and former colleagues wait for news, they reflect on Rashina's bravery. Ukrainian journalist and activist Maria Romanenko worked alongside Rashina for several years. She describes her as a quiet, hard-working woman with fierce courage and a tireless commitment to do her job as a journalist.
It's just this sort of very, very impressive braveness in her, and always going for those stories that nobody else, I think, really wanted to. And she did it willingly, she would volunteer to do these things. And that always really, really impressed me.
She, like Munez and Nemetova, are all hoping for Rashina's safe return. They say sharing her story is one way to be sure she is not forgotten. For Carmela Caruso, Jessica Jarit, VOA News.
And that will do it for us today. Stay up to date with continuing coverage on Ukraine and news from around the world. 24 hours as fighting intensifies.
They will be evacuated to either safe areas within Ukraine, or maybe even some of them will go abroad.
Plus, as EU leaders meet for their annual summit in Brussels, they say discussions on the conflict in the Middle East won't divert their attention to Ukraine.
This should not take our attention away from Ukraine, and this is exactly what Putin would want. We need to continue to help Ukraine militarily and financially.
And later in the program, Ukrainian police officers who lost limbs on the battlefield are returning to work on clearing mines. We'll have their story. Today is Thursday, October 26th. From the Voice of America, this is Flashpoint Ukraine. Good evening, I'm Lori London in Washington. Ukrainian officials have ordered further mandatory evacuations of children as fighting on multiple front lines intensifies. I spoke with Anna Chernikova in Kyiv for details.
Anna, we were just talking the other day about how Ukrainian officials were conducting mandatory evacuations for the Kherson region for children, for all of the children. And now I understand another region is being called to evacuate. What can you tell us about that?
We are hearing from the Kharkiv region, particularly from the area of Kupiansk. The city of Kupiansk is under quite a heavy shelling and the area around as well. And we're hearing from that area that actually it will be, again, mandatory evacuation for families with children from at least 10 settlements in that area. And the evacuation has been carried out due to the shelling of the frontline communities. And according also to this official information, there are at least 275 children who still live in that areas, in that territory. And they will be evacuated to either safe areas within Ukraine, or maybe even some of them will go abroad. And at least one adult representative should be with the child.
It must be very traumatic for these families to have to just completely, basically escape the threat of being bombed and killed and uprooting their lives.
Well, yeah, it's actually quite difficult to even imagine what they feel because, of course, people just leave everything behind. They leave their homes, their relatives, their families. Some of them, a lot of families face a situation when one member or a couple member of the family decide not to go, and then mother, for instance, with a child or children is leaving because to keep children safe. And of course, families are divided and just leave their home behind.
When are they told to leave by? Is it immediate?
So they're not mentioning how fast the evacuation should go, but it might be that more areas will be obliged to evacuate.
And President Zelensky is expected to be attending the EU summit. Ukraine will be on the agenda. What do you know about what he's planning to say?
Yeah, actually, President Zelensky on Wednesday announced that he will participate in the meeting of the European Council at the level of EU leaders, and he will have a speech during this meeting. He mentioned that one of the main highlights of his speech will be sanctions against Russia, and his point that the sanctions have to be expanded and strengthened. And basically one of the facts that he will use in order to promote this idea is this latest attack on one of the nuclear plants in Ukraine in the west that we discussed on Wednesday, because this is definitely still a huge risk, because every shelling which is happening in that area is a potential risk for these nuclear factories and plants. So this would be one of his main points and argument at the speech.
Anna Chernikova reporting for VOA from Kyiv.
Full embargo for Russia! Full embargo for Russia!
A small group of pro-Ukrainian protesters gathered in Brussels Thursday to call on European Union leaders meeting in the city to strengthen sanctions against Russia and boost arms deliveries to Ukraine.
We have to send those weapons to Ukraine faster and in bigger volumes, and we have to put strong sanctions on all the possible goods and close all the possible loops that Russia is using.
The 27 leaders of EU member countries attending the summit will discuss support for Ukraine, while the diplomatic focus is also on the Israel-Hamas conflict. Speaking to reporters, European Parliament President Roberta Metsola says the conflict in the Middle East should not divert attention from what Russia is doing in Ukraine.
This should not take our attention away from Ukraine, and this is exactly what Putin would want. We need to continue to help Ukraine militarily and financially, and that is one thing that we will continue even in the context of the reform of our multi-annual financial framework and the Ukraine facility that we voted on in the European Parliament last week.
And as we heard from Anna Chernikova, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky will address the summit by video link. Support for Kyiv will have first place in the summit declaration. The EU and its member countries have provided billions of dollars in assistance to Ukraine since Russian forces invaded in February of last year. Meanwhile, Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban at the summit Thursday said he was, quote, proud of his contacts with Russian President Vladimir Putin, whom he met in China this month despite European Union efforts to isolate Moscow for waging war against Ukraine. Hungary cultivates closer ties with Russia than any European Union states and is seen as a key potential opponent to a decision due in December on whether to open EU accession talks with Ukraine, which would require the unanimous backing of the bloc's 27 members. Poland has been one of Ukraine's most supportive neighbors since Russia's invasion, but there have been tensions recently over grain exports and Warsaw halting supplies of weapons to Ukraine, but concerns have eased after a group of pro-European Union parties secured a majority in an October 15th election. Opposition leader Donald Tusk, who is likely to become Poland's next prime minister following the election, met with EU leaders this week.
The results of the elections in Poland and the amazing turnout, we said it already, also among the youngest voters in Poland, showed clearly to the whole of Europe, I think, that democracy, rule of law, freedom of speech, European unity are still really important to our citizens. I am really proud of my compatriots. They have proved that the anti-democratic and anti-European mood doesn't have to be a trend, that it's just seasonal turbulence.
Sharing the sentiment that voters in Poland stood for democracy, European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen expressed continued support for Ukraine.
The record turnout in the elections that took place in Poland on October 15th has shown once again that Poles are strongly attached to democracy. Donald Tusk and me, we will be discussing important issues in which the voice of Poland is crucial. The war at the borders of our union and the continued support for Ukraine will be one of them. Poles are proud Europeans. They have already shown enormous solidarity and took responsibility in many dimensions.
Tusk said there is agreement on the importance of finding a solution to grain exports that's good for both Ukraine and Polish farmers. Well, the European island nation of Malta will host a round of Ukraine peace talks this weekend after similar meetings in Jeddah and Copenhagen earlier this year. President Zelensky has expressed hope that his Turkish counterpart's participation in the talks will add a strong voice on ways to end Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Russia is not expected to take part in the talks, which Zelensky hopes will rally support for his own peace plan. I got a preview on what to expect from correspondent Dorian Jones in Istanbul.
Well, this is, I think, an effort by the international community to build a collective force, as it were, to put pressure on Moscow to end this conflict. Now, this peace formula with 10 points is putting a lot of demands on Russia. It calls for their complete withdrawal. It calls for war crimes investigations against those responsible. So I think given the present status of the conflict, few are expecting Russia to agree to any of these points, given that reality, facts on the ground appear that the Russian forces, for now at least, are resisting Ukraine's offensive, and they do seem to be engaged in this war of attrition. So I think on the Ukrainian side and the supporters of Ukraine, they are trying to build an alliance to put pressure on Russia. Countries like Saudi Arabia, which are expected to attend, which do have good links with Moscow, and also, crucially, Turkey. Now, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, the president, has made no secret of his close ties to Putin, regularly speaking, regularly meeting. And in many ways, he's seen as a pivotal player in these talks. And in fact, the Ukrainian president, Volodymyr Zelensky, who spoke to Erdogan a few days ago, underlined that point, saying that Erdogan can play a very important role. So there'll be a lot of expectations on Erdogan that it's possible that he can use some of his influence on Putin to, at some point, come to some sort of negotiation. But it has to be said, there is very little expectation of any major breakthrough. Possibly other issues on the talks possibly will be this ongoing concerns over Ukraine exports. We understand now that Ukraine has suspended its what it called its humanitarian corridor of exporting grain across through the Black Sea because of fears of Russian attacks. Now that will cause major concerns on world food markets. So there will be talks possibly on that and possibly reaching some possible deal with Russia to reopen and come back to this grain deal, which Erdogan was a key person in delivering that deal.
As far as Erdogan's efforts with the peace talks, since you said he does have a close relationship with Vladimir Putin, does he have an equally good relationship with Zelensky? And has he stated where he stands on the war in general and what he would like to see?
Well, Erdogan has seemed to pulled off, at least for now, quite a remarkable diplomatic feat of maintaining good relations with both Zelensky and Putin. Now, on the one side, Erdogan has given very strong diplomatic support for Ukraine, saying its territorial integrity has to be respected, and at the same time have been delivering very important arms, notably Turkey's drones, which certainly in the initial phases of the conflict were crucial in holding back Russia's offensive, and that military support is ongoing. But at the same time, Turkey has not enforced international sanctions against Russia, and that's been very important for the Russian economy and for it to continue on in face of tightening international sanctions, and also has kept open Turkish airspace. Turkey is one of the few places that you can fly directly to Russia. So Turkey has played this very delicate balancing act, which has allowed him to play this pivotal role. But it has to be said that in the last few weeks and possibly months, Erdogan's influence on Putin does appear to be on the wane, notably this very important grain deal, which Erdogan helped to negotiate with the United Nations, which was very important in delivering grain to the world and keeping food prices from rocketing. Russia has walked away from that. And despite intense efforts by Erdogan to get Russia to return to that deal, Putin has so far refused. And in many ways, that is seen as a sign that possibly Erdogan's influence in Putin isn't what it once was.
Well, overall, it just seems like a tough hill to climb in general to come up with some sort of agreement when Russia is dead set on taking Ukraine as its own, and Ukraine wants the territories that Russia has already occupied in Ukraine. Zelensky wants them out, and he wants including Crimea. So it seems like a very tough hill to climb as far as getting to that place. I understand this is sort of just a peace formula talk, so it looks like they'll still have a long way to go, as you mentioned.
Well, that certainly is the sentiment. In many ways, what happens on the battlefield in many ways will dictate what role diplomacy can play going forward. And the fact at the moment, it does appear still deadlocked, and Russia is playing this war of attrition and will be eyeing that key Western backers of Ukraine will start to get fatigued and possibly looking to forthcoming elections next year, notably the United States presidential elections. Putin, in many ways, is seen to be waiting to see the outcome of those elections and possibly hoping that a new administration will be less supportive of Ukraine militarily and will give him a strong stance in any future negotiations. So for now, at least, no one is expecting Russia to change its stance unless there is a major breakthrough militarily on the ground in Ukraine.
Correspondent Dorian Jones reporting to us from Istanbul. We thank you so much.
You're welcome.
You're listening to VOA's Flashpoint Ukraine. I'm Lori London. With jailed American journalist Evan Gershkovich spending his birthday in prison this week, family and colleagues are discussing their efforts to secure his release. VOA's Christina Saucedo-Schmidt spoke with the Wall Street Journal reporter's sister about his case.
Detained in Russia since March, the Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich is set to spend his 32nd birthday in a Moscow jail Thursday. And according to his sister, Daniel Gershkovich, one more day is a day too long.
We wish he was celebrating his birthday with his family, with us. So not being able to do that, we've all sent him really sappy, sweet letters. And I'm really excited for him to be able to read those and just hope that we can keep his spirits up. His dream.
The Gershkovich family is keeping the word out about Evan's case and pressuring the U.S. government to secure his release.
We got the opportunity to meet President Biden in person at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. And, you know, he came to us as a father, so that meant so much. We also met Secretary Blinken, who carries around a card with him of all the names of Americans detained abroad.
Evan Gershkovich's colleagues are also focused on his release, with Wall Street Journal Paul Beckett tasked with leading those efforts. He works closely with Gershkovich's family and colleagues.
The other is dealing with the U.S. government, hoping that we can prompt some negotiations between the governments in Washington and in Moscow, because they ultimately will be the people that bring him home.
Raising public awareness is another strategy, Beckett says.
We just don't want to get to the point where people start to wonder what happened to him. We need to be there to tell them all the time what is happening to him.
Gorshkovich is one of 2 American journalists currently held in Russia. Officials in October arrested Radio Free Europe Radio Liberty editor Alsu Kurmashva for allegedly failing to comply with the foreign agent law. RFE-RL, like VOA, is an independent broadcaster under the U.S. Agency for Global Media.
It's terrible to know that something like this could happen to any journalist. And it makes me just believe stronger that journalism must be protected, and journalists must be protected and be able to do their jobs.
While she waits for her brother's release, Daniil Gorshkovich is holding on to memories.
I just remember one time we were traveling and we were sitting watching the sunset and drinking a beer together, and it was this moment where I realized, he's my brother, but he's also my friend.
With a court denying the latest appeal earlier this month, Gorshkovich is ordered held until at least November 30th. Cristina Caicedo-Smith, VOA News.
South Korea, the United States, and Japan have condemned North Korea's alleged supply of munitions to Russia. Associated Press correspondent Karen Chamis has the story.
In a joint statement, the US, Japan, and South Korea said that all 3 nations will work together to expose Russia's attempts to acquire military equipment from North Korea. The statement comes a few days after Russia's Foreign Minister, Sergei Lavrov, scoffed at recent US claims that Russia has received North Korean weapons. Lavrov said Washington has failed to prove the allegation. The US, South Korea and others believe North Korea is trying to get hold of sophisticated weapons technologies for its nuclear program from Russia in exchange for its weapons supply. I'm Karen Chamas.
American manufacturer Brink Drones is one of the U.S. companies that has shipped hundreds of drones to Ukraine. These drones are designed to help first responders survey the impacted areas of Russian shelling and find survivors. Andrea Boris visited the Brink manufacturing facility. Anna Rice narrates his story.
Used as both tools of war and rescue, these drones made by American company Brink are playing a crucial role in Ukraine. This drone is called Lemur 2, and it's made in Seattle in a Brink Drones manufacturing facility.
A core use case for us is searching collapsed buildings, partially collapsed buildings. So instead of sending in a person to a building that might be actively structurally unstable, or if you're dealing with a situation where stairways are collapsed.
This is how it works. First, the drone needs to get inside the building. If the windows are intact, it can break them with the help of a special hard alloy tip. Then, using a special laser radar, it scans the premises, creating its 3D map. The same technology is used by self-driving vehicles.
So this is actually a 3D map of the building that we're sitting in right now. So you can zoom in, we're actually sitting right up here. The entrance that you guys walked in was pretty much over here. You also have devices that, let's say you want to be able to see video as well. So you can see this is the video that's coming off the drone that's creating that 3D map, all on a separate device.
Then, with the help of thermal cameras, the drone can locate people that might still be in the building and establish contact with them.
Tied to that, we still have our microphone and our loudspeaker here as well, so we're able to do two-way communications.
Lemurs were tested in February 2023 when a 7.8 earthquake struck southern and central Turkey and northern and western Syria. Brink drones helped rescuers find survivors under the rubble. Brink says they have sent some 60 drones to Ukraine to help with search and rescue missions.
There were some specific feature requests that are unique to their operating environment. One was they didn't want to rely on GPS at all. They wanted a fully GPS-denied capable drone.
Brink staff are now working on training operators on a new generation of drones for Ukraine.
And so we trained up the Ukrainian teams and then got feedback as well from that product. And a lot of it actually led into the Lemur 2. Some of the critical features that led into the Lemur 2 are the 3D mapping and 2D mapping functions.
Brink hopes their next-generation drones will be used in law enforcement, as well as for negotiations with criminals that might have taken hostages. They say they already have orders from the New York Police Department. For Andrei Boris in Seattle, Washington, NRI's VOA News.
Andrei Ilkiv, a Ukrainian police sapper, is one of 14 who, despite losing limbs on the battlefield, are returning to work on their demining jobs in the wake of Russia's invasion. Rachel Judah with Reuters has their story.
On the battlefields of northeastern Ukraine, a team of sappers risked their lives to clear Russian landmines. Andrei Ilkiv is one such combat engineer. Just over a year ago, in September 2022, he had his leg amputated below the knee after a landmine he was working on blew up beneath him. By May of this year, he was back at work. With the help of his prosthetic limb, he was once again sweeping for mines and defusing them.
Of course, obviously, there is fear when you return and you stand next to a minefield. There is fear. But on the other hand, you know that with the help of a metal detector, a sapper spade, and special equipment, that one can move and conduct demining work.
The 37-year-old father of 4 is one of 14 sappers who returned to their demining jobs in a national police unit of around 100, despite being wounded.
I saw people with artificial limbs. I saw them moving, even taking part in sporting activities, living a very active life. And then I understood it is possible to return to work, to continue working.
Ilkiv's unit was created after Russia's full-scale invasion in February 2022, and it focuses on humanitarian mine clearance away from the fighting. They're now operating in the regions of Kherson and Kharkiv, chunks of which were recaptured from Russia last year. 4 of their sappers have been killed in blasts and 16 wounded. One of those injured is 51-year-old Valery Onul, who lost his leg in a blast in November last year.
I lifted myself up, looked down, and one of my legs was gone. I moved the toes of my other leg. The leg seemed fine. By then, the guys got to me. They started pulling me out. I tried to help with my good leg. I moved bit by bit and managed to get myself out without triggering the other mines that were there.
Just like Ilkiv, he's back at work. With his morale unshaken, he says he knew even in the immediate aftermath of the blast that he would return to mine clearance work. Ukraine estimates that about a third of the country is now strewn with mines, potentially dangerous war detritus. Kiev fears it could take decades to clear the area.
That was Rachel Judah from Reuters reporting. And that'll do it for us today. Stay up to date with continuing coverage on Ukraine and news from around the world, 24 hours a day at
attacks Iran-backed facilities in Syria.
The U.S. military has conducted what they refer to as self-defense strikes on 2 facilities in eastern Syria that they say are used by Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and Iranian-backed proxy groups.
Plus, President Joe Biden is facing domestic pressures over foreign conflicts.
9 members of Congress, mostly from the progressive wing of Biden's Democratic Party, voted against a resolution backing Israel and condemning Hamas.
And later, what happens to Russian soldiers in Ukraine who don't follow orders? Plus, King Charles is headed to Kenya. Today is Friday, October 27th, and this is VOA's International Edition. From VOA headquarters in Washington, I'm Steve Karish. A developing story out of the Pentagon. Late Thursday night in Washington, the Secretary of Defense announced that the U.S. has attacked facilities in Syria used by Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and affiliated groups. For more, I'm joined by VOA's Pentagon correspondent, Carla Babb.
That's right. The U.S. military has conducted what they refer to as self-defense strikes on 2 facilities in eastern Syria that they say are used by Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and Iranian-backed proxy groups. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin says the precision strikes are a response to this series of strikes that have been going on against U.S. forces in Iraq and Syria over the past few days. Our latest tally that I have from multiple officials is that at least 17 attacks have occurred in Iraq and Syria over the last few days because of this, because of all of these injuries and this death. The secretary said that there is safety of U.S. personnel is a priority, and he said that the president directed these strikes that happened tonight because he said that he wanted to make clear that the United States will not tolerate such attacks and will defend itself, its personnel, and its interests.
And is the Pentagon saying that the previous strikes on American forces in the region originated from these facilities in Syria?
They have not gotten into that level of specificity at this point, but we do know that the Pentagon has reiterated several times, and the White House has reiterated several times, that these attacks over the last few days were conducted by Iranian-backed proxies that are funded by Iran, and ultimately they hold Iran accountable for these actions. But they said this is not in their minds, this is not intended to expand the war. It was narrowly tailored to defend U.S. personnel in Iraq and Syria, the Pentagon says, and it has nothing to do with the ongoing conflict between Israel and Hamas, with the defense secretary saying tonight that they do not want this to constitute a shift in the U.S. approach to the Israel-Hamas conflict. They urge all state and non-state actors in the region not to escalate this into a broader regional war.
Do we know what the United States used to make these attacks? Was it troops? Was it planes? How did it happen?
This was an aerial assault. I am unclear if it was manned or unmanned aircraft at this time, but it was definitely airstrikes that were conducted. And I have been told by officials that these strikes had been planned for several days, that they were waiting for the right timing, the right conditions to strike back against these proxy groups.
Carla Babb is VOA's Pentagon correspondent. Carla, thanks for your reporting on this breaking story.
You're welcome.
As we've seen with Carla, the military situation in the Middle East is growing more tense. The same is true with the political situation in Washington. Joe Biden campaigned on ending forever wars. He now faces the new conflict in Gaza amid the ongoing Ukraine war and rising Sino-U.S. tensions over Taiwan. How he handles these challenges amid domestic pressures, including dissent from progressives within his own party and a new Speaker of the House with a track record of opposing aid for Ukraine, may affect his re-election bid in 2024. VOA's White House Bureau Chief Patsy Widakuswara has the story.
Amid mounting Palestinian deaths from Israeli airstrikes that the Hamas-run health ministry in Gaza says have surpassed 7,000, this comment from U.S. President Joe Biden.
I have no notion that the Palestinians are telling the truth about how many people are killed. I'm sure innocents have been killed, and it's the price of waging a war.
The statement angered American Arabs, Muslims, and others already protesting Biden's handling of the war in Gaza.
This is shocking and dehumanizing. Would the president feel better if 1,000 Palestinian children had died?
Progressives are also angry. 9 members of Congress, mostly from the progressive wing of Biden's Democratic Party, voted against a resolution backing Israel and condemning Hamas because it did not mourn the loss of Palestinian lives or mention the two-state solution. Various polls show more Americans sympathize with Israelis than with the Palestinians, though younger Americans are more divided.
With American Jews, a very important group in terms of votes and also contributions to the Democratic Party, there's been almost universal praise for President Biden and the way he's handled this.
Republicans in Congress are increasingly skeptical of Biden's commitment to fund foreign wars, including newly elected House Speaker Mike Johnson, who is against sending more money to Ukraine without conditions, but is sympathetic to Israel.
The first bill that I'm going to bring to this floor in just a little while will be in support of our dear friend Israel, and we're overdue in getting that done.
The share of voters who approve of Biden's handling of the issue has increased by 9 percentage points since the days immediately following Hamas' attack on Israel. How the war in Gaza will impact Biden's re-election bid in 2024 will depend on whether the conflict can be contained. In neighboring Lebanon, cross-border attacks have intensified between Israel and Iran-backed Hezbollah.
If we get involved directly in these forever wars, yes, Biden will suffer. As long as he keeps American troops out of the line of fire, I don't think it will be nearly as controversial, and I don't think it will be a major factor in people's votes.
Sabato added another key factor, whether Palestinian deaths can be minimized and humanitarian aid delivered. Patsy Widakuswara, VOA News at the White House.
French President Emmanuel Macron is seeking to promote his proposal to defeat Hamas and other terrorist groups. His suggestion came as he completed a visit to Israel, the West Bank, Jordan, and Egypt. VOA's senior diplomatic correspondent Cindy Sain has the details.
During his visit to the Middle East this week, in the wake of the October 7th Hamas attacks that killed 1,400 Israelis, French President Emmanuel Macron made headlines by suggesting that the international coalition to defeat the Islamic State group widen its scope to also target Hamas.
On the basis of this experience, let us build with all the states which are ready to help. Today, Israel, but all the countries in the region, to fight against terrorist groups, including Hamas, to share information, to identify these terrorists and neutralize them.
Macron's office clarified that the proposal was not about sending troops on the ground, but that it rather would involve sharing intelligence and combating the financing of terrorism. The U.S. State Department designated Hamas a terrorist group in 1997. The European Union and other Western countries also consider Hamas to be a terrorist organization. But Hamas has received verbal support from Turkey and Arab countries such as Qatar and is backed by Iran. Bruce Hoffman, an expert in counterterrorism with the Council on Foreign Relations, said he doubts Macron's idea will win much support among Arab countries because of the outrage over Israel's retaliatory attacks on Gaza. He spoke to VOA via Zoom.
I think given how messy Gaza is now with the destruction that's been caused with the displacement of populations, it would be very difficult for many countries to commit to any kind of active role in Gaza's future or in countering Hamas.
Catherine Zimmerman, a counterterrorism expert with the American Enterprise Institute, told VOA that finding any practical solution to stopping Hamas terror would be a huge challenge. She spoke to VOA via Zoom.
It's a very difficult needle to thread, and I actually think it might be impossible with Hamas itself, where the group's mission statement, it's not to advance the Palestinian cause, but in there is the idea of destroying Israel. And so it would literally mean transforming what Hamas is in order to deal with this terrorism problem.
U.S. President Joe Biden has repeatedly called for another step that Macron has also backed, a revival of the two-state-based Israeli-Palestinian peace process once the Gaza war is over. Cindy Sain, VOA News.
And here are some more stories we're following from around the world. At least 18 people were killed Wednesday night in mass shootings at a restaurant and bowling alley in the northeastern U.S. state of Maine, sparking a massive search for the suspect, who is a trained firearms instructor. Meanwhile, authorities urged residents to lock themselves in their homes. Businesses and schools announced closures on Thursday. Media watchdogs and journalists in Zimbabwe are angry after members of the vice presidential security detail ordered journalists to delete photos and video of second vice president Kembo Mohadi collapsing at a campaign rally on Saturday. As Mohadi was airlifted to an unknown destination for medical attention, the security detail rounded up journalists and ordered them to wipe out recordings of the event. Malawi is seeing a spike in cholera cases, this just 2 months after the government lifted a public health emergency declaration that had been in place since early 2022. And in an emergency session of the Terrorist Financing Targeting Center this week, the U.S. called on allies in the Middle East to increase efforts to cut off outside funding for Hamas. Israel's military briefly entered northern Gaza late Wednesday night into Thursday morning. VOA's Rick Pantaleo spoke with correspondent Linda Gradstein in Jerusalem for an update.
The Israeli military says its troops and tanks briefly entered northern Gaza overnight into Thursday, hitting several militant targets as a wider ground incursion loomed after more than 2 weeks of war. What have you heard about this, Linda?
Well, this was a limited ground incursion of tanks, and it was the first ground incursion, but it's not what we've all been kind of waiting for. It was limited. It was just over the border, and then it came back. Israel said it was looking for Hamas infrastructure, and it apparently found some of the openings to the tunnels. Hamas has a whole network of tunnels running underneath northern Gaza. So it was looking for that, and Israeli officials said it was paving the way for the ground invasion, which is still to come.
Speaking of tunnels, I understand that security experts are saying that one of the biggest challenges facing Israel, should they implement a ground war in Gaza, is the Hamas tunnel network, hundreds of kilometers long and up to 80 meters deep, and it has been described by one freed hostage as a spider web. Can you tell us about the Hamas network of tunnels and what role they might be playing and what role they are playing in the conflict?
Yes, so these tunnels were obviously built over many years. Hamas apparently even has like special telephones where people in the tunnels can speak to each other without it being detected by cell phone networks or, Israeli spy equipment. And that's believed to be where most of the Hamas fighters in Gaza are holed up and kind of waiting for the Israeli ground troops to go in. And that could be one reason why Israel is waiting for a large-scale ground invasion, because it's going to be very difficult. Hamas is going to have the advantage once that ground invasion starts. And if, they're in all of these tunnels, they can just pop out at any point and attack the Israeli forces. I did see today that Israel has some new weapons that it's planning. One is called like the sponge, and it's something that can kind of seal off the tunnels. But it's going to be, assuming Israel goes ahead with this, which I'm still not completely convinced. I think it's possible that Israel will decide not on a full-scale ground invasion, but on sort of smaller pinpoint strikes like we saw overnight, as a way of trying to get rid of Hamas without endangering too many Israeli soldiers. But if it does go for a full ground invasion and getting rid of this tunnel network, you're talking about months of hand-to-hand combat in these tunnels.
Israel conducted a military drill close to its border with Lebanon on Thursday. Heavily armed Hezbollah, which is part of an Iranian-backed regional alliance. What about this drill close to the Lebanon border?
Right. Well, this drill was meant to send a message to Hezbollah that Israel is ready for anything. There have been almost daily kind of clashes across the border between Israel and Hezbollah. If you stand on the northern border with Israel, as I've done, you can actually see Hezbollah positions in plain view. I mean, you don't even need binoculars. But at least so, and Israel has clashed with Hezbollah. They've sent over anti-tank weapons. Israel's responded with artillery fire. And Israel says that at least 30 Hezbollah gunmen have been killed since the war began. At the same time, it doesn't seem that Hezbollah really wants a full-scale war with Israel. Hezbollah has at least 150,000 rockets that can reach any part of Israel. And it could be, very difficult for Israel to fight on two fronts, both on Gaza and on Lebanon. Israel says they're prepared to do so, but at least so far, Hezbollah has been sort of, I think, being very careful not to overstep something, for example, by sending a rocket that would kill a bunch of Israeli civilians. The targets that Hezbollah has been firing at have been military. It's been using smaller weapons. Again, that could change, but the sense right now is that Hezbollah does not want a war with Israel.
That's VOA's Rick Pantaleo speaking with Linda Gradstein in Jerusalem. From Washington, it's VOA's International Edition. I'm Steve Karish. The United States has information that the Russian military is executing its own soldiers who do not follow orders related to the war, the White House said on Thursday. John Kirby is White House National Security Council spokesperson.
We believe they have suffered thousands of casualties in their effort to conduct this offensive, some of them on the orders of their own leaders. We have information that the Russian military has been actually executing soldiers who refuse to follow orders. We also have information that Russian commanders are threatening to execute entire units if they seek to retreat from Ukrainian artillery fire.
An August report from the New York Times, citing unnamed U.S. officials, indicated that the number of Ukrainian and Russian troops killed or wounded since the war in Ukraine began in February of 2022 is nearing 500,000 people. Ahead of a scheduled visit to Kenya by Britain's King Charles III and Queen Camilla, the Talai clan of the Kipsigis community is petitioning the king to help them receive compensation for the loss of land during the colonial period. The request comes amid UN criticism of the British government's unresolved colonial-era land disputes. Francis Antanwa reports.
The picturesque tea highlands of Kericho County in Kenya's Rift Valley. But beneath the scenic rolling hills and sprawling tea estates are dark secrets deeply buried in the very soul of this community. When the British arrived in this part of the world, the Kipsigis community and the people of its Talai clan were evicted from their lands under the Crown Lands Ordinance of 1902, which essentially transferred ownership of their lands to the British.
Before the white man came, we were staying well with no problems with other people. Where my mother came from, we were all friends.
Kibore Cheruyot Ngasura is among the few surviving Talai elders who took part in the colonial resistance of the 1940s, which led to his detention by British colonizers. Today he is 106 years old and lives on the fringes of what was once his ancestral heaven, on a piece of land he bought after he was freed. He will live to see Britain's new King Charles III make a state visit to Kenya from October the 31st to November the 3rd, Charles' first to a Commonwealth nation since succeeding his mother, Queen Elizabeth II, last year.
We welcome the king. He is welcome here, but he must remember the Talai people. We have gone through a hard time, and he should do something about it.
Tito Arap Mitei is a former colonial-era prison warden.
We want back our property. We want back our property.
Kenya declared its independence from Britain in December of 1963. As Kenya gets ready to commemorate 60 years of independence, these peasant farmers have little cause for celebration, says Joel Kimeto, a leader and a scholar of the Kipsigis.
They should compensate us, and at the same time, they should now acknowledge and tell the Kenya government to revert back our Kipsigis ancestral lands, free of charge. We are not buying. When they came here, they did not buy.
In May 2021, United Nations Special Rapporteurs wrote to the UK government expressing concern about its failure to issue a public apology and provide reparations for the estimated 500,000 Kipsigis and Talai people who suffered under the British rule. The UK government said it issued an apology in 2013 and compensated Kenyans who lived through the emergency period and the Mau Mau insurgency and made claims. The Kipsigis and Talai note their complaint and case is separate. David Ngasura Tuwei is an advocate for the Kipsigis and the author of a book about them.
The objective of writing the book is to highlight the whole world. I want the whole world to know the plight of the Talai plus the Kipsigis, what the colonialists did to the Talai and Kipsigis people.
With Buckingham Palace saying in a statement that the king will acknowledge the more painful aspects of Britain and Kenya's shared history during his trip, there is hope that the visit could offer some semblance of historical closure. Francis Ontomwa, VOA News, Kericho, Kenya.
And that's going to wrap it up for us today. This has been International Edition on the Voice of America. On behalf of everyone at VOA, thanks for joining us. For pictures, stories, videos, and more, follow VOA News on your favorite social media platform and online at voanews.com. Until next time, I'm Steve Karish in Washington. Stay safe and have a great day.
Next, an editorial reflecting the views of the United States government.
The United States believes the United Nations has a crucial role to play in addressing the crisis in the Middle East, precipitated by Hamas's appalling terrorist attack against Israel on October 7th. The United States has put forward a resolution that sets out practical steps that we can take together toward that end, said Secretary of State Antony Blinken.
First, we all recognize the right and indeed the imperative of states to defend themselves against terrorism. That's why we must unequivocally condemn Hamas's barbaric terrorist attack against Israel. Babies riddled with bullets, young people hunted down and gunned down with glee, young people beheaded, families burned alive in a final embrace, parents executed in front of their children executed in front of their parents, and so many taken hostage in Gaza.
Second, we all agree on the vital need to protect civilians, stated Secretary Blinken.
We know Hamas does not represent the Palestinian people, and Palestinian civilians are not to blame for the carnage committed by Hamas. Palestinian civilians must be protected. That means Hamas must cease using them as human shields. It's hard to think of an act of greater cynicism. It means Israel must take all possible precautions to avoid harm to civilians. It means food, water, medicine, and other essential humanitarian assistance must be able to flow into Gaza and to the people who need them.
It is also critical that this conflict not widen, said Secretary Blinken.
To that end, we call on all member states to send a firm, united message to any state or non-state actor that is considering opening another front in this conflict against Israel, or who may target Israel's partners, including the United States. Don't throw fuel on the fire.
The United States does not seek conflict with Iran, said Secretary Blinken. But if Iran or its proxies attack U.S. personnel anywhere, make no mistake, we will defend our people. We will defend our security swiftly and decisively. And finally, we all agree that we must redouble our collective efforts to build an enduring political solution to the conflict between Israelis and Palestinians, said Secretary Blinken. The United States stands ready to work with anyone who's ready to forge a more peaceful and secure future for the region.
That was an editorial reflecting the views of the United States government.
Gaza.
What we are providing to Israel is subject to the laws of war and to the requirements that steps be taken to protect innocent life.
Plus, Egypt's president warns against allowing the conflict to spill over its border.
Sisi also warned that any further expansion of the conflict is not in the interest of the region. He underscored it as like a time bomb that could destroy all.
And later, Western Mexico is reeling from Hurricane Otis, and Spider-Man, or Spider-Men, and lots of them, in Buenos Aires. Today is Monday, October 30th, and this is VOA's International Edition. From VOA headquarters in Washington, I'm Steve Karish. We'll take a look in a little bit how the turmoil in the Middle East is affecting America's relationship with China. But now, the latest on the conflict. Israel is expanding air and ground operations on Gaza, striking dozens of underground tunnels, bunkers, and telecommunications equipment. To Israel's north, Lebanon's Hezbollah said on Sunday that it shot down an Israeli drone over southern Lebanon with a surface-to-air missile. It's the first time Hezbollah has demonstrated such a capability. Israel's military, which claimed more strikes on Sunday on what it describes as Hezbollah targets, did not comment. Also, fearing a growing regional conflict, Israel's neighbor to the east and staunch U.S. ally Jordan has asked the U.S. to deploy Patriot air defense missiles there. Meanwhile, as Israel intensifies its strikes against Hamas in Gaza, on Sunday, the Israel Defense Force reiterated its warning for civilians there to evacuate to the south, saying the need is now urgent. The United Nations warned on Sunday that civil order is starting to collapse in Gaza, this after thousands of people ransacked its food warehouses there, taking wheat, flour, and other supplies. As the death toll rises in Gaza, the Biden administration warned Israel on Sunday that it must protect civilian lives. All this as a military expert warned that Tel Aviv's mission to destroy Hamas could prove almost impossible. VOA's Veronica Balderas Iglesias has the details.
Israel Defense Forces underscored Sunday that the militant group Hamas, and not the people of Gaza, is the target of their military operations, which have now been expanded. But as more reports and footage emerge showing extensive damage in civilian areas, Israel's approach and the support the United States is giving it continues to receive scrutiny. Appearing on ABC's This Week, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan reaffirmed the U.S. position on the matter.
What we are providing to Israel is subject to the laws of war and to the requirements that steps be taken to protect innocent life. Those are requirements we impose anytime we transfer weapons to another country.
Some relatives of the hostages taken by Hamas during its October 7th terror attack on Israel have expressed worries that the ground offensive could put those kidnapped at risk. But Sullivan added that there are several ongoing efforts to get them home safely.
We are prepared to support humanitarian pauses so that hostages can get out safely, and we will keep working at that every day.
The war to destroy Hamas was deemed a, quote, nearly impossible mission that could take months, according to retired Army General Robert Abrams, who also granted an interview to ABC.
The defense that Hamas will put up in that very dense urban terrain, unlike anything that we've seen in recent years, is going to require some very fierce fighting, and simultaneously trying to ensure that the Israelis do not target unwittingly the locations of the hostages.
General Abrams also elaborated on the matters that would need to be addressed after the military conflict comes to an end.
Hamas was created as a result of a lack of a separate Palestinian state, a two-state solution, as many people have talked about. That has to be somewhere, when you ask, how does this end? That has to be part of the equation.
In the meantime, the United Nations Agency for Palestinian Refugees voiced worry Sunday that people storming its Gaza aid warehouses is a sign that civil order is starting to break down. The warning came as Pope Francis renewed calls for a ceasefire in Gaza and the release of the hostages, many of whom are believed to have dual nationalities. Veronica Balderas Iglesias, VOA News, Washington.
Meanwhile, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said on Saturday Israel will destroy the enemy above ground and below ground as the war entered what he's calling its second phase. Reuters' Angela Johnston has more.
Israel is now in its second phase of the Gaza war, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said on Saturday, adding that forces are carrying out ground operations against Hamas militants. The war inside the Gaza Strip will be difficult and long, and we are prepared for it, he said. Netanyahu once again called on Palestinian civilians to leave the northern Gaza Strip, the focus of Israel's attack. Israel has tightened its blockade on Gaza and bombarded it for 3 weeks now. People are isolated, with a telephone and internet blackout that began on Friday. Many buildings there have been reduced to rubble. People are scrambling for food, water, fuel, and medicine. Gaza health authorities say over 7,500 Palestinians have been killed in the campaign. On October 7th, an assault by Hamas killed 1,400 Israelis in the deadliest day of the nation's 75-year history. Meanwhile, there has been growing concern internationally over the toll from the bombing in Gaza. and calls for a pause to let aid get to civilians. Here's UN Human Rights Chief Volker Turk.
I am raising alarm about the possibly catastrophic consequences of large-scale ground operations in Gaza and the potential for thousands more civilians to die. Continued violence is not the answer.
Also on Saturday, Netanyahu met with families of Israelis being held hostage in Gaza by Hamas, vowing to exhaust every possibility to bring the more than 200 of them home.
That's Reuters' Angela Johnston reporting for us. A top Hamas official on Sunday called on Egypt to take decisive action to speed up aid to Gaza amid criticism over the pace of vital supplies reaching the war-torn Palestinian territory. Egypt should not remain a spectator, Hamas Politburo member Musa Abu Marzouk said. We expect a decisive stance by Egypt, allowing aid to enter Gaza as soon as possible. Gaza is suffering critical shortages of food, water, medicine, and fuel that aid agencies have warned could cause deaths. Dire though the situation may be, Egypt's President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi seems reluctant to get more involved and is warning against the conflict in Gaza growing beyond its borders, calling the entire region a ticking time bomb. Edward Uranian reports from Cairo.
Lebanon's Hezbollah militant group fired a surface-to-air missile at an Israeli drone along the Israeli-Lebanese border Saturday amid sporadic missile and rocket exchanges that have left many Lebanese worried that a war could erupt between Israel and Lebanon. After several apparent drone and rocket attacks along Egypt's northern border Friday, which left a number of people wounded, Egyptian President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi warned Saturday against expanding the nearly 3-week-old Gaza conflict to other parts of the region, including Egypt. He says that drones entered Egyptian territory from Yemen Friday and were shot down. Sisi also warned that any further expansion of the conflict is not in the interest of the region. He underscored it as like a time bomb that could destroy all. He noted Egypt as a sovereign nation and asked everyone to respect its sovereignty and position on the map. Yemen's Houthi militia group, which controls much of northern Yemen and a coastline along the Red Sea, is an ally of both Iran and Lebanon's Hezbollah. It has used Iranian-supplied drones to attack other cities inside neighboring Saudi Arabia in the past. This is the first report of Houthi drones attacking Egypt. As Israeli attacks intensify against the pro-Iranian Hamas militia that controls Gaza, Iranian Foreign Minister Hussein Amir Abdollahian warned Saturday that groups which are Iran's allies are prepared to act if the war in Gaza continues. He added that Iran's allies have enough rockets, missiles, and drones that they can access as the need arises. Amir Abdollahian threatened Israel, saying the continued killing of women and children and civilians in Gaza and the West Bank will open the door to what he called a variety of options and that anything is possible. He noted Iran's allies are trained and ready to move forward if need be. Amir Abdollahian also called for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza and noted that UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres is traveling to the region in the coming hours to try and find a political solution. Khatar Abu Diab, who teaches political science at the University of Paris, tells VOA that Egypt and other regional countries are increasingly concerned about their own national security, given both internal and external threats like Friday's attacks on the northern Sinai. Abu Diab says the attacks on Egypt may have been from Yemen or from the other side of the Egyptian border, but they are a threat to the country's security, and Egypt, like other regional states, is worried this conflict could spill over onto their own soil and threaten both their borders and their internal stability. Abu Diab points out that Egypt controlled the Gaza Strip from 1948 to 1967 and has had to deal with Islamic extremism from both Gaza and the northern Sinai for a long time. Egypt, he says, is prepared to stop any transfer of Palestinians to the Sinai to protect its own security. Saudi-owned Al Arabiya TV reported Saturday that a third convoy of aid trucks was prepared to enter Gaza to help the civilian population. It was not clear what supplies the convoy was carrying. President Sisi said Saturday that Egypt was working to facilitate the movement of the convoy into Gaza. Edward Uranian for VOA News, Cairo.
And here are other stories we're following from around the world. Authorities in Bangladesh detained a key opposition figure from the Bangladesh Nationalist Party, which called for a nationwide strike on Sunday, following a day of violent clashes with security forces. Media reports said at least 3 civilians died in the violence, which included an arson attack in the nation's capital, Dhaka. At least 1 police officer was killed and scores injured on Saturday when a massive rally by tens of thousands of opposition activists turned violent. The opposition is demanding the resignation of the prime minister. German Chancellor Olaf Scholz met with Nigerian President Bola Tinubu on Sunday as part of a West Africa tour as the European country looks to diversify its trade partners and expand economic partnerships in the energy-rich region. And the United Auto Workers Union has widened its strike against General Motors. It's the lone holdout among the 3 Detroit automakers after having reached a tentative agreement with the Jeep maker Stellantis. The escalated walkout began Saturday evening in Tennessee at GM's largest plant in North America, just hours after the Stellantis deal was reached. Tennessee's nearly 4,000 workers join about 14,000 already striking at GM factories in Texas, Michigan, and Missouri. We heard earlier how the United Nations warned that civil order was deteriorating in Gaza as people ransacked UN warehouses for food and supplies. Something similar is happening in Mexico, showing that desperation can force people to do things they might not ordinarily do. In the resort town of Acapulco, there's been a scramble for basic supplies in the days since Hurricane Otis slammed ashore. The strength of the storm caught forecasters by surprise, and area residents now seek food, fuel, and water to survive. VOA's Arash Arabasadi has more.
Police arrive at a gas station in Acapulco, Mexico at the scene of reported looting. Residents of this resort town screaming back at police as one man chants, "We are not stealing. We want gas. You are the robbers." The lack of basic needs follows the landfall of Hurricane Otis last week. In just 12 hours' time, Otis more than doubled strength from 113 to 257 kilometers per hour. Otis ultimately peaked at the strongest hurricane classification as a Category 5 storm. A hurricane with intensity that caught forecasters by surprise. National Hurricane Center Director Michael Brennan says that was because the storm found a much more favorable environment than anticipated, in part due to warmer waters, a result of climate change, and winds moving at just the right altitude and direction. The storm's damage created a desperate situation for many living in Acapulco. Scenes of widespread looting from bare essentials like food and diapers to higher-end items like flat-screen TVs. Addressing reporters on Friday, Mexican President Andrés Manuel López Obrador said nature the creator protected Mexico despite the hurricane's fury, adding fatalities appeared to be not so many. As of Sunday morning, the death toll is 39. For its part, the Mexican government responded by deploying the military to serve meals while medical personnel deliver care from makeshift clinics. Forecasters say the East Pacific lacks much of the hurricane-predicting infrastructure seen around the Atlantic coast of the United States. They say without buoys, robust land observation, and radars along the coast, they rely almost exclusively on satellite imagery, saying that leaves them with a jigsaw puzzle and only 10% of the pieces. For those living in a hurricane's path, that means little warning of what's to come. Arash Arabasadi, VOA News.
From Washington, it's VOA's International Edition. I'm Steve Karish. 1,000 Spider-Men in Argentina. That story coming up in a moment. But first, turmoil in the Middle East is only adding stress to the U.S.-China relationship. In fact, the U.S. and China stopped just short of announcing the anticipated meeting between U.S. President Joe Biden and Chinese President Xi Jinping in November on the margins of the Asia-Pacific Cooperation Summit in San Francisco. This, according to two senior U.S. officials. The word came after Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi this week held talks with senior U.S. officials in Washington aimed at stabilizing bilateral ties. VOA State Department Bureau Chief Nike Ching has more.
U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken held talks with Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi in Washington, the first such face-to-face dialogue in recent years. On Friday, U.S. President Joe Biden met with Wang to underscore the need to manage U.S.-China competition responsibly. Officials from the two countries discussed a range of issues, including Israel's war with Hamas, Russia's war on Ukraine, the fentanyl crisis, and the South China Sea. Washington has called on China to use its influence over Iran to prevent a Middle East escalation. Matthew Miller is State Department spokesperson.
We know China has relationships with a number of countries in the region, and we would urge them to use those relationships, the lines of communications they have, to urge calm and stability. We don't think that increased stability benefits the United States. It doesn't benefit China. It certainly doesn't benefit the people of the region.
For his part, Chinese Foreign Minister Wang said China is willing to cooperate with the United States to manage differences.
China and the United States need to have dialogue. Not only should we resume dialogue, the dialogue should be in-depth and comprehensive, so that with dialogue we can increase mutual understanding, reduce misunderstanding and misjudgment.
推动双边关系止跌企稳，尽快回到健康、稳定、可持续的发展轨道。
But some U.S. lawmakers question China's continuing alignment with Russia and Iran. Congressman Mike Gallagher is a Wisconsin Republican who chairs the House Select Committee on Strategic Competition between the U.S. and the Chinese Communist Party.
It should be a wake-up call to the West. Increasingly, it looks like we have an axis of authoritarian powers that are arrayed against our interests and those of our allies. China is the dominant player in this partnership. Vladimir Putin is a junior partner. But increasingly, there's collaboration with Iran.
During the talks with Wang, Biden and Blinken also expressed condolences on the passing of China's former Premier Li Keqiang, who died earlier on Friday. Nike Chin, VOA News, Washington.
And finally today, just in time for Halloween, some 1,000 people gathered in Buenos Aires on Sunday dressed as Spider-Man, aiming to break a world record for the most people dressed as the famous superhero in a single public event. Argentine influencer Uki Dean organized the gathering via Instagram, aiming to outdo an event in June in Malaysia where 685 people showed up dressed as Spider-Man. Dean said he was confident of obtaining the Guinness World Record title with turnout in Buenos Aires at the famous Obelisk Monument, where the crowd was a sea of skin-tight blue costumes and red masks. The organizers had participants provide signatures and have their photo taken as documentation to provide for the record-keeping group. And that's going to wrap it up for us today. This has been International Edition on the Voice of America. On behalf of everyone at VOA, thanks for joining us. For pictures, stories, videos, and more, follow VOA News on your favorite social media platform and online at voanews.com. Until next time, I'm Steve Karish in Washington. Stay safe and have a great day.
an editorial reflecting the views of the United States government.
Trilateral relations among Japan, the Republic of Korea, the ROK, and the United States have been strengthening, as was evidenced by this summer's trilateral summit at Camp David. One area where the three nations share a long-time understanding and are fully aligned is the threat posed by the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, the DPRK, particularly its illicit nuclear and ballistic missile programs. But another threat has emerged in recent months, the DPRK's provision of arms to Russia that are used in Putin's brutal and all-out invasion of Ukraine. On October 25th, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken, Japanese Foreign Minister Kamikawa Yoko, and ROK Foreign Minister Park Jin issued a joint statement in which they strongly condemned the provision of military equipment and munitions by the Democratic People's Republic of Korea to the Russian Federation for use against the government and people of Ukraine. Such weapons deliveries, several of which we now confirm have been completed, will significantly increase the human toll of Russia's war of aggression. The ministers noted that in return for supporting Russia, the DPRK is seeking military assistance to advance its own military objectives. They pointed out that arms transfers to or from the DPRK, as well as the transfer of dual-use technologies that could be used in the DPRK's WMD, ballistic missile, or conventional weapons programs, violate multiple UN Security Council resolutions. Russia itself, they observed, voted for the UN Security Council resolutions that contain these restrictions. Russia and the DPRK have made no secret of their burgeoning relationship. In September, Kim Jong-un traveled to Russia where the two leaders discussed military matters and toasted their friendship. In mid-October, Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov met with Kim in Pyongyang. In their joint statement, the U.S., Japan, and the ROK expressed deep concern about the possibility of Russia's transferring any nuclear or ballistic missile technology to the DPRK. Such transfers, the ministers said, jeopardize the ongoing efforts of the international community to keep sensitive technologies out of the hands of actors who are working to destabilize regional security, threaten peace and stability on the Korean Peninsula as well as across the globe. The United States, Japan, and the ROK stand together, they declared, resolute in our opposition to arms transfers and related military cooperation between the DPRK and Russia, and the deleterious effect such actions have on global security and non-proliferation.
That was an editorial reflecting the views of the United States government.
Malta to look for solutions to end Russia's war on Ukraine.
Now, obviously, Russia wasn't at this meeting, so there was no expectation of a peace breakthrough there. But this is part of Ukraine's diplomatic offensive to isolate Russia.
Plus, what Ukraine's ambassador to the U.S. says will happen without continued aid from the United States.
I can tell you that Ukrainians will keep fighting. And whether it will mean that we will all die fighting, or we will fight successfully, we frankly don't know. But what we know is that we don't have another home.
And later in the program, Ukrainian students at a university in the U.S. are raising money for their country's armed forces. Today is Monday, October 30th. From the Voice of America, this is Flashpoint Ukraine. Good evening, I'm Lori London in Washington. A third round of Ukrainian-backed peace talks opened in Malta on Saturday with representatives from more than 60 countries, but without Moscow, which condemned it as a blatantly anti-Russian event. I got details from correspondent Dorian Jones in Istanbul.
Well, I mean, to be fair to say, there wasn't any major breakthrough, but it has to be said the organizers weren't expecting this. They very much stress that this is part of an ongoing process. The previous ones were in Jeddah and Copenhagen, and the organizers, particularly Ukraine, were very happy with the fact that we see more attending. 20 more countries were represented either by online or physical representation. And they say that this is all part of a process where they aim to achieve some sort of global summit of leaders which will come together and back Ukraine's 10-point peace plan, which effectively means the withdrawal of all Russian forces and the prosecution of Russia for war crimes. Now, obviously, Russia wasn't at this meeting, so there was no expectation of a peace breakthrough there. But this is part of Ukraine's diplomatic offensive to isolate Russia. And they are particularly targeting what they call the southern world, and that is particularly countries in Africa and South America. Now, many of these countries have been neutral on the sidelines of this conflict, and Ukraine and its Western allies are seeking to bring them, as it were, into the fold against Russia. Meanwhile, Russia is still very much courting these countries as well. So this is part of this ongoing diplomatic offensive of isolating Russia and putting more economic and diplomatic pressure on Moscow to effectively capitulate.
And Russia itself is trying to influence a lot of these other countries and gain its own sort of alliance with, as we've heard recently, many countries and leaders, particularly Iran, North Korea, parts of Africa. How does that factor in?
Absolutely. I mean, this really is, it's not only a war actually on the ground in Ukraine, but there's also a very intense diplomatic war as both sides are trying to basically secure allies and maintain those allies. And you're right, Putin has been very much courting particularly Africa. He had a summit earlier this year in Moscow. He brought African leaders to Russia, and this is seen as very important in circumventing sanctions, but also in keeping Russia from being fully diplomatically isolated in the world. And that's, I think, also an important part of Moscow's game plan of this war of attrition against Ukraine. And also there's similar efforts are going on in targeting countries, particularly like Brazil, major powerhouses, and keeping them at least not from joining the Western alliance and remaining neutral. So yes, you're right. This is this ongoing war throughout the world among international diplomacy between Moscow and Kiev.
Russia just recently said it's ready for talks on post-conflict settlement. But, as we know, territorial integrity is something that's going to be probably a really difficult challenge since Russia thinks it has a right to maintain occupation in parts of Ukraine, and Ukraine wants its country back entirely, as you said.
No, absolutely. I mean, I think, to be honest, that there's a lot of skepticism when Russia even talks about any kinds of peace or negotiations, be it post-war or not. And I think that there is seen as part of this Moscow diplomatic offensive. It wants to appear that it's not intransigent. Yes, it's ready to discuss the outcome and post-war discussions. And particularly Moscow stresses that it's not going to consider withdrawing from Ukraine. And for Ukraine, that's a bottom line. It wants Russia out of its territory, not only the territory it seized in this latest conflict, but also the Crimea as well. So there is absolutely no middle ground between these two sides as yet. And I think for the moment, both sides believe that they can determine the outcome on the ground in military warfare. And until both sides realize that they can't achieve those goals, there won't be any negotiations in the near future. That is the grim reality of the moment.
Do these leaders plan on meeting again, even though it just doesn't seem like there's any solid way forward?
It is seen as an ongoing process where I think Ukraine and its backers will just try to pick off more and more countries that are in Russia's orbit and drag them towards theirs, using this meeting as a vehicle for that process. And the ultimate goal will be at some point this year, early next year, that they plan a global leaders summit where they really, I think, plan to ramp up the pressure on Russia. But to be honest, I think that it does appear that for now at least, what happens in Ukraine on the battlefield is still the most important part of this conflict.
Dorian Jones reporting for VOA from Istanbul. Ukraine's ambassador to the United States, Oksana Markarova, was the featured speaker on Friday at the Military and Editors Association conference in Washington. The event was moderated by VOA Pentagon correspondent Carla Babb, who joined me to discuss the highlights of what was a very fruitful conversation. She had a lot of really important things to say. You did ask specifically how concerned she was about continued support for Ukraine, given the current attitudes of some members in Congress right now.
That's right. So we here in the United States, we just have a new Speaker of the House, and Speaker Johnson, who was elected last week, while he has said that he is looking forward to finding ways to get aid for both Israeli partners and Ukrainian partners. While he says that, and while he has also said that Putin should not be allowed to win and that the U.S. needs to stop Putin from winning, he has also repeatedly voted against Ukrainian aid. He has raised concerns about auditing and finding where this aid is going. And so I asked her if she was concerned about the situation in Washington, D.C. right now and the growing war in the Middle East. And she said that, she pointed to his comments about Putin and says, that's a good sign. Ukrainians need a partner that also understands that Putin cannot be allowed to come in and take territory from a sovereign nation. And she went into the audit portion of that because she is formerly in finance before she became the Ukrainian ambassador to the United States. And she says that there is public transparency and there are audits going on with Ukrainians in every single portion of the aid that they have been given. And she listed the different types of aid that had been given. And she said, as long as it hadn't been classified as secret, we have been able to publicly display all of our aid given. And she goes, and that's why it's so important that the Ukrainians keep getting aid, because you can see through our audits that we, the Ukrainians, need more weapons, she says. And she goes, the biggest concern that she sees at the moment is delays, because if the aid is delayed, then that gives Russians time to fortify their defenses on the battlefield, and that puts Ukrainians at an even bigger disadvantage. She says they have to fight everywhere. Right now, there are more than 400,000 Russian fighters on Ukrainian territory, and she said that one of the biggest back and forths that is talked about with analysts and experts in war is that Ukraine is not focused on one or two areas. They're trying to defend everywhere. She says that has to happen because they've seen what Russia is capable of doing in places like Bucha, where the massacre happened of civilians. And she says that the Ukrainians feel that it is their duty to protect citizens everywhere, and no place needs to be safe for Russians to kill and rape and send people off to Russian territory and kidnap them. She says that can't happen. And so they're doing what they say is the best that they can do to keep fighting against Russian aggression.
And let's listen to a bit of what she said about her concerns about losing support.
We are concerned that delays in this might just cause, the more deaths and more horrible situations on the ground, because we also have to be very clear. The choice we're making now is not between Ukraine getting more support and winning and not getting more support and staying where we are. No, because Russia didn't change the intent. So if we will not get the support, it's just a matter of time when Russia will start winning.
Do you feel like you have enough aid coming in now to win the war?
Well, not to win the war. To win the war, we need another additional support from both the US and the European Union and other countries. Right now, we have used all the budget support that we have received from the US, so we don't have any incoming budget support available. On the energy and humanitarian side, we still have some money available from the previous budget. And on the military support, the only amount available is the presidential drawdown. So we cannot order anything. The USAI is used, I think all of it except for like 300 million, if I'm not mistaken, or even less. And there is nothing else left. So it's only the Presidential Drawdown Authority, which the package was announced yesterday, 150 million, but it's a very small package. We need to order more from American companies, especially in air defense, especially in radars, especially in the artillery, which, as you know, is a very scarce resource, the interceptors for the air defense. So for all of that, we need new supplementary money.
And you also talked to her a bit about whether or not there's also added concern now because of what's happening in the Middle East, and if supporting Israel will take away some of the focus on Ukraine.
That's right. So there is a concern here in the United States about supporting two different wars and two allies. President Biden has said repeatedly that the U.S. can walk and chew gum at the same time, is how they refer to that, meaning that they are perfectly capable of supplying Ukraine and Israel with weapons and support. She said that when I asked her, is she worried that the focus will be taken away from Ukraine with this war in the Middle East now? She said, we have to keep our focus on both. She said that these Hamas Iran, Russia, they are the same axis of evil, she said. And she pointed to how Russia is using Iranian Shahed drones in Ukraine right now, thousands of them. And she pointed to how Hamas is using weapons and rockets that were given to Hamas by Iran, bought with Iranian money.
When, unfortunately, we see the frequent visits of Hamas and Iran to Moscow and how they are coordinating and discussing their actions, and I think all of us, without even being present at those meetings, can guess that they're not discussing how to return peace to the world on those meetings.
And so she says that the focus has to remain everywhere in Ukraine and the Middle East in order for the West and democracy and institutions that stand up against the murdering of innocent civilians can win.
And Carla, one of the reporters attending asked her directly what will happen if Ukraine no longer receives support from the United States.
That's right. And she said that the Ukrainians don't have a choice. This is an existential fight for them. She says that Russia has made it clear that Russia wants to destroy Ukraine. And if Ukrainians refuse to bow down to Russians, then they will kill them all. So they feel that it is a threat that they have to meet no matter what. So she says that it's crucial that the United States and Western allies fund them, but they really do not have a choice in this matter.
Well, it's going to be extremely difficult for us. It's very difficult to guess what will happen, but I can tell you that Ukrainians will keep fighting. And whether it will mean that we will all die fighting or we will fight successfully, we frankly don't know. But what we know is that we don't have another home and we don't have another land. And we will fight for this one as long as we will be able to do so. And frankly, that's what Ukrainians did even after the World War II ended, fighting, the Ukrainian freedom fighters were fighting against the Soviets all the way until 1954. Now, the implications of that is going to be much wider than just for Ukraine. If Russia can win after they have violated the UN Charter, after they have violated all the rules which both of our countries believe should be in place, if the authoritarian nuclear state led by a war criminal, indicted war criminal by the International Court, can actually win over Ukraine and move forward, then I think the question is not only what Ukrainians would do, but what will all of us do? We just have to be very clear that, yes, it's going to be very difficult. We are, in military sense, 100% dependent on our partners now.
And she stressed multiple times, as I mentioned, that they need more weapons. Look at what's happening here in the United States at the moment. Ukrainian pilots last week just started training on F-16s. Those are fighter jets in Arizona. That is the last major piece of weaponry that Ukrainians have asked for and have yet to receive. They have received long-range ATACMS. Those are the missiles that are fired out of ground defenses of HIMARS further into Russian controlled territory. They have those now. They have M1A1 Abrams tanks. They have not yet used them on the battlefield. At least they have not publicly disclosed that they have used them on the battlefield. But those arrived last month to be at the use and at the ready for Ukrainian forces when they can find the appropriate place to put them in the battlefield. And now they are looking, starting next spring, to getting F-16s. So they're slowly getting all the weaponry they need. But just having this weaponry is not enough. You're going to need more of it to replace the stuff that Russia takes out. And most importantly, you're going to need the munitions that go with them. So for every ATACMS that's launched, it needs to be replaced. And that takes time, that takes money. And that is why she says it is critical for the United States and its allies to stay with Ukraine. And she pointed out to a lot of people in the United States who are concerned that funding the wars in Ukraine or the war in Israel is depleting U.S. stocks. She tried to look at it in another way. She goes, for every piece of equipment that is sent to Ukraine, money is flowing into U.S. commercial companies that are making new equipment. And the Pentagon is able to dip into that money and get brand new equipment for its fighters. So she's trying to say that this is not just a benefit for Ukraine, it's a benefit for commercial companies in the United States. It's a benefit for the Pentagon, and overall, it's a benefit for democracy if Russia can be defeated.
VOA Pentagon correspondent Carla Babb, thank you so much for being with us. Russia and Ukraine pressed on with their military operations on Sunday, striking each other's military targets, including drones, command posts, and electronic warfare systems. That, according to their latest updates. We hear more now from Associated Press correspondent Mimi Montgomery.
Russia's defense ministry says its air defenses shot down 36 Ukrainian drones over the Black Sea and the Crimean Peninsula. Authorities in a southern region bordering the Black Sea confirms an oil refinery caught fire there, and local media reports it may have been the result of a Ukrainian strike or a downed drone. In Ukraine, the country's air force confirms the shooting down of 5 Iranian-made drones launched by Russia. Drone strikes and shelling on the Russian border regions and the Crimean Peninsula happen regularly. I'm Mimi Montgomery.
You're listening to VOA's Flashpoint Ukraine. I'm Lori London. Hundreds of anti-Israel protesters on Sunday stormed Russia's Dagestan airport, where a plane from Israel had just arrived, forcing Russian security forces to close the airport and divert flights while removing the demonstrators. We hear more from Associated Press correspondent Charles de Ledesma.
Video shows a large, angry crowd of people moving through the main airport in the Dagestan region, then rushing onto the landing field, chanting anti-Semitic slogans and seeking passengers arriving on a flight from the Israeli city of Tel Aviv. Further video on social media shows some in the crowd waving Palestinian flags and others trying to overturn a police car. Dagestan's Ministry of Health says more than 20 people were injured, with 2 in critical condition, the injured including police officers and civilians. I'm Charles de Ledesma.
Zaporizhzhia, a Soviet-era steel plant in the southern Ukrainian city of Zaporizhzhia, has kept running throughout the war in defiance of staff shortages, blocked exports, power blackouts, and the threat of Russian missile attacks. Sean Hogan with Reuters has the story.
The steel plant hums on against the backdrop of war. But Ukraine's steel industry, the future of 30% of the country's exports and 10% of its GDP, is in doubt. This plant in Zaporizhzhia, run by Roman Slobodianuk, isn't giving up.
Тож це одна з тих сфер економіки, яка
It is the economic sector that suffered the most from the war.
постраждала.
Almost 50% of the entire sector is not functioning today.
Вона на сьогоднішній день не функціонує.
In Soviet times, Ukraine produced more than 55 million tons of steel annually. That fell to 23 million by 2021, and after Russia invaded last year, output was just 6.9 million in 2022, as plants were taken over or destroyed, although domestic demand has doubled as Ukraine churns out weapons and builds bomb shelters, as well as rebuilding towns. But despite what is produced, moving it is the problem. Russia continues to pose a threat to shipments in the vital corridor through the Black Sea.
70 to 80% of the sector, mainly the metal industry, agriculture, the consumer goods industry, used to export their goods via seaports. There were many of them in the Black Sea. But after occupation, we had to adapt and use rail transport.
But rail is 4 times more expensive. Russia has damaged 40% of Ukraine's power network, leading to production losses from shutdowns. The labour market is also squeezed. Zaporizhia is only 31 miles from the front line and Europe's largest nuclear plant, which is now under Russia's control. The plant has lost 20% of its 10,000-strong workforce since Russia invaded.
Many workers have left and serve at the front line. Both senior and younger workers have left. Some of them serve at the Zaporizhia front, others serve at the Donetsk front.
Sean Hogan reporting for Reuters. Ukrainian students at Yale University are raising money for the armed forces of Ukraine and helping to educate fellow students about the situation in their homeland. Irina Solomko has the story narrated by Anna Rice.
Ukraine's former finance minister Natalia Yereska is talking about her country's economic recovery from the war. She's speaking at Yale University's Jackson School of Global Affairs at an event organized by a student organization called Ukraine House.
Today I'm talking to students who are just forming their worldview, and I tell them how we see the world, why Ukrainians fight, why they need to keep fighting.
Yareska's daughter Darina Finglus is a Yale student and a co-director of events at Ukraine House. She says her home is Kiev, but she was attending Yale University when Russia invaded Ukraine.
I couldn't be idle and not do anything. I knew I could do something useful because I love Ukraine and I want to go back and live there again.
Another Ukraine House member, Yevgenia Podurets, says that most Ukrainian students at Yale belong to the student organization.
Everyone contributes in their own way, does something useful for the organization. Someone is helping spread information, others bring materials for fundraising.
One of the main goals of Ukraine House is to raise funds for Ukraine. The organization's vice president, Yuri Statsuk, says that is becoming more difficult.
It was easy at the start of Russia's invasion. Back then, everyone seemed to be doing something for Ukraine. But now we need to make a lot more effort to reach the same results.
To raise funds, members organize various events and parties. During Halloween, they will talk about the Slavic traditions linked to the holidays, as well as sell motankas, traditional Ukrainian dolls, and bracelets from the Azovstal steel plant.
By buying this, Americans can help Ukraine and get a souvenir that will serve as a reminder of what Ukrainians went through and keep going through.
The group plans to organize a large conference to mark the second anniversary of Russia's invasion and discuss rebuilding Ukraine, says Daria Valska.
I'd like to bring to Yale Ukrainian students from a number of U.S. universities, so we can unite for this event.
Ukraine House members also want to shift how the academic world looks at Eastern European studies and make sure it's not necessarily through the prism of learning about Russia. For Irina Solomko in New Haven, Connecticut, Anna Rice, VOA News.
And that'll do it for us today. Stay up to date with continuing coverage of Ukraine and news from around the world 24 hours a day at voanews.com. And on social media, just follow VOA News. On behalf of all of us here at VOA, we thank you so much for listening. Until next time, I'm VOA's Lori London.
We have strengthened our force posture in the region. We're continually watching to make sure that any actor who might be tempted to jump in here knows that we will take very seriously our national security interests in the region.
Plus, Turkey's president tries to thread the needle diplomatically.
I think such statements basically symbolize that the rapprochement is over. I think that's quite clear, that this normalization process that started in 2022 is now over.
And later, VOA is at the Jenin refugee camp, and King Charles heads off to visit a former colony. Today is Tuesday, October 31st, and this is VOA's International Edition. From VOA headquarters in Washington, I'm Steve Karish. We'll chat with our reporter at the Jenin refugee camp in a few minutes. First, though, this update. Israeli ground forces pushed deeper into Gaza on Monday advancing in tanks and armored vehicles on the territory's main city and freeing a soldier that was held captive by Hamas militants. The Israeli Prime Minister rejected calls for a ceasefire as airstrikes landed near hospitals, where thousands of Palestinians are sheltering beside the wounded. Israel's attacks are in response to the Hamas militant group's stunning October 7th attack on civilians that left about 1,400 Israelis dead. But as Israel brings the fight to this tiny, crowded strip of land, officials from Washington, Moscow, Tehran, and Ankara are weighing in. VOA's Anita Powell reports from the White House.
The White House says it welcomes the limited flow of humanitarian aid and the restoration of telecommunications in Gaza as Israel continues its ground offensive on the enclave in response to militant group Hamas's October 7th attack. The Biden administration also is repeating its warning to armed groups to stay out of the fight.
Our message to any actor seeking to exploit this conflict is don't do it. And as you all know, we have strengthened our force posture in the region. We're continually watching to make sure that any actor who might be tempted to jump in here knows that we will take very seriously our national security interests in the region, not to mention our obligation to protect our troops and our facilities that are going after ISIS in places like Iraq and Syria.
But this conflict is also exploding in the court of public opinion. Hundreds of people stormed an airport in Russia's Dagestan region over the weekend, shouting anti-Semitic slurs over the arrival of a flight from Tel Aviv. Russia's president blamed the events on foreign interference, a move Kirby dismissed as classic Russian rhetoric.
The events in Makhachkala last night were inspired, including through social networks, not least from the territory of Ukraine, by the agents of Western intelligence services.
And Turkey's president has dug in on his disagreement with the U.S.'s classification of Hamas as a terror group and has shifted blame elsewhere.
The West has the biggest responsibility for the massacre in Gaza.
Iranian officials have piled on as well. That nation's foreign minister took to the rostrum at the United Nations last week to outline their view. Iranians have also protested on the streets.
It has been 3 weeks that we have been witness to the war crimes and genocide of the occupying Israeli regime in Gaza and the West Bank of Palestine. The United States and several European countries have sided with the occupying regime of Israel without observing the UN Charter and international law.
Kirby says the White House believes there's a fine line between disagreement and discord, and says the administration is vigilant over outbreaks of anti-Semitism.
No, we believe in the right of peaceful protest, even if it's, espousing ideas we don't agree with. But nobody wants to see peaceful protest turn violent or turn dangerous, the way that this mob activity did in Dagestan yesterday. So it's of concern, and it's something that we'll continue to talk about with our allies and partners.
But it's also something that increasingly the White House is facing at home, as protests, many supportive of Palestinians and critical of Israel, have bubbled up at major U.S. universities in recent weeks. Anita Powell, VOA News, the White House.
As we've heard, Israel's military, having entered Gaza over the weekend, continues to push deeper into the enclave. And on Monday, Israeli forces entered the Jenin refugee camp in the West Bank as they search for suspects linked to Hamas. VOA's Rick Pantaleo spoke with correspondent Linda Gradstein in Jerusalem, who provides an update on the conflict.
Israel has been saying for a while now that it could not eradicate Hamas solely with airstrikes, and that the airstrikes were only to prepare the ground for a wider ground offensive, which began over the weekend and intensified today. That means that tanks and troops pushed into northern Gaza. They got to the outskirts of Gaza City before withdrawing just a bit, and they were accompanied by continuing Israeli airstrikes. This is still not, however, the very large ground invasion that a lot of people are saying Israel Israel is going to have to do if it really wants to fight Hamas. Hamas has a network of underground tunnels. They're holding 239 Israeli hostages. And that conflict, if they really want to continue to fight Hamas and to eradicate Hamas, as Israeli officials say, is going to take probably several months.
And finally, Linda, Israeli forces on Monday stormed the Jenin refugee camp in the West Bank as they searched for suspects linked to Hamas.
Yes, there was heavy fighting in Jenin. I mean, Jenin has been one of the flashpoints of violence between Israel and the Palestinians for a long time now. But it seems to be that Israel is conducting these raids in the West Bank, has arrested more than 1,000 people over these past 3 weeks, and there are almost daily clashes. There's also been an increase in violence by Jewish settlers who are living in the West Bank against Palestinians. One Jewish settler, in fact, was just arrested for killing a Palestinian under disputed circumstances.
As we've just heard from Linda Gradstein in Jerusalem, the Jenin refugee camp in the West Bank was the site of intense military action on Monday. VOA's Jan Boychat is there.
The violence keeps escalating here in the West Bank. Since October the 7th, in the attack of Hamas against Israel, more than 120 Palestinians were killed here, most of them by the Israeli forces, but some of them by Jewish settlers. Last night, the Israeli forces just stormed Jenin camp and killed 4 people. Here you can see it's the entrance of the camp, and it was destroyed by Israeli bulldozers. In the last days, Israeli forces are attacking this camp, coming here to try to arrest people they say are linked to Hamas. Last Friday, they also attacked here. There were some confrontation, and 3 people were killed as well. At that day as well, the Israeli forces just destroyed a monument in honor of the Al Jazeera reporter Shirin Abu that was killed in 2022. I'm Jan Boychat from the Jenin camp for VOA News.
And here are other stories we're following from around the world. President Joe Biden issued an executive order Monday on regulating artificial intelligence, aiming to manage the technology's risks. The order directs federal agencies to set new safety standards for AI systems and require developers to share their safety test results and other critical information with the U.S. government. Chinese President Xi Jinping said women have a critical role and must establish a new trend of family. This as the nation grapples with an aging population and a record decline in the birth rate. He added that it's necessary to actively cultivate a new culture of marriage and childbearing and strengthen guidance on young people's view on marriage, childbirth, and family. And the number of internally displaced people within the Democratic Republic of Congo has reached a record 6.9 million due to escalating violence, the UN said on Monday. The conflict between rebels and militias loyal to the government has intensified in the eastern province of North Kivu since early October. The UN's International Organization for Migration said many people who have fled their homes but stayed within the DRC's borders desperately need help to meet their basic needs. Diplomats around the world are working to try to find a way to end, or at least lessen, the conflict between Israel and Hamas. It seems that in every quarter of the world, leaders and groups are being asked to pick a side, knowing full well that whatever they say will be met with anger from someone. Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan is facing a similar situation. Denounce Hamas as terrorists and lose the support of his base at home, or support Hamas as liberators and lose international support at a critical time. He chose to back Hamas at a recent rally, prompting Israel to withdraw its diplomats. However, in a move analysts believe is aimed at mitigating criticism by Western allies, Erdogan has also taken a step to ratify Sweden's NATO membership. However, experts warn Erdogan may have miscalculated. Dorian Jones reports from Istanbul.
At a mass rally in Istanbul Saturday, Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan stepped up his support of Hamas, declaring again that Hamas is not a terrorist organization, but a liberation movement. The Turkish leader went on to warn that Turkey may come in the night to Gaza, with the crowd chanting to send the Turkish military. In response to Erdogan's statements, Israel has recalled its diplomats from Turkey, setting back the country's newly restored diplomatic relations. Galia Lindenstrauss is an analyst with the Institute for National Security Studies in Tel Aviv.
I think such statements basically symbolize that the rapprochement is over. I think that's quite clear, that this normalization process that started in 2022 is now over.
Last month in New York, Erdogan met for the first time with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. In the aftermath of Hamas's attack on Israel, Erdogan initially toned down his rhetoric as he sought to play a mediating role. But with Ankara appearing to be diplomatically sidelined, Erdogan stepped up his public support for Hamas. Columnist İlhan Üzgel for Turkey's Kısa Dalga news portal.
He decided that it doesn't make any difference for his regional role, so he could play the domestic game instead of a futile attempt to be a mediator in this conflict.
With opposition parties in Turkey protesting nationwide against Israel's Gaza assault, Erdogan's escalating rhetoric is also seen as an attempt to avoid being politically outflanked and to keep his religious base on his side. But in a gesture to his Western allies, the Turkish leader last week sent to Parliament a bill for the ratification of Sweden's NATO membership, which Turkey has been delaying. Some experts claim Erdogan is seeking to perform a balancing act. Sezin Öner of Politikyol news portal.
There he plays for the public, the local electorate, and the Muslim populations, and he's also giving something to the West with with Sweden's NATO membership. But I don't think that would work that way because he's making very, very fiery statements, bashing the US, bashing Israel. It's going far beyond that. It's advocating Hamas.
With Israeli forces stepping up their offensive in Gaza, experts say Israel has been measured in its response to Erdogan, with the priority being containment of the conflict. Galia Lindenstrauss is an analyst with the Institute for National Security Studies in Tel Aviv.
Israel doesn't need to add to the current tense situation with its neighbors, also tensions with Turkey. So I think the Israeli government will do all its best not to enter into direct confrontation with Turkey. Yes, it will listen to the rhetoric very carefully, and it will see what Turkey does.
As the conflict escalates, Turkey's Western allies have largely ignored Erdogan's rhetoric. But some experts warn his words of support of Hamas are unlikely to be forgotten. Dorian Jones, VOA News, Istanbul.
From Washington, it's VOA's International Edition. I'm Steve Karish. We're off to the slums of Mumbai in a moment. Now, though, Britain's King Charles begins a 4-day tour of Kenya on Tuesday. It's his first trip to Africa since becoming king, following the death of his mother, Queen Elizabeth, last year. Among his objectives is addressing what Buckingham Palace officials describe as painful aspects of Britain's colonial past with the East African nation. He'll also discuss issues related to the climate crisis and the importance of national security. VOA's Nairobi bureau chief, Miriama Diallo, has the story.
Kenya holds symbolic significance for Charles' family because of what it represented for his late mother.
Kenya is where the Queen's reign, Queen Elizabeth II, King Charles's mother, it's where her reign began. She learned that her father died in Kenya. And somewhat conversely, although the post-independence period has had its ups and downs, the UK and Kenya have maintained some very close ties.
Olivia O'Sullivan says there are many shared priorities between the two governments.
There are ties between their militaries. They share military training on occasion. There's more recently, the UK has kind of sought to position itself as a bit of a leader in tackling climate change, particularly the last COP, which the UK hosted in Glasgow. And Kenya too, President Ruto in particular, has sought a leading voice and a leadership role on climate change.
King Charles and President William Ruto are expected to discuss the climate crisis, the importance of conservation efforts, and working together on national security, the King's Deputy Private Secretary, Chris Fitzgerald, said earlier this month. This trip comes as the African nation celebrates 60 years of independence from Britain.
If we're to look back with the benefit of retrospect, we would say that the history that's shared between Kenya and the United Kingdom, in the very first part, is a very violent kind of memory.
Javas Bigamba recalls Kenya's hard-fought struggle against British colonialism.
There was the issue of picking up or taking up the land of the locals when Kenya was a British protectorate from 1901. Through the time of the struggle for independence, the Mau Mau struggle, where a number of Kenyans suffered in the hands of the British.
10 years ago, Britain apologized and agreed to pay compensation to thousands of veterans of the Mau Mau nationalist uprising in Kenya, which was brutally suppressed by the British colonial government in the 1950s. The Kenya Human Rights Commission estimated that 90,000 Kenyans were killed and 160,000 detained. King Charles will spend 4 days in Kenya, 2 in Nairobi and 2 in the coastal city of Mombasa. While in Nairobi, he'll meet with President Ruto, tour Uhuru Gardens, and attend a banquet at the State House, among many other planned activities. Mariama Jallow, VOA News, Nairobi.
And finally today, in India's financial capital, Mumbai plans to revamp one of the world's largest slums into a modern city hub, has raised concerns about how the redevelopment will impact the livelihoods of tens of thousands of people. But there's also optimism about improving conditions for those living there. Anjana Pasricha spoke to residents in Dharavi, the Mumbai slum that was featured in the movie Slumdog Millionaire.
Abdul Qadir Ansari aspires to develop this tailoring workshop into a bigger business. He opened it 4 years ago in Dharavi in Mumbai. But an ambitious $3 billion plan to pull down the world's largest slum and resettle residents in buildings worries him. Ansari says his workshop in Dharavi will have to close during rebuilding. He does not know if he will be given an alternate place to run his business. The government has awarded a contract to the Adani Group to overhaul Dharavi, which sprawls over 250 hectares of prime real estate in the heart of Mumbai. The slum is home to 1 million people. After residents are relocated, residential and commercial complexes are expected to be built on the space that is freed up. Some, like Dharavi resident Pramod Khade, are optimistic about exchanging their dismal living conditions for modern flats. He says his father and great-grandfather stayed here, but his generation dreams of living in a building. But many fear that Dharavi's revamp could cost them their livelihoods. Over decades, hundreds of workshops have sprung up in narrow alleys and courtyards, making products such as leather bags and pottery. These informal businesses produce goods worth an estimated $1 billion. Potters say they need open spaces to work. Pottery shop owner in Dharavi, Jaya Behen, worries about how her family will manage if its pottery business has to shut down. She says people like her cannot get jobs, and no one will employ her at this age. She is not educated, and only the educated get jobs. Entrepreneur Megha Gupta works with leather craftsmen in Dharavi. She has organized workshops to improve their skills, and her online platform helps them access more customers.
People over here work to survive. They're not really thriving. It is because they work on very low margins.
Gupta is confident that Dharavi's redevelopment will involve resettling the businesses.
You cannot take 1 million people out of their place and tell them, okay, just go work somewhere else. They are considering it. But it's going to be a difficult project. Nowhere in the world something like this has happened.
Residents say they have not been consulted so far about the proposed revamp. They are clear about what they want. Leather craftsman Satyavan Maruti Kamble says there is a workshop on top of every house in Dharavi, so the development must ensure that they have homes and workplaces. Tailoring workshop owner Ansari has similar concerns. He says Dharavi is a very central place for his work and his main market. He is tense because he could be relocated out of Mumbai. Those tensions will persist for many until they know what the future holds. Anjana Pasricha, VOA News, Mumbai.
And that's going to wrap it up for us today. This has been International Edition on the Voice of America. On behalf of everyone at VOA, thanks for joining us. For pictures, stories, videos, and more, follow VOA News on your favorite social media platform and online at voanews.com. Until next time, I'm Steve Karish in Washington. Stay safe and have a great day.
Next, an editorial reflecting the views of the United States government.
Honduras and the United States share many common objectives, said Deputy Assistant Secretary for Central America and Western Hemisphere Affairs Eric Jacobstein in recent congressional testimony. The election of Honduran President Xiomara Castro in 2021 presented an opportunity to break with the corruption and democratic backsliding, said Deputy Assistant Secretary Jacobstein.
Honduras has committed to addressing corruption and impunity, and President Castro has invited the UN to establish an independent anti-corruption commission. We applaud this effort, but we urge its rapid establishment in accordance with UN guidelines. And we also urge the government to fund existing units that investigate corruption.
We applaud Honduras' progress in passing legislation regarding internally displaced persons and also for working with the United States on enforcement efforts, stated Deputy Assistant Secretary Jacobstein. The United States has a long-standing history of security cooperation with Honduras, including through a U.S. presence in Sotocano Air Base. We look forward to continuing this cooperation with Honduras, said Deputy Assistant Secretary Jacobstein. But he had a word of caution regarding relations with the People's Republic of China.
The Honduran government states its foreign policies to meet its international cooperation needs by opening the door to new countries, including the People's Republic of China. While we acknowledge that diplomatic recognition is a sovereign decision, we note the PRC often makes promises in exchange of recognition that ultimately remain unfulfilled.
With regard to the economy, the United States aims to mobilize additional investment under Vice President Kamala Harris's Central America Forward initiative, which has already brought $4.2 billion in investment commitments and new jobs in Northern and Central America. Future commitments, stressed Deputy Assistant Secretary Jacobstein, will depend on a favorable investment climate and sound economic decisions. Human rights activists in Honduras continue to work under threat of violence and death, noted Deputy Assistant Secretary Jacobstein.
We continue to call upon the Honduran government to protect activists like Miriam Miranda, Jose Romero Lara, who face serious threats, and to complete timely and transparent investigations into killing of activists like Jairo Bonilla and Ali Dominguez.
The situation in Honduras is complex, said Deputy Assistant Secretary Jacobstein, but we remain committed to a strong bilateral relationship given our two countries' cultural, economic, familial, and geographic ties.
That was an editorial reflecting the views of the United States government.
Administration officials make the case to Congress for aid to Ukraine and Israel.
Committee will suspend, and I again ask that those in the audience respect the people in the room and allow us to continue the hearing. The hearing will suspend until the disruption is removed.
Plus, fighting intensifies across Ukraine as Russian attacks continue targeting energy infrastructure.
The region where one of the biggest nuclear power plant is located, and this power plant is extremely important at this period as winter is coming, because the Parisian nuclear power plant is currently not operating.
And later in the program, efforts to preserve Ukraine's heritage as Russia looks to wipe it off the map. Today is Tuesday, October 31st. From the Voice of America, this is Flashpoint Ukraine. Good evening. I'm Lori London in Washington. Two of President Joe Biden's top advisors asked U.S. lawmakers to provide billions more dollars to Ukraine and Israel Tuesday at a congressional hearing interrupted repeatedly by protesters denouncing American officials for backing what they called genocide against Palestinians in Gaza.
We're standing up for our interests and values, not shrinking back. Not in the face of Russia's aggression against Ukraine. Not in the face of an intensifying strategic competition in the Indo-Pacific and around the world.
If the witness will suspend, and I ask that everyone again respect this hearing, we will suspend until the room is clear.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken and Defense Chief Lloyd Austin testified to the Senate Appropriations Committee on Biden's request for $106 billion to fund ambitious plans for Ukraine, Israel, and U.S. border security.
As in so much that we do to advance America's national security, our defense, our diplomacy, our development must work hand in hand.
Committee will suspend. And again, I appreciate that people feel passionately about these issues. I would ask that you respect our witnesses and our committee members and allow the American people to hear their testimony.
Arguing that supporting U.S. partners is vital to national security, President Biden requested $61.4 billion for Ukraine, making the case in a recent address to the American people.
We can't ignore the humanity of innocent Palestinians who only want to live in peace and have an opportunity. You know, the assault on Israel echoes nearly 20 months of war, tragedy, and brutality inflicted on the people of Ukraine, people that were very badly hurt since Putin launched his all-out invasion. We've not forgotten the mass graves, the bodies found bearing signs of torture, rape used as a weapon by the Russians, and thousands of Ukrainian children forcibly taken into Russia, stolen from their parents. It's sick. Hamas and Putin represent different threats, but they share this in common. They both want to completely annihilate a neighboring democracy, completely annihilate it.
Biden officials are working to convince skeptical Republicans. Associated Press correspondent Jennifer King has that part of the story.
It's a mostly friendly audience in the Senate, but there's deeper resistance in the House, where the new Republican Speaker, Mike Johnson, has voiced concerns about fiscal stability and proposed focusing on Israel alone and cutting funding for the IRS to pay for it. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, reacting to the $14 billion House proposal, said democracy and freedom are under attack around the globe and that Republicans should resist the false allure of isolationism. Senate opponents of the massive aid package include Ohio Senator J.D. Vance, who describes the Ukraine war as an endless conflict with no plan from the Biden administration. Jennifer King, Washington.
Meanwhile, Ukraine's presidential office reports fierce fighting. Associated Press correspondent Charles de Ledesma has the latest on deadly attacks in the southern part of the country.
In the south, the Russian army shelled the Kherson region almost 100 times, killing a woman while visiting a cemetery. In Kherson city, as a result of the shelling of a bus with passengers, 5 people were wounded and residential areas and a library building were damaged. The attack on vital infrastructure in the south cut power in 4 towns in the region, including Slav, where 2 civilians were injured. The Russians have intensified attacks on the Donetsk region, where battles for Avdiivka are taking place, shelling 19 towns and villages. I'm Charles de Ledesma.
And beyond the south, there have been intensifying Russian attacks on Ukraine's energy infrastructure in other parts of the country. For further insights on the ground, I spoke with Anna Chernikova in Kyiv.
The main target was Khmelnytska region, which is in the west part of the country, and also Mykolaiv region, which is in the south. What's interesting to mention here is that Khmelnytska region is a region where one of the biggest nuclear power plant is located, and this power plant is extremely important at this period as winter is coming, first of all, and second of all, because the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant is currently not operating. And some time before, we already discussed that Russian forces basically conducted shelling very close to this Khmelnytska nuclear power plant. And now again, we are getting reports on the attack in that region. This is something, new reports on the attacks in the Khmelnytsky region creates additional risk for the energy infrastructure. Additionally, there are reports of attack on the electricity infrastructure in Donetsk region, and at this point we have confirmation that that certain area in Donetsk region is currently has electricity cut.
And it sounds like Ukrainian forces are looking to make some serious changes and advances in the Bakhmut area. What can you tell us about that?
We have reports from the area of Bakhmut that was confirmed by the commander of the ground forces of Ukraine. We are hearing that Russian troops significantly strengthen their grouping and switch from defense to active actions in that area. This was confirmed by the Ukrainian armed forces. The Russian forces are also trying to advance in several directions at once in the Kupiansk region, which is in the area of Kharkiv. And we can see that basically Eastern Front line in general is getting more active. However, at the same time, Alexander Syrsky confirmed that the defense of the Ukrainian forces is quite successful at this point, but still it's extremely difficult for Ukrainian forces to get this defense done. But he confirmed that heavy losses are reported from the Russian side, from Ukrainian side as well. We're hearing, it's not confirmed officially, but we're hearing that losses are also quite high. And at this point, both Ukrainian and Russian army is moving back and forward, and certain actions are expected in sometime soon.
Anna Chernikova reporting for VOA from Kyiv. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ukraine's parliament overwhelmingly voted last week to advance legislation seen as effectively banning the Ukrainian Orthodox Church over its ties to Moscow. The church insists it's fully independent and supportive of Ukraine's fight against Russian invaders. VOA Eastern Bureau Chief Miroslava Gangadze spoke with Viktor Yelensky, Ukrainian religious scholar at Kyiv University, ahead of this week's deadline to put the amendment to law.
Ukrainian parliament last week voted to regulate the function of Orthodox Church, and many foreign media wrote that it's a ban on Orthodox Church over alleged links with Russia. How would you assess this new legislation?
Well, it's not legislation, it's just a bill, and it was only first hearing, and this bill stipulates that religious organization with the center in Russia couldn't operate in Ukraine. On April 11 this year, All Ukrainian Council of Churches and Religious Organization addressed to the head of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine and said that no one organization, both civil and religious, cannot operate in Ukraine if it has its own center in the country which waged war against Ukraine. Secondly, this is not a ban, this is regulation. Regulation means that state service of freedom of conscience and ethnic affairs provide examination, and if this examination proves that this or that religious organization has its own center in the country which waged military aggression against Ukraine, state service addressed to this organization with special prescription. And if a religious organization rejected to comply with the law, state service turned to the court. So the last word would be for civil court. This is not a ban. Once again, this is a regulation.
The majority of discussions with this new regulations centered around Lavra Church, one of the oldest Ukrainian church, and its real estate, and why Lavra is important for Ukraine, and what is the significance of Lavra for Ukraine?
Kiev-Pечерska Lavra is the oldest and most probably sacral site in Eastern Orthodoxy in Europe. Within many years, Kiev-Pечерska Lavra has been a sort of nestle of Russian world in the center of Ukrainian capital. There were signs like no schismatics, Catholics, and dogs allowed to be in this or that cathedral. Now, Kiev-Pечерska Lavra gradually turned to the center of Ukrainian spirituality. And some, probably a couple of weeks ago, it was the first prayer for Hetman Mazepa in Lavra, for Hetman Mazepa, who founded many churches in plural in Kiev-Pечерska Lavra and was anatomized by Russian church. A couple months ago, it was Brudkovsky liturgy sounded in Kiev-Pечерska Lavra. So now monastery, Kiev-Pечерska Lavra monastery of Moscow Patriarchate turned into court about its presence in the territory of Kiev-Pечерska Lavra, and now the court up to make decision about its future.
What would you say to those critics and those who belong to Russian Orthodox Church, though they call themselves Ukrainian Orthodox Church now? What would you say to those who say that Ukrainian government on Ukraine is actually restricting religious freedom?
I would say that it's not about religious freedom. It's about national security. It's about human rights. It's about civil obedience. Subordination to Moscow Patriarchate is not a part of Orthodox teaching. The Ukrainian government just asked hierarchy of Ukrainian Orthodox Church of Moscow Patriarchate to stop ties to Moscow Patriarchate. Moscow Patriarchate turned out to be the member of military corps of Russian Federation, and about 1,000 theologians, universities, professors signed a petition about the heresy of Russian world teaching, because Patriarch Kirill elaborated the special teaching, anti-Western, anti-Ukrainian, and anti-Christian teaching about Russian world, completely military and chauvinistic dogma, which try to use in our country. We try to do this policy, stop links with Moscow Patriarchate in such a way that won't be caused any damage, any harm to the freedom of religion and to the conscience of every single parishioners.
How do you assess the possibility of passing this law, and how long do you think those monks and priests in Lavra would be barricaded themselves in the church?
Democratic procedure is long, actually. But every single day I had conversation with monks, with priests, with bishops of Ukrainian Church of Moscow Patriarchate who are not happy with politics of their hierarchs and with the politics of Moscow Patriarchate. And 400 of them petitioned Metropolitan Onufry, the head of Ukrainian Orthodox Church of Moscow Patriarchate, and asked him to convene the council and to finally break the ties with Moscow Patriarchate, which is participant of aggression.
Viktor Yelensky, Ukrainian religious scholar at Kyiv University, speaking with VOA Eastern Europe Bureau Chief Miroslava Gangadze. You're listening to VOA's Flashpoint Ukraine. I'm Lori London. Without evidence, President Vladimir Putin accused the West and Ukraine of stirring up unrest inside Russia after rioters in the predominantly Muslim Dagestan region stormed an airport to, quote, catch Jewish passengers in a flight from Tel Aviv. White House National Security spokesman John Kirby addressed Putin's accusation.
It's classic Russian rhetoric, isn't it? When something goes like bad in your country, you just blame somebody else, blame it on outside influences. The West had nothing to do with this. This is just hate, bigotry, and intimidation, pure and simple. And a good leader, a decent leader, would call it out for what it is, the way President Biden has called it out here in this country, instead of blaming the West.
More than 1,000 people descended on the airport on the night of October 29th, seeking to prevent passengers arriving on a flight from Israel from entering the city.
A chilling demonstration of hate, bigotry, intimidation. Some people have compared it to the pogroms of the late 19th and early 20th century, and I think that's probably an apt description, given that video that we've seen out there.
And Kirby noted there has been no condemnation from Russia or calling for an end to the bigotry and hatred aimed at Jews. As Russia continues its invasion of Ukraine, organizations are working to preserve its heritage and its history, something Moscow appears to want to erase. I spoke with Katerina Goncharova, Ukrainian heritage crisis specialist with the World Monuments Fund, on their efforts to protect Kyiv's historically significant sites.
One of the projects that WMF is supporting is damage assessment project, because there were numerous initiatives of damage assessment using satellite images, accessible information, publicly available information, social media sources, and all things like this. But the point is that there were not a single group of experts who would do that on site. And that was one of our initiatives to support multidisciplinary groups that would conduct expeditions on the ground to actually see what had been damaged, what is the scale of damage, what was ruined, destroyed, what steps could we undertake to mitigate this damage and things like this. So we're funding this super gigantic, really strategic project, because according to UNESCO, the number of damaged sites is just literally not that big. According to the Ministry of Culture, it's up to 835 historic buildings that had been damaged. But we still do not have access to occupied territories, Crimea, Eastern Ukraine, where anyone who would give us that information would be under really serious threat. So the damage assessment is organized in two different directions, but by our partners. And we're supporting one that is related to stabilization, preservation, and reconstruction and rehabilitation. So we do need this information to strategize, to see what's happening on the ground, if communities are active, if the site can be preserved, and for whom it should be preserved. Because this absolutely dystopian scenario of Ukrainian identity that is being erased, as you mentioned in our communication previously, it actually puts us in a very challenging situation when we have to preserve what we have in order for people who are coming back, who are returning to Ukraine, who are returning to their home, to feel connection to know that there is a lot of people who are taking care about them. There are a lot of people who are taking care not only about their safety, basic comfort, education, healthcare, and things like that, but there are also a lot of international donors who are willing to support those markers of their identity. And this is why we're absolutely committed to stabilize and restore and rehabilitate those sites that are valuable for local communities.
Can you give us a few examples of some of the sites that have particular significance, historic significance, that have been damaged?
There were a lot of damage to historic sites on the territories that had been occupied. For now, we're talking about herbicide, when the whole historic city is being almost erased, if not almost erased, then the attempt was very vivid. For example, we're talking about Kharkiv, we're talking about Sumy, we're talking about Kherson, really big, gigantic cities that have layers and layers of historic heritage embodied in urban environment, in architectural sites that had been directly damaged or were indirectly affected by military actions. I would talk about, and Odessa, of course, I would talk about UNESCO sites, on those that are on a tentative list. In Kharkiv, I would talk about the whole city of Odessa that was acknowledged as UNESCO World Heritage Site in risk, in danger. And of course, I would definitely mention the first attempts of Russians of deliberate attacks on Ukrainian heritage, like the Museum of Marina Primachenko in Kiev region, like Museum of Skovoroda in Kharkiv region, about the Library of Youth Museum of Ukrainian Antiquities in Chernigiv. So there's a lot of sites that had been damaged, and there's a lot of them that bear Ukrainian identity and the unique code of Ukrainian culture that were almost erased.
As an organization, I know that World Monuments Fund is committed to safeguarding global heritage. Tell us what the destruction of a cultural heritage does for the world and for the peoples where it's being wiped away.
Well, for some people, historic sites is the place that is related to their personal life, to their everyday life, something that they see and started to cherish absolutely preciously when the risk increased. The risk of losing what you have, the risk of losing what you love increases enormously every day since the war started. So people started taking care of their sites, taking care of their heritage, museum collections, libraries, buildings. And one of the most vivid example of how community takes care about the site that they love is one of our project, Museum of Local History in Ohtyrka. A year ago, we received an application from museum to basically stabilize the structure that almost collapsed. So we helped them to put a new permanent roof, and it became a really strong point, a really trigger point for local community to basically to believe in themselves. And they applied again because they wanted to rehabilitate the basement. They saw a museum as a social center, as a community center, as the center where they can come and talk about things that they're worried about. So since Ohtyrka, that's not that big city, is located not far away from Russian-Ukrainian border, we decided to rehabilitate the basement that would serve not only as a community center, but also as a very safe bomb shelter. So for now, this cultural institution bears a number of functions and serves not only as a museum, as a cultural center, but also as a safe location and a community center where they will have more events, meetings, seminars, educational programs, and everything they can to provide any assistance to the local community and for locals.
It must hurt emotionally when you're not just an attack on your lives, but also on who you are as a people.
Every time I talk to Ukrainian cultural workers, museum workers, librarians, historians, architects, those people mainly act not based on their personal interests, like saving their lives, saving their families. We're in a very early stage of our work, even though we're working in Ukraine for more than a year and a half, because while the war is still ongoing, we have to absolutely must stick to the criteria of safety. And it sometimes have our hands bound because we need to make sure that people we're working with on the ground will be safe and healthy and return to their families and their loved ones. But of course, we're all looking forward for post-war recovery, because this is something where we definitely would like to go on with our stabilization and our work in Ukraine, preserving cultural heritage, providing assistance to Ukrainian cultural workers. And of course, we're in the very, very beginning. There will be a lot of things to discuss and to talk about, hopefully in the nearest future.
Katerina Goncharova, Ukrainian Heritage Crisis Specialist with the World Monuments Fund. And that'll do it for us today. Stay up to date with continuing coverage on Ukraine and news from around the world, 24 hours a day at voanews.com. And on social media, just follow VOA News. On behalf of all of us here at VOA, we thank you so much for listening. Until next time, I'm VOA's Lori London.
And destroyed terror infrastructure. This is complicated combat, some of which is face-to-face combat.
Plus, the Houthis in Yemen have stepped into a war 2,500 kilometers away.
On Tuesday, its military spokesperson said the launch was their third since the conflict began.
And later, a conversation with a correspondent in Jerusalem and a look at the economic impacts of Pakistan's decision to expel Afghan migrants. Today is Wednesday, November 1st, and this is VOA's International Edition. From VOA headquarters in Washington, I'm Steve Karish. An update on the U.S. Congress and President Joe Biden's request for more funding to help Israel and Ukraine in a moment. We begin, though, in Israel, where missiles could be seen falling onto Gaza on Tuesday night with explosions and occasional gunfire as the United States and other countries say they're looking at options for the future of the Strip. Israeli tanks have been active in Gaza for at least 4 days, following weeks of air bombardments. On Tuesday, airstrikes hit a densely populated refugee camp, killing at least 50 Palestinians, including a leader of Hamas. Military spokesperson Rear Admiral Daniel Hagari confirmed the airstrikes on Jabalia refugee camp and said it targeted a central Hamas stronghold.
Our forces are currently fighting deep inside the Gaza Strip. They are killing terrorists in close range, combat, conducting coordinated strikes on terror targets from land, air, and sea. During the afternoon hours, infantry and armored forces secured a central Hamas stronghold in the west part of Jabalia. The stronghold served as a training center for the October 7th massacre and as a passage to the coastline from where additional terrorists set off to perpetrate the October 7th massacre. In the course of the fighting, we eliminated many terrorists and destroyed terror infrastructure. This is complicated combat, some of which is face-to-face combat. During the combat, we lost soldiers.
Palestinian health officials said at least 50 Palestinians were killed and 150 wounded in the incident. The Israeli military has accused Hamas of using civilian buildings as cover for fighters, commanders, and weaponry. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres appealed again on Tuesday for the protection of civilians caught in the conflict, stressing the need for proportional behavior and precautions by all parties. The UN and other aid officials said civilians in Gaza are suffering a public health catastrophe, with hospitals struggling to treat casualties as electricity supplies peter out. Meanwhile, despite worldwide diplomatic efforts to prevent the Israel-Hamas conflict from becoming a wider regional war, Yemen's Iran-backed Houthi movement confirmed on Tuesday that they fired drones and missiles at Israel in attacks that cement the world power's fears of the conflict widening into other countries. Reuters' Matthew Laratonda has that story.
The declaration came after Israel's military said it intercepted 2 objects in separate incidents around the Red Sea. This was a Houthi parade filmed by Reuters in Yemen in September, only days before the Hamas attacks on Israel. On Tuesday, its military spokesperson said the launch was their third since the conflict began, seeming to confirm that it was behind an incident on October 19th when the U.S. Navy said it had intercepted 3 cruise missiles over the Red Sea, and a drone attack on October 28th, which resulted in blasts in Egypt, blamed on the Houthis by Israel. The spokesperson said they would continue to launch against Israel until, quote, Israeli aggression ceases. The Houthis are part of what's called the Axis of Resistance, an alliance of armed groups backed by Iran and includes Hamas. It recently released this video said to show their military drills. Israel's military says it will remain focused on Gaza and that the Houthis are just one of many of Iran's proxies, a relationship that the Houthis have denied.
That's Reuters' Matthew Laratonda reporting. As the situation worsens in the Middle East, top Biden administration officials told U.S. lawmakers on Tuesday that the White House request for $106 billion in emergency supplemental funding, including aid for Ukraine and Israel, is vital to U.S. national security. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken and Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin testified as the request faces significant opposition in the Republican-majority U.S. House of Representatives. VOA's congressional correspondent Katherine Gibson has more.
U.S. officials pushing lawmakers Tuesday to move quickly to address war on two fronts, proposing $14.3 billion in U.S. aid to Israel and $61.4 billion in aid to Ukraine. U.S. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin.
American leadership is what holds the world together. And if we fail to lead, the costs and threats to the United States will only grow.
Mike Johnson, the new Republican Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives, released legislation late Monday separating aid to Ukraine from aid to Israel. That's a strategic error, according to U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken.
It would do both terrible harm to our values, but also to our core interests. Values because I think all of us are united in wanting to respond to aggressors, to bullies who try to lord it over their neighbors. And in the midst of doing that, inflict incredible suffering.
Opposition to a new round of funding for Ukraine to combat Russian aggression is broader in the House, the lower chamber of the U.S. Congress. But in the U.S. Senate, Minority Leader Mitch McConnell has been a key voice supporting continued aid to Ukraine.
Russia would love to see Iranian-backed terrorists in the Middle East weaken America and our allies. Iran would love to see a Russian victory against Ukraine that divides the West and deepens its own defense cooperation with Moscow.
Some Republican senators remain concerned, arguing there is not sufficient oversight of the aid and that the U.S. cannot indefinitely fund a war. Republican Senator John Hoeven.
We need to know that we have a strategy as part of this funding. I think it's very important in terms of building support for the funding for Ukraine.
Members of the Democratic majority Senate would likely block a standalone Israel bid, arguing it must be paired with aid to the Ukraine as requested by the White House. National Security spokesperson John Kirby.
It doesn't meet our national security needs. And as Commander-in-Chief, the President's never going to do anything. It doesn't meet our key national security needs.
Austin said not providing aid to Ukraine could ultimately lead to a U.S. confrontation with Russian President Vladimir Putin.
There's no question in my mind that sooner or later there will be, he will challenge NATO and we'll find ourselves in a shooting match.
The House could vote on aid to Israel as soon as this Thursday, where there is some opposition to the aid among progressive Democrats. Blinken said assistance to Palestinians would be a key part of that aid.
Humanitarian assistance is also vital to Israel's security. Providing immediate aid and protection for Palestinian civilians in this conflict is a necessary foundation for finding partners in Gaza who have a different vision for the future than Hamas.
Both the White House and Republican aid requests include $10.6 billion in support for Israel's air and missile defense systems. Katherine Gibson, VOA News.
And in a late-breaking development Tuesday night, Joe Biden said he would veto a funding bill that separates Israel from Ukraine. And here are more stories we're following from around the world. Vietnam and Japan are poised to elevate their diplomatic ties to the highest level. It's a move that analysts say highlights the two countries' growing concern over China's assertive behavior in the region. A top prosecutor in Niger said on Tuesday that President Mohamed Bazoum, ousted in a coup, had sought to escape house arrest, which his lawyers deny. The alleged escape plan involved getting to a hideout on the outskirts of the capital, Niamey, before taking helicopters belonging to a, quote, foreign power toward Nigeria. This according to a regime spokesman on state television. And Saudi Arabia is all but certain to host the men's 2034 World Cup. This after the Australian Soccer Federation decided not to enter the bidding contest. FIFA had set Tuesday as the deadline to formally declare interest in hosting the tournament, but Australia's decision not to enter the race leaves Saudi Arabia as the only declared candidate, to the dismay of many human rights activists. The Israel Defense Forces, with help from the Israeli Security Agency, conducted an airstrike that killed an important member of Hamas. VOA's Rick Pantaleo spoke with correspondent Natasha Mosgovia in Jerusalem about who this important target was, his significance, as well as the airstrike itself. Here's what she had to say.
Well, this is part of the operation that goes, as you know, on the ground, also with aerial support, and Israel targets not only the groups of militants, their infrastructure, they're also trying to find and eliminate those directly responsible for different parts of the operation of the attack that Hamas conducted against Israel on October 7th. So Nassim Abu Ajuna, he's the commander of the Beit Lahia battalion of the Northern Division of Hamas. Probably people don't remember, but this person was already targeted in the past. So, say in May 2021, his house in Gaza was already basically demolished, attacked from air, because in his house, as IDF said back then, was militants' infrastructure. So this is something that obviously, if he wasn't eliminated, then he wasn't at home, right? But it was a message from IDF that he is on their list of sort of mid-level management, if we can apply it to a terrorist organization in this case. So basically, Israel in this operation has several objectives, but definitely targeting figures that can be tied to the attack. And this person was responsible, relying on what IDF says, for the part of the aerial attack of Hamas, which was paragliders, and also some of the drones operations that Hamas started utilizing in recent years. So he was responsible for that and for basically direct orders to attack two of the kibbutzim in Israel. So he was confirmed dead. I assume, again, that it is based on intelligence sources, because terrestrial strike to see something happening on the ground. Ground forces usually do not reach those places that fast. Otherwise, they would do it in the first place. But again, let's not go too deep into assumptions. We have information from the ground operation just trickling in, because IDF is obviously very cautious about revealing anything that might put its troops in further harm, because any picture, any location, it all can be used at this point against them. As we know, and as Hamas, I think, does not really hide, they have an extensive infrastructure. They're well prepared for guerrilla warfare or urban warfare.
Natasha, Israeli forces with their ground operations face a challenge that Hamas has military compounds within an extensive network of tunnels. How successful has Israel's operations been in dealing with Hamas in these tunnels?
We do not know this at this point. Again, as I said, Israel has been very cautious in releasing any information about the ongoing operation. Right now, basically, they just released 2 names of soldiers that were killed. But sometimes you need to read between the lines. And when we hear senior commanders of the army talking about, very kind of somberly about the price and versus the goal, etc. So that's how usually the people are being prepared for higher numbers of casualties. How successful, that's really hard to say, but we should again remind that today we have a new tally of hostages. And this complicates any operation on the ground to a great deal, because 240 people, mostly civilians, including very young children, are still held by Hamas.
VOA's Rick Pantaleo speaking with correspondent Natasha Mosgovia in Jerusalem. From Washington, it's VOA's International Edition. I'm Steve Karish. An economic view of Pakistan's expulsion of Afghan migrants in a moment. First, though, UN Security Council members received a briefing on the situation in Ukraine on Tuesday from Ramesh Rajasingham. He's the Director of Coordination for the UN's Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs.
While much of the international attention is rightly concentrated on the grave events in the Middle East, it is important that we do not lose focus on other crises, particularly not one as brutal and far-reaching as that precipitated by the war in Ukraine.
Rajasingham continued to say that because of the war, 80 million people need humanitarian assistance, and perhaps more troubling,
at the latest count, more than 9,900 civilians have been killed since the start of the invasion. To put this into perspective, this is equivalent to almost 16 civilians killed every day.
And in a related story, 3 Russians were arrested Tuesday in New York for evading U.S. sanctions to ship electronic components for weapons used by Russia in its war in Ukraine. The trio are accused of sending over 300 shipments of restricted items valued at approximately $10 million to the Russian battlefield. This, according to an agent with the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. The federal prosecutor's office said that more than $1.1 million in proceeds had been seized from domestic bank accounts. Components linked to the group's 2 Brooklyn-based companies have been found in seized Russian weapons platforms and signals intelligence equipment in Ukraine, including guided missile systems, drones, tanks, and helicopters, the Department of Justice said in a statement announcing the charges. And now to Central Africa, where millions have lost their homes in Congo's growing conflict. The AP's Charles de Ledesma reports.
The United Nations Migration Agency says a record 6.9 million people have been displaced by conflict across Congo, making it one of the world's largest displacement and humanitarian crises. The International Organization for Migration says the decades-long conflict has been the primary reason for this displacement. The area has long been overrun by dozens of armed groups seeking a share of the region's gold and other resources. Now, outside multinational forces deployed to help stop the violence are under pressure to leave as frustration grows. I'm Charles de Ledesma.
And finally today, as Afghans residing illegally in Pakistan leave on Islamabad's orders, many local business owners are seeing labor shortages and a decline in business activity. VOA's Pakistan Bureau Chief Sarah Zaman reports from the bulk produce market in Islamabad, where Afghans make up the majority of traders, vendors, and manual labor.
Mornings are always busy in the bulk vegetable and fruit market in Pakistan's capital, Islamabad. Hundreds of thousands of boxes of produce are unloaded from trucks every day and auctioned for sale across the city. The market relies heavily on Afghans. Haji Nader owns a business here.
All of our dealings are with our Afghan brothers. They also work as laborers here. There are those who buy from us and sell onwards. Nearly 77% of the people associated with this business here are Afghans.
But things are changing. The Pakistani government's directive ordering Afghans residing without proper documentation to leave the country voluntarily by October 31st or face a crackdown from November 1st spooked the market. Abdul Wahid is a trader.
I have 3 containers of produce waiting to be sold. It's been 15 days, and I haven't been able to sell even half a container. There's no buyer.
Nearly 1.7 million Afghans, many born in Pakistan, live illegally in the country, according to government data. Officials say nearly 200,000 have left in the last 2 months, fearing a crackdown. As Afghan businessmen figure out their future, their Pakistani counterparts like Najibullah are worried about their investments, which run hundreds of thousands of dollars. Business owner Najibullah is worried.
We don't do business in cash. It's all on credit. Afghans owe us money, and we owe them.
Fearing arrest, many Afghan laborers are skipping work. Nabi Khan works as a porter. His family has proper documentation, but his identification card has a hold on it.
I have spent my whole life here, and now I am facing this problem. It's possible that I will be separated from my family.
Lacking social protection, Afghans do grueling work for much less than their Pakistani counterparts, and vendors rely on them to keep costs low. A shortage of cheap Afghan labor means the cost of business here could rise, and that can push up prices of produce for Pakistanis who are already dealing with sky-high inflation. As Afghans leave in droves, finding trucks to transport produce is becoming hard, as vehicles are booked to move families with their belongings. With the pace of Afghan departures picking up, Pakistani businesses are bracing for major disruptions.
I'm losing sleep thinking how I will recover my money from another country if Afghans go back.
Over 4 million Afghans live in Pakistan, most of them legally. While many have faced crackdowns and eviction orders in the past, this is Pakistan's biggest deportation drive. Sara Zaman, VOA News, Islamabad.
And that's going to wrap it up for us today. This has been International Edition on the Voice of America. On behalf of everyone at VOA, thanks for joining us. For pictures, stories, videos, and more, follow VOA News on your favorite social media platform and online at voanews.com. Until next time, I'm Steve Karish in Washington. Stay safe and have a great day.
Next, an editorial reflecting the views of the United States government.
At a Security Council briefing on the Central African Republic, or CAR, Ambassador Robert Wood, U.S. Alternative Representative for Special Political Affairs, emphasized 3 key components necessary for the CAR government to succeed in protecting civilians and providing stability. The first is the essential role of MINUSCA, the UN multidimensional integrated stabilization mission, whose mandate for renewal is coming up in November. Ambassador Wood mourned the recent deaths and injuries of several mission peacekeepers.
Despite the difficult operating environment, MINUSCA has made contributions to peace and security over the past year in partnership with the Central African Republic government and civil society. Joint operations and enhanced mobility of mission personnel are an important means to empower the country's security forces to provide for the Central African people and support a durable and responsible restoration of state authority.
He also praised MINUSCA's role in mitigating the threat of explosive ordnance through risk reduction sessions for over 5,000 civilians and capacity building for national forces, as well as the CAR government's decision to create a national authority to address the ordnance threat. The second key component, Ambassador Wood said, is for the CAR's partners, including MINUSCA, to support local elections scheduled for October 2024. The elections, he underscored, must be conducted in a transparent, timely, and inclusive manner.
It has been far too long since Central Africans have been able to elect local leaders. We stress the importance of the full, equal, and meaningful participation of women and youth at all levels in political dialogue and throughout the elections process.
Finally, said Ambassador Wood, while it is important to combat the armed groups that refuse to participate in the peace process, the CAR government should resume dialogue with the opposition and armed groups within the framework of the peace process, and for the opposition to engage constructively. Mr. Wood also warned against the Wagner Group.
It is well documented that Kremlin-backed Wagner Group forces are engaging in illicit extraction of the CAR's mineral wealth without contributing to the country's development.
We call upon all actors to choose the path of peace, said Ambassador Wood. The Central African people deserve a political solution that will unlock the country's potential. The United States remains a steadfast partner of the Central African people.
That was an editorial.
Help under horrendous war conditions.
The conflict continues to inflict unimaginable levels of suffering. Countrywide, airstrikes, artillery fire, and ground fighting continue on a daily basis.
Plus, Russian drone strikes target a Ukrainian oil refinery and leave hundreds without power.
At this point, the facility is not operating, but there is no information about victims.
And later in the program, Ukrainian volunteers are sewing adaptive clothing designed to accommodate soldiers' injuries. Today's Wednesday, November 1st. From the Voice of America, this is Flashpoint Ukraine. Good evening. I'm Lori London in Washington. Russian strikes are inflicting unimaginable suffering on the people of Ukraine, and according to the UN, more than 40% of them need humanitarian assistance.
People's lives are dominated by the constant sound of air raid sirens as unrelenting airstrikes rain down and destroy civilian objects.
Addressing the UN Security Council Tuesday, Ramesh Rajanham, Director of Coordination in the UN Humanitarian Office, said thousands of civilians have been killed in strikes on homes, schools, fields, and markets since Russia's invasion in February of 2022, and it's hitting the youngest the hardest.
The war is robbing Ukrainian children of education, the stability and safety they need during the critical development period of their lives, as well as their hopes for the future. The mental wounds of the war will undoubtedly affect children well into adulthood.
Meanwhile, the United Nations Human Rights Office also Tuesday said it had found reasonable grounds to conclude a missile strike that killed 59 people in a cafe in the Ukrainian village of Khoroza was launched by Russia. Liz Thrussell, spokesperson for the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights in Geneva.
The report says that the Russian armed forces either failed to do everything feasible to verify that the target was a military objective, or deliberately targeted civilians or civilian objects, which in either event would be in violation of international humanitarian law.
Moscow denies targeting civilians. The report said the weapon likely used in the attack is in the arsenal of the Russian armed forces, but not in that of Ukraine. A Russian drone attack set fire to an oil refinery in central Ukraine and knocked out the power supply in 3 villages overnight, while falling debris from downed drones damaged railway power lines in a nearby region. I spoke with Anna Chernikova in Kyiv for an update on the ground.
Over the night, Ukraine was again under drone attack. This time, air raid alarm was heard almost over the whole territory of Ukraine, particularly in Kyiv and Kyiv region as well, which was first time in these past weeks. Kyiv was not attacked. All the targets were destroyed on the way. However, we have confirmation from the Ukrainian air defense that 2 drones hit oil refinery in Poltava region, and at this point, the facility is not operating, but there is no information about victims. In total, 20 drones were targeting Ukraine, and according to the Ukrainian air defense, all of them were targeting critical infrastructure and military facilities.
And Anna, my understanding is that Ukraine also had targets aimed at Russia again, Sevastopol region. What can you tell us about that?
Well, we don't have confirmation from Ukrainian authorities or from any other sources that Ukraine is responsible for this attack. However, again, Sevastopol was under attack, and this was confirmed by the Russian officials. This time, air raid alarm was heard in the city of Sevastopol a couple of times during the morning of Wednesday. And at this point, we have information from Russian local channels and also from the civilians who are living in Crimea right now that explosions were heard in the city of Sevastopol and smoke was seen. The results of footage confirming that the smoke over the Crimea bridge. According to Russian officials, it wasn't a drone attack and that it was air defense work. However, we do not have any confirmation from the Ukrainian side, and we cannot verify this information independently. What's important to mention here is that Sevastopol is under attack for a couple of days now, and previous attack, Russian forces reported that sea drones were targeting Sevastopol. So again, was it the same this time? we cannot confirm. However, this is definitely a story that we'll be updating.
Anna Chernikova reporting for VOA from Kyiv. Top Biden administration officials told U.S. lawmakers Tuesday that the White House request for $106 billion in emergency supplemental funding, including aid for Ukraine and Israel, is vital to U.S. national security. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken and U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin testified as the request faces significant opposition in the Republican-majority U.S. House of Representatives. VOA congressional correspondent Catherine Gibson has more.
I'm very pleased to. U.S. officials pushing lawmakers Tuesday to move quickly to address war on two fronts, proposing $14.3 billion in U.S. aid to Israel and $61.4 billion in aid to Ukraine.
American leadership is what holds the world together. And if we fail to lead, the costs and threats to the United States will only grow.
Mike Johnson, the new Republican Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives, released legislation late Monday separating aid to Ukraine from aid to Israel. That's a strategic error, according to U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken.
It would do both terrible harm to our values, but also to our core interests. Values because I think all of us are united in wanting to respond to aggressors, to bullies who try to lord it over their neighbors. And in the midst of doing that, inflict incredible suffering.
Opposition to a new round of funding for Ukraine to combat Russian aggression is broader in the House, the lower chamber of the U.S. Congress. But in the U.S. Senate, Minority Leader Mitch McConnell has been a key voice supporting continued aid to Ukraine.
Russia would love to see Iranian-backed terrorists in the Middle East weaken America and our allies. Iran would love to see a Russian victory against Ukraine that divides the West and deepens its own defense cooperation with Moscow.
Some Republican senators remain concerned, arguing there is not sufficient oversight of the aid and that the U.S. cannot indefinitely fund a war.
We need to know that we have a strategy as part of this funding. I think it's very important in terms of building support for the funding for Ukraine.
Members of the Democratic majority Senate would likely block a standalone Israel bid, arguing it must be paired with aid to the Ukraine as requested by the White House.
It doesn't meet our national security needs. And as Commander-in-Chief, the president's never going to do anything. It doesn't meet our key national security needs.
Austin said not providing aid to Ukraine could ultimately lead to a U.S. confrontation with Russian President Vladimir Putin.
There's no question in my mind that sooner or later there will be, he will challenge NATO and we'll find ourselves in a shooting match.
The House could vote on aid to Israel as soon as this Thursday, where there is some opposition to the aid among progressive Democrats. Blinken said assistance to Palestinians would be a key part of that aid.
Humanitarian assistance is also vital to Israel's security. Providing immediate aid and protection for Palestinian civilians in this conflict is a necessary foundation for finding partners in Gaza who have a different vision for the future than Hamas.
Both the White House and Republican aid requests include $10.6 billion in support for Israel's air and missile defense systems. Catherine Gibson, VOA News.
North Korea has likely sent more than 1 million artillery shells to Russia since August to help fuel Russia's war on Ukraine. Associated Press correspondent Charles de Ledesma reports.
The claim is from a lawmaker who attended a closed-door audit meeting with South Korea's top spy agency. The North and Russia have been actively boosting the visibility of their partnership in the face of separate, deepening confrontations with the US. Their diplomacy has triggered concerns about an arms arrangement in which North Korea supplies Russia with badly needed munitions in exchange for advanced Russian technologies that would strengthen Kim Jong-un's nuclear-armed military. Both Pyongyang and Moscow have denied claims by Washington and Seoul that the North has been transferring arms to Russia. I'm Charles de Ledesma.
You're listening to VOA's Flashpoint Ukraine. I'm Lori London. Israel's ambassador to Moscow gave new details Wednesday of the weekend riot at an airport in southern Russia when a flight from Tel Aviv landed there, saying some of the passengers had to hide in the terminal before being flown to safety by helicopter. An angry mob stormed the airport carrying anti-Jewish banners as they sought out Israeli passengers. Danila Galparovich with VOA's Russian service spoke to U.S. Ambassador to the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, Michael Carpenter, about the anti-Semitic incident and how Russia's president is using the war in Gaza to his benefit.
This crisis is affecting OSCE countries very much. I mean, for example, what's going on in Turkey, what's going on in other countries is the consequences of this crisis. So
absolutely right. And we have discussed these consequences and we'll continue to discuss them. This latest thwarted or unrealized attack or mob-based violence in Makhachkala and Dagestan is a classic example of how what's happening in Israel is finding reverberations, in fact, in the OSCE region, not just there, but in other places too. And, we condemn that violence that occurred, and other expressions of anti-Semitism have taken place in other participating states.
We actually saw this anti-Semitic protests in Russian North Caucasus. Yes, it was not only in Makhachkala, but the Kremlin immediately blamed the United States and the West in general, as well Ukrainian government, for, as they said, fueling these attacks and so on. So what is your reaction to these statements of Russian government?
Well, it's absolutely preposterous to claim that Ukraine or the United States would be behind an anti-Semitic mob that gathered in Dagestan. I mean, it's just... It's so preposterous, it's almost hard to comment. Really, I mean, we've gotten used to Russian lies and propaganda and spin and accusing Ukraine and the West of perpetrating the crimes that Russia is in fact perpetrating in Ukraine. This is it's truly unbelievable in the literal sense of that term.
Recently, I remember it was in the beginning of crisis in Israel and Gaza, German Chancellor Olaf Scholz reacted to some demand from Moscow to stop the violence, saying that it's the level of cynicism even I didn't expect. So what do you think, how Russia is playing this crisis for its benefit?
Well, look, I mean, Russia is distorting the narrative. When it comes and speaks here at the OSCE, we have not heard the unequivocal condemnation of the terrorist attacks. We have heard sort of a narrative that tries to, as you earlier pointed out, pin the blame on other actors, especially on the West, rather than condemning what Hamas did against Israeli civilians. And we've been very clear that we support international humanitarian law, that attacks on civilians are never appropriate. We've condemned what Hamas has done in no uncertain terms. And yet Russia's narrative is very different. It's sort of one of equivocation.
Meanwhile, Russian aggression against Ukraine continues and the number of war crimes continues to increase every day. Is it possible for the OSCE to find some consensus to create a mechanism probably to investigate these crimes and to hold perpetrators accountable?
So the OSCE is engaged in this effort. Whether you consider the OSCE to have a primary role, I would say probably not. It's probably a secondary or supporting role. But we have used the Moscow mechanism, which involves the dispatch of a fact-finding mission. We have used the Office of Democratic Institutions and Human Rights to collect information on violations of international humanitarian law and international human rights law to gather evidence of war crimes, crimes against humanity, and other forms of criminal conduct by Russia's forces. Now, then it is up to other international actors like the ICC or national actors like Ukraine itself or other countries that potentially have jurisdiction to prosecute those crimes. And so the OSCE is helping with that effort. There are other actors that are involved. involved, like the UN Commission of Inquiry. In fact, there's NGOs that are involved in collecting evidence of war crimes. It's a multifaceted effort by many different actors, but ultimately all leading in the direction of trying to ensure that there is accountability and justice for the victims of these crimes.
Many experts say that Russia is counting on so-called tiredness of the West from supporting Ukraine, danger of coming winter for European economy and so on. Do you see, sitting in Vienna, anything like that the West is tired of support Ukraine and so on? Because there are some worrisome publications in Western media as well.
Well, I can't speak to what Russia is counting on or not counting on, but I think if they're counting on the Western coalition tiring of supporting Ukraine, I think they're counting dead wrong. I think that I've at least heard various predictions and prognostications on how the Western coalition of like-minded states supporting Ukraine would crack or would fall apart for the better part of the last year and a half, if not longer. And yet we've held strong and held together. And I think that's going to continue to be the case because ultimately, I think most governments across Europe and in North America understand, and in fact, many around the world, to include some of our partners in East Asia, understand that this is about the fundamental principles of the integrity of the territorial integrity of states. It's about protecting human rights. It's about protecting populations from torture and other egregious abuses of human rights. And it's the principle, on the one hand, it's either the principle of might makes right, which is not a principle we want to uphold, or it's a principle of the UN Charter and the Helsinki Final Act, or the principles, I should say, that are encoded in those documents. And so I think that we're going to continue to hang together because it's so important that Russia not succeed in Ukraine and that Ukraine actually, in fact, win this war. It's not going to be easy. It's going to take a lot of determination. It's going to take a lot of resources, financial, military, and otherwise. But I have no doubt that the Western coalition of countries that is supporting Ukraine will continue that support for as long as it takes. And that's a term that we've used, but I truly believe that we will continue to support Ukraine until it prevails. My final thought would be that what we're seeing now around the world with the eruption of violence, including the violence from Hamas, the violence that's perpetrated by the Russian Federation, I mean, this all goes to the type of world that we're going to be living in, our children and grandkids are going to be living in the future. And so when we speak about abstract principles like the international rules-based order, those are not principles that get people's hearts racing or that get people excited about standing up for what's right. But behind those somewhat sterile words are the fate of human lives, of people, of men, women, children who often find themselves in harm's way and sometimes are subjected to really brutal types of behaviors, whether it's coming from Russian forces in Ukraine or whether it's Hamas and what Hamas has done with Israeli civilians. And so sometimes it's important to sort of step back from the international diplo-speak and think about what this means for concrete human beings and standing up for what's right. And I think in that regard, we need to sustain this international coalition to stand up for what's right, whether it's in the Middle East, whether it's for Ukraine's victory against Russia, or in any other part of the world. Standing up for fundamental human dignity is important.
U.S. Ambassador to the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, Michael Carpenter, speaking with VOA Russian Services' Danila Galperovich. A Russian court on Tuesday ordered a Russian-American journalist to remain in jail ahead of trial on charges of failing to register as a foreign agent rather than be released to house arrest. Alsu Kormasheva is the second U.S. journalist detained in Russia this year after Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich was arrested on espionage charges in March. Gershkovich remains in custody. At the Military and Editors Association conference in Washington last week, Ukraine's ambassador to the United States, Oksana Markarova, noted the vital role of journalists and the dangers they're facing to get the story out.
This experience that we have for the past 610 days, it's frankly something that we never had before, only read about it during the World War II. During these 600 days, we were just going through the list with our people back home, and my defense attaché, Major General Kremenetsky, is here with me. We have seen that we have already lost during this war 70 journalists, reporters, and staffers. 70. That's unbelievable loss of not only talent, but something that shouldn't be happening even during the wars. But the rules that Russians do not obey are not only rules of engagement, not only the humanitarian laws and rules, but even with journalists. So a friend of mine, who, when we found him in near Irpin, Max Levin, he still had his press vest on him. So they knew who they were killing. And I just want to start by thanking all of you, and by thanking you and those who are now in Ukraine and who are now in Israel and who are now in so many places covering the war, because it's very important. Without you, the world would not know what really happens, and it would be so easy for propaganda or for fakes or for aggressors to actually spread, instead of truth, spread the false narratives about it. And that's part of the war.
Also, Kurmasheva, an editor for the U.S. government-funded Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, was taken into custody on October 18th. Since the beginning of the war, Ukrainian volunteers have been sewing adaptive clothing designed to accommodate soldiers' injuries. The Ukrainian government does not release official casualty statistics for the military, but volunteers say they have constant demand for such clothing. Lizha Bakalets has the story from Kyiv.
For more than a year, volunteer Olga Skidinets has been turning ordinary T-shirts into adaptive ones, shirts specifically made to account for soldiers' injuries. Before the war, sewing was her hobby. Now it is a way to help the war effort. Skidinets demonstrates how the adaptive T-shirt works. She says it has Velcro on the sides, so it can easily open. She says you can put the T-shirt under the wounded soldier, make a bandage, and then fasten it. Before Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, the clothes were most often worn by patients who were bedridden or had mobility issues. But now demand has increased among wounded soldiers. Skidinets says that when soldiers have severe injuries to their limbs, they need to be fixed externally using different metal constructions. The apparatus are huge, and it is impossible to fit a leg or arm into ordinary clothes. The main requirement for adaptive clothes is soft and natural fabric. Closures like Velcro, for example, shouldn't rub. Skidinets says she cuts the corners of the Velcro and burns the edges so it becomes softer and does not rub on an injured soldier. Designer Rostislav Satana created a set of adaptive clothing after a soldier came to him with the idea. He says the set includes an adaptive T-shirt and pants. In summer, he and his partners also started making adaptive shirts and tank tops. The set's design is based on soldiers' feedback. For instance, he says some soldiers are bedridden and their belongings fall out of ordinary pockets, so he created different ones. The wounded soldiers also need adaptive underwear made by this group of women from the Kyiv region. Volunteer Galina Grishenko says the underpants have Velcro on the sides and that only volunteers produce them. And the new underwear is not just about hygiene. Grishenko says that underwear is about dignity and the soldiers should feel confident and protected. Recently, volunteers have been using funny fabrics. The soldiers like it. Grishenko says volunteers ask the soldiers, who needs adaptive underpants today? We have space, watermelons, machines. She says it cheers the soldiers up. All adaptive clothes are free to soldiers. Volunteers gather donations to pay for materials. They say sewing helps them to cope with the stress, but all dream about the day when adaptive clothes will not be in high demand. Lizha Bakalets, VOA News, Kyiv.
And that'll do it for us today. Stay up to date with continuing coverage of Ukraine and news from around the world, 24 hours a day at voanews.com. And on social media, just follow VOA News. On behalf of all of us here at VOA, we thank you so much for listening. Until next time, I'm VOA's Lori London.
Israeli strikes have hit apartment blocks in a refugee camp near Gaza City, for a second day in a row, causing many deaths and injuries.
Plus, the intentions of Hezbollah to Israel's north are still unclear.
Hezbollah is in a bit of a quandary because it has positioned itself as the chief resistance movement against Israel. So how can it remain on the sidelines of the Israel-Hamas conflict in Gaza?
And later, Israel needs construction workers and will catch up to King Charles on his tour of Kenya. Today is Thursday, November 2nd, and this is VOA's International Edition. From VOA headquarters in Washington, I'm Steve Karish. For the first time since the October 7th attacks on Israel, the Rafah border crossing between Gaza and Egypt has opened to let people out of the Gaza Strip. On Wednesday, only foreign nationals or people with dual citizenship were allowed to leave Gaza, along with a few dozen seriously wounded people who will be getting medical care in Egypt. Reuters' Lucy Fielder has more.
Ambulances transport injured evacuees from Gaza to Egypt on Wednesday through the reopened Rafah crossing. Under a deal reached between Egypt, Israel and Hamas, and brokered by Qatar, a number of foreigners and critically wounded people have been allowed to leave the besieged territory. Egypt has prepared field hospitals in Sheikh Zayed in the Sinai. An Egyptian security source said the deal allowed up to 500 foreign passport holders to pass through Rafah on Wednesday. But there was no link to the release of about 240 hostages held by Hamas, or to a humanitarian pause in the fighting, which many countries have called for but Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has rejected. Humanitarian trucks of aid also rumbled through. It wasn't clear how long the crossing would remain open for evacuations.
That's Reuters' Lucy Fielder reporting for us there. And despite international outcry and condemnation of Tuesday's attack on the Jabalia refugee camp in Gaza, Israel attacked it again on Wednesday. The Israelis say that Hamas, which the U.S. has designated as a terrorist group, is stationing its commanders and fighters among the civilian population there, intentionally putting civilians at risk. Israel claims the attack on Jabalia destroyed a Hamas command center and killed 2 senior Hamas leaders, including one of the ringleaders of the attack earlier this month. Hamas says the strikes killed several of the hostages that were taken on October 7th. The AP's Charles de Ledesma has more.
Israeli strikes have hit apartment blocks in a refugee camp near Gaza City for a second day in a row, causing many deaths and injuries. The toll from Wednesday's strikes is not immediately known. Al Jazeera television, which is still reporting from northern Gaza, has aired videos of devastation and of several wounded people, including children, being brought to a nearby hospital. Meanwhile, Lebanon's caretaker Prime Minister Najib Mikati says time is of the essence in stopping the Hamas-Israel war from, he says, going out of control and affecting Lebanon and the wider region. Mikati has been scrambling with other leaders to keep Lebanon away from the war as militants from the Hezbollah group and Israeli troops clash along the tense Lebanon-Israel border. I'm Charles de Ledesma.
As we heard from Charles de Ledesma, there is growing anxiety in Lebanon over the possible role of Hezbollah, which is supported by Iran, in widening the conflict. Hezbollah potentially presents an even greater danger to Israel than Hamas, but analysts are divided over whether the militant group, which has traded rocket fire over the border with Israel, will enter the conflict. If Hezbollah did, it would likely drag an ailing Lebanon into a full-scale war. Dale Gavlak reports.
In some respects, analysts say Hezbollah is in a bit of a quandary because it has positioned itself as the chief resistance movement against Israel. So how can it remain on the sidelines of the Israel-Hamas conflict in Gaza? People in Lebanon and the Middle East are jittery as Hassan Nasrallah, Hezbollah's leader, will speak Friday. Benjamin Allison of the University of Texas points to Hezbollah's formidable arsenal of precision-guided munitions, rockets, and drones, unlike anything Hamas possesses. Writing in the online publication Lawfare, he says Hezbollah's various smart weapons pose a serious danger to Israel's infrastructure and could even tempt Israel to launch a preemptive war. Lebanon's Foreign Minister Abdullah Abu Habib argues that neither Lebanon nor Hezbollah want a war with Israel because it would spell disaster for Lebanon, which is grappling with an extended, crippling economic crisis. Lebanese analyst Dania Khatib told VOA that Hezbollah is doing contingency planning and controlling the tempo of tit-for-tat border rocket attacks with the Israel Defense Forces at the moment. Khatib is the president of the Research Center for Cooperation and Peace Building in Beirut. She says Hezbollah would likely only enter a war with Israel in one or two cases.
If Hamas is close to be eradicated, they know very well they will be next. Or if Israel bombs Lebanon, what they are doing now is keep the IDF busy in the north, keep the intelligence confused, and the Israelis scared. It's like front for distraction for now, not a real front. Well, it depends.
Rami Khoury of the American University of Beirut, speaking to the Washington-based Arab Center, says Hezbollah is respected in Israel because of its resistance and defiance, and expects Iran's premier proxy to keep the pressure up on Israel's northern border.
Hezbollah will keep harassing the Israelis. They're testing out all the time the Israeli response, the Israeli public sentiment, how dynamic are the troops, or are they scared? So they attack a little station here, they send a drone there, they shoot a soldier here. They're trying to create psychological terror and fear among Israelis rather than attack them with 1,000 rockets, which might happen if they get into a war.
And yet Khoury thinks it unlikely that Hezbollah will enter the fray.
I don't think they're going to enter into a full-scale war, and I don't think the Iranians are either. But it's not out of the question, because if the war goes well or badly, they might possibly join, but I think that's likely.
Maha Yahya, director of the Carnegie Middle East Center in Beirut, told the New York Times newspaper that Iran will likely not squander Hezbollah's force at this time, because the stakes are high with 2 U.S. aircraft carriers stationed in the Mediterranean, which could strike the group. Dale Gavlak, VOA News, Amman, Jordan.
To help make sense of all the latest developments and events in Israel and Gaza, VOA's Rick Pantaleo spoke with correspondent Linda Gradstein in Jerusalem.
Israel says that several senior Hamas people were in that refugee camp and they were targeting them, especially one who was one of the planners of the October 7th massacre in which several thousand Hamas gunmen came into Israel and killed some 1,400 people, mostly civilians. Hamas says he wasn't there. Apparently what happened is the very densely populated refugee camp, the bombs hit some buildings, and it may be that there was a tunnel underneath and the tunnel collapsed, and that's what brought the buildings down. Israel says it had told civilians for several weeks to leave that area, knowing that was sort of a stronghold of Hamas and that Israel was going to bomb it. But as you said, there were many deaths. We're talking about probably several dozen killed and maybe more.
Linda, injured civilians seeking medical treatment and foreigners have been allowed to enter Egypt from the Gaza Strip for the first time since the outbreak of hostilities. Can you tell us about that story, please?
Both the United States and Qatar have been trying to convince Egypt to accept, first of all, the dual nationals and foreign citizens who have been stuck in Gaza since the beginning of this conflict almost a month ago. And today, some 400 of them were finally left. Egypt also accepted a few dozen, about 90 severely wounded people who can't get treatment in Gaza. And until now, the Rafah border crossing has only been open for humanitarian aid to come into Gaza, but not to allow people. Egypt is afraid that the hundreds of thousands of people in Rafah will try to sort of storm the crossing point and to find refuge in Egypt.
Speaking of humanitarian aid, can you tell us about the status of trucks carrying humanitarian aid to the Gaza Strip?
Israel has said that as of today, it will allow 100 trucks into southern Gaza, not into northern Gaza, which is where the fighting is, but into southern Gaza to try to alleviate the humanitarian crisis. But that humanitarian aid will not include fuel, because Israel says that fuel Hamas can use to fire rockets and to power the underground tunnels that it has underneath Gaza. And hospitals in Gaza say that if they don't receive fuel soon, they're going to have to shut down. About about a third of the hospitals in Gaza have already shut down. And as the death toll and the number of injured continues to climb, it's going to be very difficult if the hospitals are not functioning.
And finally, Linda, there has been discussion among especially analysts that Iran-backed Hezbollah militants in Lebanon will enter the Israeli-Hamas conflict beyond firing rockets across the Israeli-Lebanese border.
Well, if Hezbollah does choose to enter the conflict, that is going to present a serious challenge for Israel. Hezbollah has something like 150,000 long-range rockets that can reach all parts of Israel. But at least so far, Hezbollah has been very careful. It has targeted only soldiers, has sort of tried to keep this conflict with Israel on a very low burner. The head of Hezbollah, Sheikh Hassan Nasrallah, is supposed to speak on Friday, but the assessment by both Israeli and international analysts is that Hezbollah does not want a full-scale war with Israel at this point.
That's VOA's Rick Pantaleo speaking with Linda Gradstein in Jerusalem. And here are some other stories we're following from around the world. The United Nations has urged Russia to take responsibility for the deadly strike on a funeral reception in a Ukrainian village on October 5th that led to 59 civilian deaths. A UN report said Russia had either failed to verify the target was a military objective or they deliberately targeted civilians. Meanwhile, Russian drones attacked a Ukrainian oil refinery on Wednesday night, starting a large fire and cutting power to 3 villages. The U.S. Federal Reserve kept its key short-term interest rate unchanged Wednesday for a second straight time, but they did leave the door open to further rate hikes if inflation pressures should accelerate in the months ahead. In a statement after the last meeting, the Fed said it would keep its benchmark rate at about 5.4%, its highest level in 22 years. Since launching the most aggressive series of rate hikes in 4 decades in March of 2022, the Fed has pulled back and raised rates only once since May. And a 6-year-old girl from China's Jiangsu province has set the new women's world record for solving a 3x3x3 Rubik's Cube in just 5.97 seconds at the Rubik's Cube International Open Tournament in Singapore. On now to the economic effects of the war. Israel's construction industry has asked the government to allow companies to hire up to 100,000 Indian workers to replace Palestinians who've lost their work permits since the war began. Builders say almost 90,000 Palestinians from the West Bank and Gaza worked in Israel's construction sector, but can no longer do so. VOA's Jan Boychat reports.
In early October, this was a busy site as workers reached the final stage of a construction project near Tel Aviv that included 3 apartment buildings. The complex owners say the 180 units sold for up to $1 million apiece and were about to be delivered to the buyers. Then Hamas attacked Israel on October 7, sparking the Israel-Hamas war. Suddenly, the workers, mostly Palestinians, were gone. The vice president of the Israel Builders Association, Haim Feinglin, says due to the war, Israeli companies and the government did not allow Palestinians to return to work.
Right now, the situation of the Israeli construction sector is quite complicated. We are at war, and Palestinian workers, which are about 25% of our human resources in the sector, are not coming, are not trying to work, they're not permitted to work in Israel.
Most construction in other Israeli cities has also been shut down. Feiglin says local mayors are being pressured to allow the construction to resume when builders hire non-Arab workers. Israeli builders hope to draw from a pool of foreign workers to replace more than 90,000 Palestinians who worked in construction before the war began and have since had their work permits revoked or are not being allowed to return to work. The Israel Builders Association says 10% included Palestinian workers from Gaza and the rest from the West Bank. But now Feiglin says he no longer sees a future for Palestinian workers in Israel.
Right now we are negotiating with India. We are waiting for a decision of the Israeli government to approve that. And we hope to engage 50,000 to 100,000 workers from India to be able to run the whole sector and bring it back to normal.
About 140,000 Palestinians from the West Bank worked illegally and legally in Israel before the war started, says Samir Huleileh, an economist and former cabinet secretary for the Palestinian Authority.
It's devastating, it's disaster. And with it will come poverty, with it will come other kind of reactions. And of course, it depends again on how we can end this war.
The Israel Builders Association say right now, construction sites that are operating are doing so with mostly Chinese workers. Builders say the only way to get back to normal is to hire workers from abroad. Yamboesha, Jerusalem, VOA News.
From Washington, it's VOA's International Edition. I'm Steve Karish. In the days following the massacre of hundreds of Israelis by Iranian-backed Hamas, the U.S. military has blamed other Iranian-backed proxy groups for near-daily attacks on its forces in Iraq and Syria. According to the Pentagon, about 30 attacks using rockets and drones have targeted U.S. forces since October 17th. Last week, the U.S. retaliated with precision strikes against facilities in Syria tied to Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. But the attacks against American personnel, while largely unsuccessful, have not stopped. VOA's Pentagon correspondent Carla Babb has more.
If this doesn't stop, then we will respond.
Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin warning Iranian-backed militant groups on Tuesday while fielding concerns from lawmakers that last week's U.S. military response to the attacks in Iraq and Syria wasn't strong enough. Senator Marco Rubio.
If we do not have a credible, not just a deterrence, a credible deterrence with the Iranians, these attacks are going to escalate. They're going to come faster. They're going to spread beyond Syria and Iraq. And they will involve weaponry of increasing sophistication and lethality. And that is my biggest fear.
Hundreds more troops have deployed to the region, along with multiple Patriot batteries and a terminal high-altitude area defense system to knock threats out of the sky. The USS Eisenhower Carrier Strike Group is heading to the Gulf, while the USS Ford Carrier Strike Group prowls the eastern Mediterranean. Thousands of Marines aboard the USS Bataan amphibious assault ship patrol near Israel. The top U.S. Marine, General Eric Smith, tells VOA those forces are there to protect and deter, not to go into Gaza.
There is no intent that I am aware of to have any U.S. personnel on the ground in Gaza. That is not anything, as a member of the Joint Chiefs, that I am prepared to talk about or that I have even discussed. We are there to ensure, in that region, to ensure that American citizens are safe and that this crisis does not expand or escalate.
For those who seek to broaden the conflict and target American troops, Smith gave this warning.
If you target us, someone else is going to raise your children. And that's not a joke, that's not bravado, that's just how Marines think.
Carla Babb, VOA News, the Pentagon.
Finally today, on the second day of his state visit to Kenya, Britain's King Charles III honored Africans who served with British forces during the two world wars before heading to an urban forest to help highlight the crucial role of green spaces in cities. VOA's Nairobi bureau chief, Miriam Diallo, has the latest.
King Charles and Queen Camilla honored World War II veterans Wednesday at the Commonwealth War Graves Commission Cemetery located in Kariokor. Daniel Achini is CWGC Regional Manager for East Africa.
This cemetery, Kariokor Cemetery, is very important to us. Now, the King is here to first and foremost honor the sacrifices of the Africans and who served with the British forces during the World War I and World War II, and is here to support the non-commemorating project of the Commonwealth War Graves Commission, where we are trying to look for records of Africans who served during World War I and commemorate them adequately.
A few veterans were present, including two said to be 104 and 117 years old, Achini told VOA.
Now, the veterans we have here are the living veterans of the World War II. They served during the World War II in various capacities, and because they are living and they lost their medals in one way or another, so the king will be replacing those medals today.
Next was a stop at Karura Forest, an urban forest in the heart of Nairobi, to highlight the crucial role of green spaces in cities. Charles were joined by the famous Kenyan marathon runner Eliud Kipchoge. Together, they flagged off a 15-kilometer Run for Nature event. Here is Kipchoge a few minutes before the king arrived.
It's really important for the king to be here. It's important for me to be together with the king, because if you want to perform well, you need to run actually in a clean environment and breathe a clean air. This is our only home. We don't have another home. We need to conserve, we need to take care of it. But the only way to take care of it is actually to involve ourselves as sportsmen and sportswomen.
To honor the legacy of late Nobel Peace Prize winner Professor Wangari Maathai, who ran a campaign to save Karura Forest, King Charles, escorted by Maathai's daughter, Wanjira, and local children who support environmental causes, took a forest walk to a tree planting site. There, Charles planted an Elgon teak with 5th grader and 10-year-old environmental campaigner Karen Kimani, who spoke to us afterwards.
I felt a bit nervous, but it all went well, and I'm very happy. It has been my wish, and I can't believe it happened.
Kimani, who has already planted more than 10,000 trees, explained she was chosen to lend a hand to the king after writing a letter to Buckingham Palace.
My mom got an email that it has been accepted. I'm going to plant a tree with the king.
The king leaves Nairobi Wednesday night and heads to the coastal city of Mombasa, where he'll spend Thursday and Friday. Mariama Jallo, VOA News, Nairobi.
And that's going to wrap it up for us today. This has been International Edition on the Voice of America. On behalf of everyone at VOA, thanks for joining us. For pictures, stories, videos, and more, follow VOA News on your favorite social media platform and online at voanews.com. Until next time, I'm Steve Karish in Washington. Stay safe and have a great day.
Next, an editorial reflecting the views of the United States government.
At the United Nations, the United States routinely welcomes the opportunity to discuss concerns related to racism, stated Dan Murphy, U.S. Advisor for Economic and Social Affairs at the United Nations.
The United States believes that transparency, openness, and a willingness to examine and admit one's own shortcomings will lead to improvement and, as our Constitution says, a more perfect union.
Civil society in the United States is allowed to operate freely and openly to draw attention to past misdeeds and ongoing challenges, even when such issues are uncomfortable, noted Advisor Murphy. But this is not the case in many parts of the world, including in China. Indeed, if the people of Xinjiang, Tibet, and Hong Kong enjoy happiness and the protection of all human rights, then we would hope that the People's Republic of China would transparently welcome special rapporteurs to visit China, said Advisor Murphy.
But the People's Republic of China does not extend these invitations, nor does it permit civil society to speak freely or advocate positions it sees as adverse to state interests, nor does it allow members of the press to report without fear, censorship, or arrest. Instead, the People's Republic of China uses its speaking time here to distract the international community from documented evidence of crimes against humanity and to deny the human rights abuses it is committing with impunity against its own people.
No nation, including China, is above scrutiny, said Advisor Murphy.
We call on the People's Republic of China to embrace honest self-reflection rather than continual and unconvincing denials of its own human rights problems, to cease threatening member states that raise concerns about China's human rights practices, and to address concerns and recommendations continually raised by the High Commissioner for Human Rights, multiple special procedures mandate holders, and the Committee for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, just to name a few.
Let us all equally and sincerely seek, said Advisor Murphy, in the words of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the advent of a world in which human beings shall enjoy freedom of speech and belief and freedom from fear and from want as the highest aspiration of the common people.
That was an editorial reflecting the views